Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the opening round of the 2025 Wera Tools MSUK British Kart Championship here at Karting North East in Warden Law. This really is the jewel of the North. Once again, the sun is shining. It's a beautiful spring morning here near Sunderland in the north of England. And what a day we have for you lined up. There are 3 heats to go. Then we are into the super heats. Now, slightly different this year in terms of there's no repêchages. Drivers are scoring points all the way through the super heats. So it's not all over yet. There are going to be very many drivers in certainly juniors, seniors and mini who are very nervous. If you're 30th through 34th in points, you cannot afford to have a bad super heat. But conversely, if you're 35th to 40th, you're looking forward. You've still got a fighting chance of making the main event. Now, yesterday we had some spectacular action. What to look out for today? Well, Benedictus Masiokas ruled the roost once again in MicroMax. We've only had one Honda race. The second one, Archie Loveridge will start on pole position for that. MiniMax, the biggest entry we've ever had to the British Championship. Their last heat starts with Edward Haynes and Emerson McAndrew-Uren on the front row of the grid, but literally the field is absolutely stacked. Any one of about a dozen drivers can win. And we had a little bit of history yesterday as well in senior Rotax. Lizzie Mentier becoming the first female racer to ever set pole position in the senior Rotax class in the modern era of the British Kart Championship. She'll go in her second heat this morning, and she's changed her mental approach to racing. It worked last week in the Euro Trophy. It's working again here in the British Championships. Juniors, well, their heats are done. The super heat grids are set up. Kai Clark having a really good run. One thing, we've never had an overseas champion in the British Kart Championship. Will that change this year? Canada's Rayan Gando. He's been over here several times before, and now he is really coming on strong. He's learnt the British aggressive style. Maybe we could be having our first Canadian British Kart champion this year. There are 176 drivers, including our first ever driver from Thailand, Panustin Monkong, and our first ever driver from Georgia, Mate Kobakidze. It's a season of firsts here. This is the first round. The racing is going to be getting underway shortly.
It is indeed. Welcome once again, everybody, to Karting North East, Warden Law, for Sunday, finals day of Event 1 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2025. Rotax and Honda classes. We'll find out today here in the Northeast who will be taking home those trophies, who will be recording their first round wins of the season. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the box is the legend that is Henry Baudet. Great to have you back in the box with me, mate.
Yes.
Probably
again,
booked for this.
Sorry again to leave you stranded on your own yesterday. But the first rule about Saturdays, we don't talk about Saturdays.
No.
Because Sundays is where it's at. Here's your track guide. 1,200 meters of tortuous, twisting tarmac. The drivers really struggle to get a lead on the kart here because of the nature of the circuit. There is a little bit of elevation, and the Durham and Yorkshire Kart Club, which is what originally was the title of the home club of Warden Law, established all the way back in 1996. Now, as you can see, those beautiful blue skies that I talked about just slightly earlier when we recorded the opening piece are still there, but they are now sharing the ephemera with some clouds. Little fluffy clouds. Maybe not so little and maybe not so fluffy from that side, but we're not going to look at it from that side. No.
It's not going to rain.
No, it's not going to rain. It's not going to rain. It is brisk, however.
Yes. And the wind's picked up a bit from yesterday.
The wind has picked up. Warden Law, this wonderful circuit, the jewel of the north. Of course, looking beyond, so that's a great angle actually. So beyond the hills there at the back of the circuit, there's nothing apart from sea and then the Arctic.
Yep.
So you do get a cold breeze coming in. We're having a little wander down the paddock there, drivers getting themselves ready. A glance inside the Strawberry Racing awning there. Now look at that, you can see Callum Bradshaw and Mark Kimber there doing driver coaching in the Strawberry tent. You can't get two better drivers than that. There's the UK Rotax distributors, Jag Rotax, Tina and Gary here as always offering their technical advice and support. Oh, there's Timmy from Cream Engines as well. He knows how to prep a fast wagon. Looking down there, we covered some of this ground in the Paddock Show last night, which premiered at 8 p.m. last night, but it'll also be re-shown during the lunch break if you haven't already watched it. Although why you wouldn't watch it, I don't know. I don't know.
What were you doing with your Saturday nights?
Exactly. Please keep your comments coming in on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and on the Karting UK YouTube channel. So Sam Pollitt Racing in there. There's Jack Collinson just behind the SPR. Jack Collinson, he is a local lad, lives in Hartlepool, but based in Latvia. Latvian mum. He has been given the academy, the CIK Academy drive for Latvia this year.
And it means that he'll be sharing that grid with his teammate for this weekend.
Yep.
Finlay Lyons has been selected for the United Kingdom.
Exactly,
so
yes.
2 bits of representation for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in the FIA Karting Academy later on this year.
The Coles tent, and again, this is where everyone is now just getting themselves ready. They're looking to take. There's Daryl Henderson in the blue jacket there, a former compadre of mine from Landau International Raceway. Daryl spent a lot of time working with the Kostecki family out in Australia. And of course, the Kostekis now in V8 supercars, or some of them are. Can we see our first win for several years this weekend for Coles Racing? We talked about it last night a little bit, how they were one of the dominant forces in the modern era of the British Championship when it first began in 2019-2020. Haven't had an outright win since the end of 2022. The driver who got that win for them is in the awning, Harrison Crowther, who did very well yesterday.
Did very well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see at least one of them on the podium today. Harrison's got a good chance in seniors. The likes of Ellis Bell and Ewan House have looked quick at times through. They're probably going to need a bit more race pace to get to the front in juniors. But
I had a lovely message from Ellis's dad.
Yes.
Apparently I've got to go and collect something.
You have.
From the awning. It's obviously he's a good Scottish lad and brings down the original
the proper stuff.
Yes. Hello to George Massey cheering on Jack Collinson. Hello to Josh Owen watching on the Karting UK channel, and a big welcome aboard to you all. Now there is Lee Manchester walking across the circuit. The marshal there is getting ready to go. The green flags are out. That can only mean one thing. First race is coming right up.
MiniMax 950 Heat 3 kicks us off today here at Warden Law. This is their final heat. Let's see how they line up. Emerson McAdoo starts on pole position. Edward Haynes alongside on the front row. Both of those drivers enter this race both on 0 points. Alfie Mayer and Tom Reed go from row number 2. Arthur Farrow and Riley Murrow on row 3. Nelson Taylor and Ryan White are on row 4.
Row number 5, it's Harry Williams, the Water Swift O-Plate champion, Max Wheatley, George Swire and James Roots, with Leo Livings, who was very impressive in the MiniMax O-Plate a couple of weeks ago, Austin Gibson, Theo Bradshaw, and then reigning MicroMax champion Luke Millward.
Sebastian Clark, Sebastian Behrman on row number 9. Maria Roberto and Harry Radcliffe go from row number 10. Elijah Weston and Achille Giannone go from row 11. Jack Fulbrook and Max Gilman go from row number 12. Jensen Walker, Fraser Anderson, Esme Rosie and Oliver Spencer, who had a disqualification for a technical non-conformity in timed qualifying yesterday, complete the field.
Oliver Spencer also had an issue in qualifying for the O-Plate. So every time I've seen him race this year in the UK, he's been starting at the back. However, for the first time today, we are into the tram lines, and it is a false start. Now, you can see Spencer, the number 8 kart. Just looking at some of the stats of this class, I mean, obviously we have got 6 of the top 10 from last year's championship are back, so already that's a stacked entry.
Yep.
Then you add into the graduates out of MicroMax, and it's even better. But then you've got drivers coming over from the Water Swift classes as well. The likes of Austin Gibson, who's a British champion. The likes of, just thinking, the likes of Harry Williams coming over. So in total, we got in the MiniMax field, there are six British champions in this field, or in the MiniMax entry. 9 out of the 42 drivers have been to the Rotax Grand Finals before, and this is the biggest ever entry we've had.
We should mention, though, unfortunately, we have lost one of those top 10 drivers from last year. No Joshua Griffin here today, who had a hefty shunt last week at Trent Valley. So he's out of this weekend. We do wish Joshua the best of quick, speedy recoveries. We're ready to go racing here in Heat 3 for MiniMax 950, and it's an aggressive start from Edward Haynes, who challenges Emerson McAndrew into turn number 1. Oh, and there's a few karts off in the second half of the field that have not had a good start there. I think Ryan White was one of them in the 147 for Hunter Motorsport. But I do agree, I think MiniMax 950, we're going to see some really competitive racing this year with so many of the seeded drivers staying at this level, which I think is a good move for many of them, because many of them are the drivers who stepped up from micro last year, give themselves a second year at this level, and it's in the early stages of this one. Emerson McAndrew leading. Around
Gasworks hairpin, they'll now move their way into the horseshoe. There we go, through the horseshoe. I think it's a wise decision from a lot of these drivers. Traditionally, in years past, when MiniMax has been in the full-size karts, it was move up as quick as you could.
Yeah.
Because you're used to the larger frames. Now, it's best to stay in this as long as possible, because last year you saw MiniMax champion from 2023, Cole Denham, move up. He's still young, he's still only 12 now.
Yeah.
So he could still be in this field. Now, he's in his second year of juniors, and he's back to his old self.
Yep.
But last year was a struggle. Probably proof that, hey, stay in this class for that extra year. Wait till your body has physically changed and adapted. There's a move from Sebastian Behrman for Jax Motorsports, and of course Jax, their sole British Championship victory came here in MicroMax with Sebastian Behrman last year. So can they do the double, or can they win again this year? You're looking from the brand new building here at Karting Northeast.
So an update on the intermediate classification now to remind those slightly different points format to last year, in that this will complete the heat but is not a championship points awarding stage. No. The first championship points will come after the super heats. The intermediate points do carry over from the heats and into those super heats. Right now, Emerson McAndrew, very simple mathematical situation. It's winning into pole position for the super heat. It's got a 2-point lead over Edward Haynes in this race. Max Jolly not in this race. Did his 2 heats yesterday, is in third at the moment, as we're having a look at Oliver Spencer coming through the field, fighting with James Roots. That's for 12th place. Spencer has gained 15 spots in this one, so he's moving himself up that order, not only in this race but in the IC all the time. Keep an eye on Spencer today.
Good
down
move.
The inside into turn 1. Beautiful stuff from Oliver Spencer, the number 8 seed from 2024. That is Spencer up to P12, and it's that same thing again that we talked about in the Paddock Show yesterday, Henry. Yes, there are others out there making good progress, but I'm consistently seeing KR Sport runners across the categories.
And that's not what you want to see there. One driver, the number 126, Harry Radcliffe, coming across there. We will have a look. He collided with the, that's the global karting number 121 of James Roots, with the NASA panel now, and it was just a case of Radcliffe going up and over the top of ripping the NASA panel off James Roots' kart. Before that, I was just going to say, we saw Oliver Spencer making a move and I think we are into
slow procedure.
Battenberg flags. So full course caution. That view right by there.
Yeah.
We haven't been able to bring you that beforehand because the building wasn't finished, but now it is. It just goes to show Spencer making that move going at the inside. It shows how deceptively narrow the track is. You haven't got a lot of room to play with. There is James Roots. Well, the Roots is not on fire. The Roots is in the pits.
That's going to be a worry for Roots because P19 in the first round of heats for Roots.
Yes.
This will be a P25 now. Yes, James Roots isn't out, has still got the super heat, but goes into that category that you were talking about earlier, Henry. Now needs a really good super heat just to make the top 34 and get into the final.
Yes, the nervous category. Now, trying to see out on track where Mr. Radcliffe is. Now, well, the good news is the ambulances haven't moved, so that is, always a positive thing. There is a medical team just with Harry at the moment. So here we are, 5 minutes to go. Let's have a rundown of the order because we had a lead change. It's Edward Haynes now at the front of the field with Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Tom Reed. Tom Reed, who won the Euro Trophy Winter Series in this class, the two-round championship at Viterbo.
I think the transponders have had a little wobble because at least at that point there, Emerson was. Well, yeah, now it's reset that Emerson McAndrew-Uren is at the front of the field.
Oh, is he? Oh, right. So that's. Oh, do you know what? I thought I hadn't missed a lead change.
No, you hadn't.
But the timing screen said I had. So it lies.
But yes, so Emerson McAndrew-Uren leads. Edward Haynes second, Tom Reed third. At the moment, this result would put Tom Reed on the outside of row one for Superheat B. That's James Roots.
Yeah. Again, it looks a bit shocked, again, not just, not nice, he knows. No. Now, we'll quickly say hello to Matt Nibbers Isaacs on the live chat. He's cheering on Eva Morris. Who he guided to a really good result at the O Plate. Craig Corbett watching from New Zealand. Happy Sunday evening down in New Zealand. Now, obviously, we're watching here from our cameras. They are there, as you can see, Ken Potter, Clark, of course, they're reviewing the incident on the CCTV camera room. You can see the stewards there. What have you, just looking down and watching this. We're the race clock is still ticking down, so you can see then you can still watch the racing in the bottom right hand corner. But yeah, so they're the stewards. They're making reports. See Clark, of course, Ken Potter looking on as well. You've got other stewards in the background, all and the little So in the foreground. Thank you. James Fitzhugh is, producing this as he always does. There is Zach Drummond, former British karting champion. He's acting as sort of a driver expert. A driver expert. Usually we have Alfie Garford in there. I think Alfie is potentially racing his Vera Tools sponsored Ford Fiesta this weekend.
Oh, that's good to see.
There we are. That's always. He's going to need a new Sam Pollitt race suit, or that's going to need to go through the washing machine anyway. Mum, get the wash on.
That's good to see Harry Radcliffe on his feet. He'd just been taking his time, understandable. Medical crew doing a brilliant job here at Karting North East to make sure that Harry is okay. Is out of this race, of course, but fingers crossed we will see Harry back in action later on today. Now, does that mean that we are going to go back to green this time around? Emerson McAndrew-Uren's done a really good job of keeping the pace controlled. Out of the final corner, we are going to go back to green with 2 minutes on the clock. Edward Haynes is right on the scene, was wise to that restart for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. That's good response from Edward Haynes. Remember, these two are fighting for pole position in Superheat A. They both come into this race as heat winners yesterday in their respective heats. This is their first proper meeting of the weekend. They also are in separate qualifying sessions, I think, earlier on this weekend, but apologies if I'm wrong on that one. Tom Reed still there in third in that red and white SFR Motorsport machine. Riley Murrow, the first of the Sam Pollitt Racing runners in P4, into Gasworks. Defensive line from Macadie-Uren. Haynes tries to go around the outside, but as the circuit drops away there, the transfer of weight doesn't go his way. Also keep an eye on other drivers who've had a good start in this one before the slow procedure. Austin Gibson up 7 places to P7, 9 places for Sebastian Clark into P8, and once again Emerson Macadie-Uren having to get his shoulders out to make sure that Edward Haynes can't get him into turn 1.
But you notice there, Emerson, he defended, but it was one move, and that's something that the drivers are having to learn differently. Now again, there's the 163 now. Ooh, that was the... I mean, it's going to, you're opening up a whole can of worms here, but of course, for the lead, Haynes, fantastic to anticipate the start. Macadie-Uren, equally as fantastic, because he knew that Haynes was right there, so he defended early. New third-place driver, Riley Murrow, for Sam Pollitt Racing, passing Tom the Farmer Reed. The SFR Motorsport driver slips back to 4th position. Then we've got Harry Williams in the number 163. What a boost of confidence that Waterstrip O-plate was for Harry Williams, who is now moving up again, swapping over from one engine to another, you know, absolutely fine. And what about Oliver Spencer? Well, in the first half of the race, he had moved from 28th to 11th. And now in the final moments, the clock has struck 0. He's already up to P8, is Spencer.
Good moves then from Spencer, and I say keep an eye on him through the course of today, because he can keep this form running. He's going to be in the mix when we get to the final. Time is up, but we're not quite on the final lap yet. There's a +5 second penalty and a +3 second penalties. That's 8 in total. The Achilles Giannone in the 128. Meanwhile, back at the front, Macadie-Uren and Haynes have stretched this one out. It's going to be those two versus each other as we go on to the final lap now. The gap back to Riley Murrow is 1.2 seconds. Both of these drivers knowing as well that right now they've been in separate superheats as well. So for Emerson Macadie-Uren, in terms of championship points, if he can keep control of this one, he has his destiny in his own hands when it gets to those superheats. If he wins the superheat, he'll then take the full complement of 65 championship points. Haynes, though, is in the exact same situation.
Just you looked at there, Oliver Spencer picking up another place going into the Senna S's. Okay, Gasworks, the Horseshoe, and Paddock to go. We'll go for the crossover first, but Edward Haynes is not going to have the correct side of the track for the run through the Horseshoe. Will there be a dive bomb going into the final corner? No. Can he get to the inside coming out of the final corner? Equally, no. Good results for Emerson Macadie-Uren, who holds on to the victory, and the rest of the field comes streaming across the line. Riley Murrow finishing in 3rd position. Alfie Mayer in 4th place. So Alfie got past his SFR Motorsport teammate, Tom Reed, there at the end. Harry Williams, top 5 for Harry. And Oliver Spencer, well, 22 places, 28th to 6th. That is impressive drive indeed.
So these results provisional, just to go through the intermediate classification with the 3 heats completed. Macadie-Uren 0 points, will be on pole position for Super Heat A. Edward Haynes, 2 points with that 2nd place there, will be on pole position for Super Heat B. For Haynes to be top at the end of the Super Heats in that FIC, he needs to win. And Macadie-Uren to not win.
Yes.
So they'll be in those separate super heats. Their front row mates for those super heats. Max Jolly, pending these results of course being confirmed, will be in the outside of row number 1 for Super Heat A with his 4 points from the heats over yesterday. Riley Murrow, with that 3rd place in the race we've just seen there, books a spot onto the outside of row number 1 in Super Heat B. Mayer and Reed will have inside spots on row number 2 for their races. Cormac and Lucian Smith will be on the outside for theirs. Quick rundown of the order: Macadie-Uren, Haynes, Murrow, Mayer, Williams, Spencer, Gibson, Reed, Behrman and Bradshaw all in the top 10. Some good moves up through the order there, particularly from Behrman up 9. Sebastian Clark, Arthur Farrow, Maria and Roberto. Good drive there from Maria. Another KR Sport driver moving forward up 6, Ryan White and Elijah West. In the top 15, Akila Giannone, Max Wheatley, Max Gilman, Leo Livings, Nelson Taylor in the top 20, George Swire, Luke Millward, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Jensen Walker and Esme Rosie, the last of the 25 finishers, 3 retirements, Roots, Radcliffe and an on-start for Fraser Anderson.
Yes, and there is Jack Fulbrook-Harmer getting out of his MLC Motorsport kart there, and looking down there, the Thule Motorsport kart. So, Thule Motorsport, Nelson Taylor. We'll talk a little bit about an interesting character in this class in Thule, but after we look at the start. Now look at Tom Reed getting aggressive on his teammate Alfie Mayer there at the start. So Reed almost grabbed second, and there was the 4 drivers, well 3, and I think it was the number 1...
It's 177 Leo Livings who got caught out there.
Yes, he was possibly the one that managed to get back onto the circuit. There is Oliver Spencer, and again, Oliver Spencer and James Roots battling. We didn't see this during the race, but of course with multi-camera angles. And finally, Spencer does get past James Roots, and that was the incident. Oh, there goes Harry Ratcliffe. On his front, he's absolutely fine. We've seen him walk back. That's why we can show you the replays, because the driver is fine. We would never show an incident, a replay of an incident of a young driver who was injured in any way. A good battle between McAndrew Uren and Haynes. They broke away after the restart from, and there we go. You know what, it's the early spring sunshine here, the blue skies, it really does reflect well on some of the graphics kits and the crash helmet designs. There is the new viewing gantry here at Warden Law, but like Warden Law, you know, everything requires funding. How do we get ours? From our adverts.
Welcome back, everybody, to Karting North East, Warden Law, just outside of Sunderland, getting ready for the third and final heat in senior Rotax. This is an A versus B race. We always like an A versus B race, Henry.
Yes, indeed. So the way that, because Lizzie mentioned, they figured it out. Well, they didn't want the A group to have any tyre disadvantage. So, you know, the A group actually goes out second and last. You know, it's because, you work hard, you get pole position in qualifying. The last thing you want to be is doing your second heat against a group that's doing their first heat. So there's Miles Roby, who was very impressive. I think, let's have a look. Miles Roby for MLC Motorsport, very, very quick. Ewan Charman, there, centre screens behind Jack West. Now, I said earlier that there are only 2 drivers. Well, actually, Josh Graham is only one driver. We'll talk about that. Let's go. This is Senior Rotax Heat 2, and it's Lizzie Mentier, history made yesterday, on pole position alongside Guy Cunnington, the inaugural Senior Rotax champion, Harrison Crowther and Harry Bartle, last year's Junior Rotax champion, on row 2.
Joshua Graham and Hugh Moulton go from row number 3. Kai Hunter and Kai Veach form up row number 4. Jack West and Charlie Cox complete the top 10. It's Ewan Charman and the USA's Charlie Smith on row 6.
Row number 7, Joshua Turnbull and Joshua Withcombe. Then it's William Pemble and Freddie Ingram, followed by Pearson Bullock Carter and Brandon Truman. Teddy Pritchard-Williams down on the outside of row number 10 with Adam Warden.
Neo Clark and Archie Walker will be expected to go through the field from row 11. Marcus Kane, Louis America on row number 12. Deacon Russell, Reg Hayward, Mikey Walker and Miles Roby complete the 28 runners in this one. For all of these drivers, this is their last opportunity to grab points before those superheats later on today. Oof. That is not going to go green. So we'll go around again. Bit of a review of where we are intermediate classification-wise. So Bartle is your only driver remaining on 0 points from the one heat that we saw Harry in yesterday. So he's got the lead in the IC at the moment. Lewis Gilbert, not in this race, is on 2. So if Bartle does not finish in the top 2, you're going to see Gilbert go up onto, well, he's already got one of the superheat pole positions. At the moment it would be pole for superheat B, but could switch into superheat A. Harrison Crowther is in this race, is 3rd at the moment in the IC. Virtue of that 3rd place that we saw Harrison get yesterday, that's on a tie at the moment with Kai Veach. Again, if there is a tie on intermediate points, we go back to timed qualifying classification earlier on in the weekend, so Crowther at the moment would get that over Veach. Mentier and Cunnington both recorded 4ths yesterday, so they're 5th and 6th in the IC as things stand. Joshua Graham and Adam Warden are both on 5 points, 7th and 8th. So a lot is going to change across the course of the next 10 minutes or so. There's a lot of those drivers we've just read in that top 8 who are out in this one.
Now, Joshua Graham and Ewan Charman, we are in year 7 of the modern era. Kai Hunter now is the only driver to be nationally seeded in every single season of the modern era. He's been seeded 6 times. 6 times. Graham and Charman have been seeded 5 times. That's the origin number 4 kart of Teddy Pritchard-Williams, Super Ted. One of those drivers getting involved through the dog leg there and heading off circuit. But Guy Cunnington takes an early lead from Lizzie Mentier.
Had a super start, did Cunnington. Swept round the outside from grid 2 to take the lead in this one. There on your screen to the inset is one of the drivers who I think was involved in that early start. That
it's
all
a
looked
Coles
to be
racing kart.
All looked to, well, that might be Hugh Moulton then, because Hugh Moulton was in that same kind of region, or maybe Joshua Withcombe. We'll confirm in a moment's time.
It was a 3.27.
3.27, it's Withcombe. Withcombe out, one of the rookies, looking at a first full season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. That's not a good start to finals day. Here's an attack from Lizzie Mentier down the inside of Guy Cunnington, and Lizzie's got it. Yellow flags out at Marshall, post 4th. The 3.47 of Adam Warden is out of this race, so that's one of the drivers who we were talking about in the top 8 of the intermediate classification. Won't be there anymore. As things stand, it would be Lewis Gilbert who would have pole position for Superheat A and the advantage to get that first haul of 65 championship points. But keep an eye on Harry Bartle there in the pink and white helmet. 4th place on the road at the moment, would be on the outside of row number 1 for Superheat A, but if Bartle can get up to 2nd place, could still be at the front. He's got to get past Harrison Crowther first, and that nearly goes completely wrong for Harry Bartle. He's going to lose out to West. He's going to lose out to the homeboy Kai Hunter. No. Back comes Bartle, shuts the door on the former senior Rotax champion, the winner of the O-Plate for the 4th time in his senior career, 5th time of any kind of Rotax O-Plate. That was a few weeks ago at PF International course, and now Hunter's down the inside, battling his way through to 5th.
You could just see there by the fact that, when Bartle sort of backed out of the move, he knew it wasn't going to happen. He couldn't get on the anchors quick enough and just rode up over, great shot there. And you do wonder, has that had a negative impact on his nose cone brackets as well? But Lizzie Mentier spoke to Lizzie and Dad Lee this morning, as there's Harrison Crowther having a little look. Jack West is now into P4. Hunter is 5th, and Hunter has got Harry Bartle, Brandon Truman and Joshua Turnbull right behind him. Josh Graham has dropped back to 11th. Other drivers, Ewan Charman, I think, may have been involved slightly. Adam Warden out of the race. Hugh Moulton is still in the race, but down at the back of the field, as is Teddy Pritchard-Williams. But Mentier, she said she just decided she took a different approach. She, everything around her was perfect.
Yep.
The team, the equipment, she had all the tools to win, but she wasn't winning. And so she looked at herself and said, right, what have I got to do differently? And that worked for her. So she's taking a different approach to her racing, and it is working for her. It worked last weekend, pole position at the Turbo, got a number of heat victories in the Rotax Euro Trophy Winter Series. Here she is, doing the same again. And Guy Cunnington, who of course won this title back in 2019, which gives you an idea just some of the names that we've got that are staying in this championship. Graham, Higgins, Hunter, Pritchard-Williams, Gilbert, Charman, Cunnington, Walker. There's the move. Cunnington back to the inside. We're really lucky that we've got drivers in this class who are staying in the category season on season. They're fixtures. A lot of them now, the next stage for me is being paid to drive, paid professionals. We've got them in the States and in Europe now, because a lot of these drivers, they run their own teams. There's funding there, they're not paying for their drives anymore. The next thing is to get paid, and that's the road that we're on in karting, I hope, as there's more, the championship gets more successful, the teams get more professional, and yeah, you need drivers to coach the youngsters, but to go and advertise the product on track. And drivers like Guy Cunnington and Kai Hunter are perfect examples of those potential professionals of the future. I've got to say though, Harrison Crowther up into third position. The Coles Racing team looking good.
They are indeed. In the moment, Harrison Crowther would be on the front row for Super Heat B. So your pole sitter holders right now. The 328 has got a problem. That's going to be Neo Clark coming into the pits after that mechanical. The 318 of her has got a 5-second penalty. That's Charlie Smith for Strawberry Racing, currently down in 20th place. So pole sitters right now, in Super Heat A it would be Gilbert with 2 points. Cunnington would be pole sitter in Super Heat B with 4. Mentier would be on the front row as well for Super Heat A, as would Crowther. Crowther would, of course, would be in Super Heat B. They're both on 6 points. Bartle at the moment trying to get down the inside of Kai Hunter. That's a key move up to P5, and that will move Bartle from 6 points to 5, ahead of Crowther and Mentier. So now Bartle would be on the outside of row 1 for Super Heat A.
Here's Mentier having a look at Guy Cunnington going through turn number 1. Not happening there. 4 minutes plus a lap to go. Amongst the people on the live chat, Molly Williams is cheering on Brother Ted, not Father Ted, that was, but
something different.
Yeah, something very different. But yeah, Molly Williams is Brother Ted. Molly Williams is Teddy's sister, and is watching on. Oh, and there is the 328.
Neo Clark.
That was the Neo Clark kart that you said was not behaving itself properly and has decided to park itself. Oh, Crowther. Mentier just understeered a little bit going into Gasworks there. Crowther spots the opportunity. That's a smart move. No, the number 8 kart. Joshua Graham fighting back up. Obviously now we're using the international sort of Rotaxing numbering systems, apart from the seeded drivers that can still run the single digits.
That's the nice easy way, apart from the seeded drivers, is the bigger the number, the bigger the driver. The way I like to think of it. Yes. Investigation underway for Lizzie Mentier. That's interesting.
I believe that when Lizzie Mentier passed Guy Cunnington for the race lead, she passed Guy Cunnington coming into St John's Bend. As they came out of St John's Bend, the next sort of like digital camera board was yellow.
Oh, okay.
Now I don't know what the one beforehand was
Good
waving,
point.
but I did see that. Yeah. Now let's have a little look into the CCT room. So you can see Zach Drummond standing up there behind. There, the two guys with the snazzy haircuts at the front there, matching haircut, matching barbers. Mr. IN Visible. Have you got a change back at the front? Harrison Crowther now takes the lead. So while the CCTV camera rooms look at the yellow flags for that Lizzie Mentier pass, Harrison Crowther Well, this is the first time we can say this. Harrison Crowther leads a senior Rotax race here in the British Kart Championship.
This is a good performance from Harrison Crowther, building on what we saw in 2024. Lizzie Mentia also got through again past Guy Cunnington. So once again, this is all going to close things and change things in the intermediate classification. Harry Bartle, meanwhile, has got up to P4, has got past Jack West. Where's Kai Hunter gone? He's dropped to 9th place. It's not been the kind of weekend that many would have expected for Kai Hunter on his home circuit, but he's still pedaling away with 90 seconds of this final heat for Sunio Rotax to go. So an update on things in the intermediate classification. Crowther's now on for a pole. Crowther is now on for pole in Super Heat B. Gilbert's watching this quite happy at the moment for Craft Motorsport on 2 points.
Yep.
Crowther on 3. Bartle's back to 4. That would be the second grid slot for Super Heat A. Mentia still on the front row, now in Super Heat B and on the outside, and could be going for the lead here into Gasworks. Good covering there by Harrison Crowther. Clever stuff. Less than 60 seconds to go, Henry.
Yeah, Harrison Crowther is going to have to deal with the attentions of Lizzie Mentier before the end of this one. Lizzie's looking very, very strong. Now, Crowther defends. One movement into turn number 1. We're going to be very careful we don't talk ourselves into trouble this year with the one movement rule. We'll just say he defended into turn number 1. Now, look at this whole lead pack. They are 12 deep at the front. Ewan Charm at the back of the lead group. Now, will Mente have the confidence that she said she changed her approach? So, there's Charman trying to have a little look at the inside of, what was that, Freddie William Pemble, I believe. So, Crowther will take the last lap board next time around. He's had a good lap. Well, him and Mente have had a good lap. They dropped Guy Cunnington ever so slightly. Here we go then. 1 lap to go.
Over the line then, and the move comes again from Crowther. Mentia not able to get through there. Just got to be patient round this final lap, and also know that right now both of these drivers have got good positions on the grid for the super heats, at least provisionally. They don't want to throw it away in the last possible moment. Down into Senna 1. There's a defensive bit of cover there for Guy Cunnington to keep Harry Bartle behind in 4th place. Jack West still there in 5th. Kai Hunter going on the attack as well, with one of the Strawberries trying to hold on to P9 into Gasworks then. Crowther doesn't need to cover too much. I think he's got this race won as long as he can get through the final couple of corners nice and cleanly. They're still battling for spots in the top 10. Guy Cunnington working really hard to hold on to P3. Out of the final corner, Coles Racing back with a win in the final heat for Senior Rotax. Crowther takes it by 0.5 tenth of a second, and in doing so moves up to P2 in the intermediate classification. Won't be on pole for Superheat A. That'll be Lewis Gilbert, but Harrison Crowther does book a place at the front of the grid for Superheat B later on this afternoon. Lizzie Mentia, 2nd place in that one, will go and battle with Crowther again in Superheat B alongside on the front row. Bartle, with that 4th place, will transfer into Superheat A and share that front row with Gilbert. There is your provisional race result for Heat 3. Crowther from Mentia, Cunnington, Bartle, West, Truman, Graham, Turnbull, Hunter, Kai Hunter and Ingram all in the top 10. William Pemble, Ewan Charman, Charlie Cox, Archie Walker and Mikey Walker. Great drive there from Mikey Walker. That's the kind of drive that can wrestle your way back into the top 34. Gained 12 places for Jack's Motorsport in that one. Kai Veach might be a bit disappointed with P16. Reg Hayward up 9 spots to P17. Pearson, Bullock, Carter, Hugh Moulton, Charlie Smith and Teddy Pritchard Williams all having issues in that one. That's into the realm of drivers who were held up in the early stages. Louis America, Deacon Russell, Marcus King, Miles Roby, the last of the 25 finishers. 3 retirements in that one. Neo Clark, Adam Wooden and Joshua Withcombe.
I think it's safe to say that after a couple of years in the doldrums, Coles Racing are back 100%, which is really, really good to see Adrian Coles' team, such a long fixture in the paddock here. And the red speed chassis that team use, really looking good. The team always look good. and now, yeah, that is good. And to be fair to Harrison Crowther, he's done a lot of winning for Coles over the years. Another driver who has done a lot of winning in this championship for Coles Racing, Callum Voisin, who is now in Formula 3?
Yep.
Is it Formula 3? Yeah, and not doing too badly at all. So let's have a little look back then as the drivers discuss that race. Well, we can discuss it with some visuals for you as well. And there's the move from Guy Cunnington to sweep round the outside of Lizzie Mentier into turn number 1. Now, this is where it all went a bit wrong. So Kai Hunter was involved in that. Maybe some damage. Now, there's the pass for the lead, but we weren't sure where the yellow flags were. And yeah, maybe I think Kai Hunter maybe was having some residual damage from that incident there.
Good point.
Cunnington dove back and took the pass and took the lead back from Lizzie Mentier. So several lead changes, and here comes Harrison Crowther. Good move there on Mentier, and the watchful eye of David Higgins, whose son Matthew is not in this race. Yeah, the move, Crowther just aggressive, and Mentier following through there as well.
Yeah, really good tactics throughout this race from the top 3. That was Bardell having a little go at Cunnington towards the end. Crowther holds on. Mentier up in solidly up more in the top 5, in the top 3, the top 2 now for her. Guy Cunnington solid as well with P3. We will be back with more racing here from Warden Law. Honda Cadets coming up straight after this.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're gonna need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome back, everybody, to Karting Northeast, to Warden Law. Getting ready for heat number 2 then, the last of the qualifying heats, and it's Honda Cadet GX200 that's going to be entertaining us over the next 15 minutes or so. And if anything, yesterday's heat is to go by, this should be a pretty good one. You've got a field of 17 drivers ready to go here, and they put on a properly entertaining race for us during heat number 1. You can see the pre-grid clearing there, the Vega tyres ready to do their job on everybody's wagons. There is a quick look at Ronnie Jones, winner of the O-Plate at Whilton Mill just a couple of weekends ago. We'll be starting on the inside of row number 3 for this one. Shailen Srikantan was strong during that O-Plate meeting as well. Good to see Aidan Donnelly there as well. The number 27 is starting from the rear of the field in this one, but we'll be looking to build a difficult day yesterday. This will be 10 minutes plus 1 lap, of course. The final time we'll say this weekend, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. If you've missed any of the action so far...
Well, why?
Why? That's a very good question.
You're only allowed to miss it if your car's broken down.
Indeed. But you can watch it all back at your leisure, all of the 11 heats from yesterday and the 2 this morning. Green light illuminates for Honda Cadet. Let's take you through the grid. Archie Loveridge in his first weekend for Ambition Motorsport starts on pole. Luke McGall alongside on the front row. Ronnie Jones and yesterday's Heat 1 winner Riley Blakemore there on row 2.
Shailen Srikantan followed by Archie Cannon on row 3. Edward Rye, one of 10 drivers in this field making their British Kart Championship debut, and Elliot Bork for the Zip Factory team on row number 4.
Luca Bicocchi and Carl Kerr form from all Scottish row number 5. Jayan Prakash and Harry Grant, 2 stars of the O-Plate from 2 weeks ago, start on row 6. Oliver Ratton and Jerry Duffy go from row 7. Reggie Duffy and Luke Jardine go on for row 8. And Aidan Donnelly is on the grid, P17. On his own on row number 9. It'll be a standing start, of course, with this being Honda Cadet GX200. Quick rundown of the result from yesterday, or at least the top 8 of it. This is, of course, the same order in the intermediate classification as things stand. Blakemore, 0 points, having won. Loveridge, 2 points for second. Cannon, 3 for third. McGall in fourth. Ronnie Jones in 5th. Edward Rye, very impressive. Didn't race at the O-Plate 2 weeks ago, but is straight in there there in 6th. Elliot Bork, P7, and Shailen Srikantan in 8th.
Only 4 of these drivers weren't at the O-Plate 2 weeks ago. Hello to Cross-Eyed Lion, to Dirk, my friend from Germany. I wonder if he's coming to Kartmasters again. He came to Kartmasters, travelled from Germany to watch Kartmasters as a spectator. He was a guest of Guy Cuddington Racing. Hopefully he'll be back in August this year in the paddock. And here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. And it's a good start from our pole sitter, the Ambition Motorsport car of Archie Loveridge. And, well, Archie stands to help Ambition make a little bit of history this weekend. So at the moment, Ambition have got 9 wins in Honda Cadet. That's more than any other team. But they've only had 1 win. Well, they had 1 win last year at Larkhall. Most of those 9 wins came in 2019, 2020, and 2021. They took a bit of time away. Paul James's team, you know, they weren't in the British paddock that much. And now they're back and looking very strong indeed.
Oliver Ratton had a bit of a moment running wide out of the dogleg, but got back on circuit. All 17 karts running nicely on this first lap, and straight away we see classic Honda Cadet things. The leaders not able to break away. It's a close pack at the front of the field. Let's count them round at the end of lap 1. Loveridge will be your race leader. McGall has held 2nd place, and Blakemore in 3rd. That's the top 3 that, on balance, I'd say have had a bit of more pace than the rest of the field yesterday. But that's not to say that the likes of Cannon, Jones, Rye weren't able at times to race back into the main pack. We'll be talking about battle buffers a lot, and we saw yesterday that you can have a 1.5 second advantage
for a couple of corners.
For a couple of corners, but if you're on your own, particularly around this place, you can get pulled back pretty quickly. Edward Rye having a good scrap there. Henry for 5th place with O-Plate holder Ronnie Jones.
Yeah, and David Sullivan, one of our commentary colleagues, quite correctly points out that Edward Rye is the only driver here on the MS chassis. There he is in the number 66, and he's trying to get past the number 23 of Shailen Srikantan. Shailen Srikantan for the Martin Jackson Racing team. I noticed there's a couple of drivers entered as privateers that aren't, but now Riley Blakemore running the number 68 kart. Where is Riley? He's third at the moment. I'm trying to see who he's running with. But it says potentially as a privateer entry, which it would be interesting, because he did run with, I think, Zip before, or Ambition before.
Yeah, ran with Ambition last year.
He's got the Project 1 graphics kits on. I think he might be with the Project 1 racing team. And that is the number 40. That's Kyle Kerr getting shown the outside line and then some. But gets back in, loses a couple of positions. But through the Dunlop chicane out towards Gasworks. This is the battle for, what is this, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th.
That's unfortunate for Carl Kerr there. We always like to talk about sponsors on the privateers, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Keep an eye out on the number 14, because it's got one of my new favourite sponsors of the year.
Is it Iron Brew?
It's not Iron Brew. It's Bish Bosch, or is it Bosch Bish? Bish Bosch Barbers.
Bish Bosch Barbers.
But that was a bit Bish Bosch Barbers and Bosch with the dirt there out of hairpin 1. But Carl Kerr had a spin yesterday in his first heat, and wrestled his way back up the order to finish P13. Oh, he's going a bit Bosch with the dirt again.
That was Kyle Kerr, but I think that might have been Harry Grant and Kyle Kerr. That was take 2 in their little pre-race battle. No promises for physical attendance, says Cross-Eyed Line. Well, dear, there's just no excuse. You've got months to book the ticket. You can start walking and still make it to PF in time for August. Now there's the number 26. Oh, and speaking of the MS Kart, Edward Rye taking a bit of a grass track there. The 26 of Elliot Bork, one of the Zip Factory drivers there, just making his move through. Now, the top 3 cross the line. Loveridge, McGall and Blakemore. Nose to tail. Aidan Donnelly has picked up 1 place. Oliver Ratton has, as you said earlier, has sadly retired. So we're down to 16. Yes, here we go. The top 3. How long will they maintain that advantage over Archie Cannon and Ronnie Jones? Now, one thing, if you're Scottish, this would be Honda Cadet your favourite class, because of the 6 champions we've had in Honda Cadet, 3 have been from Scotland. And so Archie Cannon is on course to try and become the 4th in 7 years. So always, they breed him tough up north of the border, and there's a very, very popular Honda enclave in and around the 4 circuits in Scotland: Larkhall International, Banff, Crail, and Golspie.
And we'll be going to Larkhall next, of course, the venue for the 2nd round for Honda Cadet in their Honda Cadets Cup Championship for this year. So this top 3, bit of deja vu from yesterday, and I wonder what they've learnt. They had a bit of a scrap and allowed the likes of Cannon and Jones back into the mix for that battle for the lead yesterday. And I say, Archie Cannon and Ronnie Jones, yes, they're not part of this pack at the moment, but they're only 1.4 seconds behind, which in Honda Cadet is nothing. I would say you want to get the battle buffer up to maybe 2.5 seconds to be comfortably clear, and then have a good old scrap on the last 2 laps. We've still got quite a way to go, of course, before we get to that stage. I think the good news, though, for Loveridge and McGall, Blakemore at this stage of the heat yesterday, Henry, very much looked like the quickest driver and was just biding time and waiting for the moment to strike. I would say, though, right now, Loveridge and McGall, Blakemore's holding there, but he's not absolutely pressing right onto the rear bumper of McGall.
And thanks to Layla Bell, we have solved the mystery. Riley Blakemore is running with Tim Parrott. Parrott Motorsports. He won that Project 1 chassis at the Cadet Kart Championships Awards last year, so that is a prize. That kart that Riley Blakemore is driving was a prize for doing so well in the CKC last year. And again, I know we're here at the British Championship, but the Cadet Kart Championship, which is becoming a really good feeder series into this now. I was here for the first round of that, where we had like 30 Hondas, you know. And again, the best of the best will then move into this championship, which is, of course, the premier Honda Cadet Karting Championship in the UK, the only official British Championship. And you can see why. So Blakemore winning that kart as a prize, now using it to his advantage. And I have to say hello to Kathy Watson as well. She says hello, as usual, to John and Shay Watson. And I have been told that not only is Kathy Watson selling more carpets and blinds than anybody else in her shop, but she's also got her special Easter nails decorated with bunnies and Easter eggs, and it was very good apparently. So there we go. See, it's not just commentary we're providing, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, don't get me started. Now, one of the things that I wanted to mention, in the Rotax O plate, as we're watching, no change at the front, the Rotax O plate, we had the discussion that got the entire paddock talking, how do you make the correct cup of tea? As we look at Ronnie Jones, O plate champion, fending off Archie Cannon for 4th position. So Jones not having it all his own way at the moment, but we had the discussion, the correct cup of tea. Yes. Okay, which we solved. Everyone apart from Nicole Sutherland, Danielle Short, and Kato Adams's partner. The correct way to make a cup of tea is obviously water. You know, the tea bag,
4 minutes at least,
and then let it stew, or let it steep,
or brew,
steep, stew, or brew. Now, obviously Nicole's not here, but she's from Cornwall, and what you do in Cornwall, you have like a scone. Or is it a scone or a scone? A scone is something that is...
That's when you've eaten it.
Yeah.
Scone.
Hey, thank you very much. But a scone, but do you put cream first and then jam? Or is it jam first and then the cream on top? So again, in the live chat, we need your help. We're solving life's problems. You're having a scone or a scone, and do you put cream on it first and then the jam, or is it the jam first and then the cream? Keep the comments coming in. We're solving life's problems.
1 minute and 5 seconds to go.
Yes.
To be fair, there's not been any changes in position, so it's still Loveridge from McGall, Blakemore, Jones and Cannon your top 5, Bork, Srikantan, Rye, Prakash and Grant. Jerry Duffy's put a move in to get up to 11th place, and it's been followed through by Luca Bukaki out there on circuit. So that's 11th and 12th places for the Ambition Motorsport duo. Carl Kerr drops to P13. As things stand in the intermediate classification, however, there are changes. So if they were to finish like this, Loveridge would move from 2nd to 1st, would be on 2 points. Blakemore would go onto the outside of row number 1, going from 0 points to 3. McGall would also be, with this kind of result, moving up the order. Just 1 position, but to the inside of row number 2. Not a bad place to be. On 6, Cannon would drop to 4th on 8. So that's the lay of the land with 10 seconds to go. There's going to be 2 more racing laps here, and this is where I now start to expect a bit of a battle. And key for Jones and Cannon, yes, they're a little bit further back, but I wouldn't say they're completely out of this yet. They're about 1.8 seconds further behind. Now, the temptation, Henry, will be for these 2 to start fighting because they think it's a big gap. But if they trust it, these 3 will start to fight.
Yes.
There is still an opportunity for Jones and Cannon to get back as part of this lead battle, but only if they hold formation.
They've got to hold their nerve. But I'm noticing that Luke McGall is dropping back a little bit from Archie Loveridge. So Blakemore has got to try and push McGall up to Loveridge. So Blakemore, will he make the move, that Project 1 Kart? Okay.
Lovely.
Good move. Now, we are going to have 1 lap to go. I think Archie Loveridge, unless Blakemore can now get a shove from McGall down the main straight, I think Archie Loveridge might well have just done enough.
Might have indeed. That does pull Blakemore back onto 2 points, but we're now in a tiebreaker scenario where, again, Loveridge would have the advantage, having been a little bit quicker over those best, or the average of the best 3 laps for each driver. That's how timed qualifying is decided. So Loveridge still in a position right now which would give Ambition Motorsport and that number 73 machine pole position for the superheats later on today. Ronnie Jones still there in P4, had that slightly scary moment yesterday, of course, where there was so much grip through Gasworks that he went up on 2 wheels. Hopefully none of that today. Into Gasworks for the final time. This has been a really good performance from Archie Loveridge. Has he got it in the bag now? Because the opportunities for Riley Blakemore are reducing quickly to get a move in out of the final corner. It's going to be a win, surely, for Archie Loveridge, and that is pole for the superheat for the driver who was fastest in TQ yesterday as well. Blakemore P2 will join him on the front row. Luke McGall with third will start in that same position in the superheat. Archie Cannon will be 4th, virtue of another top 5 there. Ronnie Jones held off Archie Cannon in that second heat. Ronnie Jones will be on the inside of row number 3. Edward Rye at the moment will be on the outside, 6th place for Edward Rye. That is a properly good run for the debutante in those 2 races. There's your provisional results of heat number 2 itself. Loveridge from Blakemore, McGall, Jones, Cannon, Elliott, Bork I think will be a factor in the superheat later on today with that P6. Rye, Srikantan, Prakash and Grant all in the top 10.
Don't be alarmed that he just borrowed Jerry Duffy's Ambition race suit to take that. Now let's have a little look down. Jerry Duffy, Luca Bukaki, Kyle Kerr, Reggie Duffy, Aidan Donnelly, and the last driver to finish was Luke Jardine. Oliver Ratton failing to finish. Now, early answers in the live chat. Okay, John Myber, jam then cream. What consists? I mean, obviously you got clotted cream, which is thicker, but then jam. I mean, now you get the little packet, like little packs of jam you squeeze on, which is easy to put on there. So okay, jam on cream sounds wrong, said Cross-Eyed Lion. But I don't know what the German thing is for, scone with cream and jam. But there we go. So I would say cream first, but I'm Welsh, so I don't know. Whilst we continue to get to seek the answer to life's questions, let's have a look at some highlights.
Here we go back to the very start of the race, and it's a good run from pole position for the pole sitter Archie Loveridge. Luke McCall slotting there into P2. And Riley Blakemore, knowing that the speed was there from yesterday, that's the moment for Oliver Rattimer. Just ran a touch wide out of the dogleg, and then a lap later, something's gone pop there for Oliver's number 22 Carton, put him out of the race. There was a moment for Luke Jardine running a touch wide through St. John's, side by side between Carl Kerr and the number 14 and the 26 of Elliot Bourke. Elliot Bourke would in the end race through to P6. There was the moment with Carl Carr and Harry Grant.
Yes. Oh, Aidan Donnelly having a bit of a spin there in the background as well. And Edward Rye, he had one off-track moment, then came back through to eventually finish in 7th position. Good battle between Ronnie Jones and Archie Cannon as well, the O plate and the S plate. And but then there was the move from Blakemore, but it was a little bit too late to then close in and try and catch Loveridge. Loveridge is only one of 2 drivers. Loveridge and Cannon are the only 2 drivers in Honda to have scored a British Championship podium beforehand. So the heats are over. Super heats up next after this quick commercial break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Karting Northeast to Warden Law for the opening round of the Rotax and Honda categories. Big thanks to Motorsport UK for their continued support. And if you're looking to get involved in motorsport, do head across to the website to find all the details, including as well the new Motorsport UK Girls Karting Academy. Now, this next week, if you've not heard the news yet, we need you to move quickly because this week at various team sports karting, indoor karting centres across the UK, they've got the first taster days for the Motorsport UK Girls Karting Academy and the launch of the new Charlotte Tilbury Scholarship. So if you have a young driver, a female driver between the ages of 8 and 12, they are eligible for the new Girls Karting Academy. There's sessions running this week during the Easter holidays at Bristol, Crawley, Cambuslang, Coventry, Mitcham, Leeds, Nottingham, Southampton, Manchester, Trafford and Newcastle. For some of those centres, places have already sold out, but there is some availability still out there. So head across to www.team-sport.co.uk to get involved with that. There's a path to go through into the BIKC and potentially some Club 100 racing for 2026 as well. Very exciting times there for the Girls Karting Academy. Back here though at Warden Law, it's superheat time. Junior Rotax is up next. Here we go then, superheat time for the first time in 2025. Junior Rotax kick us off. Let's take you through the grid This determined by the 4 heats that we saw yesterday. Kai Clark on pole position is joined by the O-plate holder Leon Hasty on the front row. Albie Friend and Archie Lovett will start this one from row 2. Charlie Wolfert and Cole Denham will hope for big things from row 3. Ethan Griffiths and Eva Morris go from row 4.
Cian Bernard and Finley Bucks share the row number 5, followed by Jared Fox-Whiteley and Isaac Barker. On row number 7, you have Mate Kopakite from Georgia and John Buchan, and Alfie McBain and Luca Holmes-Ballack.
William Archer and Ewan House start from row 9. Zach Turner and Daniel Hartley complete the top 20 on row 10. Sam Mott and Jack Collinson have things to do from row 11. These are all drivers who need big races in this one to qualify for the final. Thomas Harper and DeJean Bennett go from row 12. Connor Large, Pano Sidiam Moncon from 13. Kieran Stewart, Daniel Minto and Jake Flewitt. End of the game is you've got to be in the top 34 at the end of these super heats. Here is the start of the first of 2, and it's a good start, clean start for everybody through the first couple of corners. Are they all going to make it through? No, they're not all going to make it through the dogleg, and several drivers there, Henry, off in the final third of the field. That could be the end of the weekend for several drivers involved in that first lap incident.
Yeah, everybody who started from 18th place on back in this race currently not qualified. The last driver was safely in is William Archer, and so Hartley, Turner, Collinson, Mott, Harper, Bennett. Oh, and there is
Jack Collinson out.
Jack Collinson, so on home soil, he will not make the main event. The Hartlepool stroke Latvian driver, that is an absolute crying shame. He had a terrible day yesterday. He was going to try and race his way in today, and it has come to an end as Jack Collinson walks off.
So we'll be talking about drivers in the second half of the field and what they can do and try and get their fortunes turned round as Hasty goes down the inside of Friend for P2. But this is what I like about these super heats, Henry. Everybody's got something to race for. Yes, if you're around that 34th cut-off overnight, you've got things to do.
Yep.
But if you're at the front of the field as well, this is a race for pole position in the final, but it's also the stage at which we will start giving championship points out. If Kai Clark can hold on to this lead for Sam Pollitt Racing, he's made the move from KR Sport into the SPR awning with the new chassis as well, the Kart Republic chassis. If Kai Clark can win this race, not only will he take the top spot in this order, he'll be on pole for the final, and he will be the first recipient of 65 championship points this year. Yes,
and but Leon Hasty is sitting there in second place. What a boost for Leon Hasty, winning that O-plate. He looks to the inside. Are we going to go side by side through the Dunlop chicane? No. Kai Clark holds him off. Albie Friend learning the new art of junior Rotax very, very quickly. P3. Charlie Wolfett fourth. Archie Lovett. Finley Buck. Again, Finley Buck doing really well. I mean, he didn't have a great finish at the O-plate, but his dad, Jonathan, said that doesn't matter. You know, we were here to see where we were pace-wise, and we're confident that we have the pace. There is the move. So, Leon Hasty into top spot. And Albie Friend. It doesn't take the top drivers long to learn a new class. Friend into P2. Spoke to Jacob Ashcroft in the Paddock Show last night, and he was saying that, yeah, he wanted to get a good early lead because he knew that drivers that are talented like Albie Friend that are moving up into juniors this year, as we look at the number 233 kart out of the race. That is Kieran Stewart on the Gillard chassis. So Kieran, again, not going to make the main event. But Ashcroft, you know, reigning junior Grand Finals champion, he hasn't got long to try and make that experience count, because it looks like the graduates are already there. And, back out onto the field is Kieran Stewart. And there's a KR Sport kart almost getting their nose wiped for them.
Yeah, I think that was Eva Morris down the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley for P7. So Kieran Stewart rejoins, but is a long way behind and was one of those drivers needing a big move forward in this race simply to qualify for the top 34 through to the final. That is unfortunately not going to happen. What this is doing, though, out on track, it is opening the door for the young driver you just mentioned there, Henry, Jacob Ashcroft. So Jacob Ashcroft is not in this race. He will be in Superheat B, but right now Ashcroft has gone to the top of the league table as there's a moment there. The 232 getting involved. That is Eva Morris, and in fact Eva Morris is out. Eva Morris is out of this race now. Started this one P8.
She should be safe.
She should be okay. Yes, she'll drop down from 16th in the intermediate classification overnight. Should still be in the top 34. Meanwhile, there's almighty scrap going on between Kai Clark and Charlie Wolford. You see Kai Clark there wearing his Team UK awnings that he won here. So he qualified for grand finals here at Warden Law through the Rotax Grand Festival last autumn. So we know that Kai Clark has good pace in this category round this circuit. Charlie Wolford trying to get involved there. Had a difficult day yesterday, did Charlie. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, there's the fight for 5th place. Archie Lovett and Finley Buck. Jared Fox-Whiteley not too far behind.
Oh, Jared Fox-Whiteley was looking like he was making a move. He's made the move, and he passes. He passes Finley Buck, I think that is. For P6, Isaac Barker has just been passed by Cole Denham. Oh, that was the second time I've seen Wolford get very, very aggressive. But again, composes himself, doesn't force the issue when he knows it's not on. Now, John Buchan is 10th. Mate Kopakidze, our Georgian driver, again a grand finalist on a number of occasions. Kopakidze up into P9 behind the closer, Cole Denham. William Archer running 12th. I was speaking to Williams driver coach Ted Bradbury earlier. William hasn't done many laps in a kart. He didn't do the cadets, but his raw speed is impressive. It's now just learning the racecraft. Here comes Finley Buck back, and Finley Buck picks up a position. So the Ultimate R team have come into 2025 looking strong as well.
They have indeed. They had some good pace through free practice earlier on in the weekend. Looking a little bit further down, who's giving us some heroics? Who could potentially be wrestling their way into the top 34? Daniel Minto's giving it a good go. Has gained 13 places up to P15, but having started pretty much at the back, Daniel Minto, I think, needs probably at least a top 10. He needs more positions if he's going to wrestle his way up into that top 34 and through that cut-off after the completion of both of these super heats. Keep an eye on Thomas Harper as well. P17 at the moment, that's a gain of 6. Again, probably needs a bit more. Started this race, P23 is out, is Pano Stienmon-Kong. The driver from Thailand had problems yesterday.
Engine seized yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that will be the end. Well, it will be the end of the weekend for Stienmon-Kong, because he was one of the drivers who was on the outside of the top 34 overnight.
Panu, who came second in this year's Asia International Trophy at the Wera circuit in Thailand earlier this year, narrowly missed out on getting one of the first tickets to the grand finals. He missed out to the Japanese driver who was here at the O-Plate for Dan Holland Racing. I forget his name now, but it'll come back to me. But Panu was second on that day, and so he's a very, very talented driver indeed. Obviously not being able to show his true speed this weekend. I spoke to him this morning. He says it's cold. He said he's not doing the full season. He's over here because it's the Thai version of the equivalent of the Chinese New Year. Right. So it's a week off. He's not in school. And his dad's off work, so he was able to come and travel here to Warden Law. He says the track is far more difficult than his local track in Pattaya, and it's colder and it's bumpier. But he was having a good time.
That's what it's all about. There's your race leader, Leon Hasty. Leon Hasty right now in intermediate classification is sat in 3rd place, so not completely out of the question that Hasty could be on pole for the final, but he would need Kai Clark to fall back through the order and Jacob Ashcroft not to win his respective super heats coming in a moment's time. There are some double points, of course, in these super heats towards the sharp end. So normally we talk about 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's at 0, 4, 6, 8, 10 for these ones. This is a good scrap. This is the 288 of Archie Lovett, the 262 of Cole Denham, and Finley Buck in there as well. Well, that's an unorthodox place to get through, but Cole Denham made it work. Finley Buck's now going to try and have a go at Archie Lovett. Lovett tries to shut the door and pitched up into the front. The front axle up in the air there for Finley Buck. Will not be too happy about that one. Cole Denham's going to scarper away now and surely have 6th place in his hands. He has had a warning flag though as Cole Denham for something a little bit earlier in this race. Meanwhile, further up the order, Kai Clark holding on to P2 right now, which would be enough to give him pole position for the final. He is at the moment at the top of the final intermediate classification with Ashcroft still to run, and Hasty can't do any better than 6 points. In fact, Kai Clark is now closing in on the race leader. Kai Clark is not done here in terms of trying to get this race victory for Sam Pollock Racing. Wolfert has a look down the inside into centre 2, gets the move done. No, he doesn't. Kai Clark comes back. Good racing there from Kai Clark, didn't panic.
It was here at the Rotax Grand Festival that we saw the coming of age. Charlie Wolfert as he was getting more and more aggressive. Now he's going to leave the door open for Albie Friend, and Friend goes through. Wolfert has been teetering on the sort of edge of aggression and over-aggression, and now Albie Friend having to defend into turn number 1. Kai Clark. It was here where we saw the coming of age of Kai Clark, because on the Saturday of the Grand Festival, he was all over the place. He was not happy. He was shouting at his mechanic Joe Beakley on the sideline. He was, in the wrong headspace. Yeah. Sunday, obviously we told about this, and I think Joe had words with him as well, and the team. He was with KR Sport at the time. Sunday, he came out, was completely different, and got the tickets. Went to the Grand Finals, the youngest driver in the junior class at the Grand Final, youngest or second youngest in the entire class, was very intelligent, drove clever, drove smart throughout the race. He's come out fighting here this year in junior. He's still got another year or two of eligibility as a junior, so he's not one of the oldest in the field by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, you just see these young kids, you see them mature and grow up, and a light bulb's flicked on for Kai Clark here in the Grand Festival, and it hasn't gone out. He's still driving with a level of maturity that we didn't see from him at the start of last year.
No, he didn't. It's 20 seconds to go in this one. Leon Hasty, I think, has probably got this Superheat A1 now. He's 1.5 seconds ahead of this battle pack for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, who are going to be engaged with each other. Down the inside goes Clark there, gives Wolfert the move back through Gasworks. So that's Kai Clark back up to 3rd. That'll improve his standing in the final intermediate classification, which at the moment has Ashcroft at the top of it with 4 points. Hasty still there in 2nd on 6, so he's still in a position, Leon Hasty, that if Ashcroft was to not win Superheat B, Hasty would be your top driver in the final intermediate classification, would be top of the championship as well heading into the final, because remember, after these races, this is when we start to see championship points being awarded. Clark defending there from Wolfert. Jared Fox-Whiteley looking for another good result here at Warden Law. We saw him have a very strong run here last year in the British Championships in the middle of the season. There is Leon Hasty. Hasty looks like he's got this one covered. Yep. What a turnaround for Leon Hasty. Had an awful 2024, stuck at it, and is going to be a winner once again in this Superheat for Craft Motorsport, and could well be on pole position for the final. We wait to see what happens in Superheat B in terms of that one, but at least, pending, of course, this being a provisional result, Hasty will be on the front row. He will at least be 2nd for the final. Yeah, just that first win, and I know that sort of the Craft Motorsport team, Lewis Gilbert, Doug Gilbert, Lewis with the Potenza Racing Engines. Oh, hang on a sec, what are we doing there? A few little words of not quite so much wisdom. Now, there's a driver
who I'm so glad that Jack's Motorsport have managed to do the deal and get him out for the full season. Jared Fox-Whiteley, he's a talented young man. And, yeah, again, now they've got the season. Hopefully we'll see him out for the full season. That would be very, very interesting to see what he can do. He could be the sleeper of this championship, as in not the name that everyone springs off when they're looking at potential title contenders, but the name that could be there come season's end.
There is Barker coming in, was P13, will make it through to the Super Heat. Just to look at some of those drivers who are trying to push their way in. As Jack Collinson knows that sadly that's the end of his weekend.
And he's just saying to his dad, Stu, there, I think I've hurt my thumb, but hope that hopefully that he's going to be right and ready for the first Academy race.
Daniel Minto gave that a really, really good go, up 16 places to 12th, but I don't think that's quite going to be enough for Daniel Minto. I hope I'm wrong and that we see the Hunter Motorsport driver in the top 34. We definitely will see this man, Wee Jimmy Jr., Leon Hasty, through, will at least be on the outside of row number 1. Could be on the inside, depending on how results go in Super Heat B. But a very good haul of championship points for Leon Hasty, the O-Plate winner, showing that PFI was not a flash in the pan. Albie Friend, Kai Clark, Charlie Wolford, Jared Fox-Whiteley all in the top 5. Denham, Lovett, Buchan, Archer and Kobachidze all in the top 10, but should note that the technical flag was shown to John Buchan at 11:24. So I think that was either on the last lap, going on to the last lap, or the lap before. So we'll keep monitoring that situation. Cian Bernard at P11, Daniel Minto, biggest mover, up 16 spots to 12th. But I don't think that's going to be enough to turn over the deficit. Daniel Minto started this session, I think, 55th in the intermediate classification, so needed a turnover of probably 20 positions
but not
to make
just
his way
that,
through.
He needed a bunch of drivers in position who were like 30th, 31st, 32nd, and 33rd
to drop
points.
back, yeah.
So, I mean, looking at that grid, so the last driver that was in the start, let's have a little look.
William Archer, wasn't
William
it?
Archer. So William Archer finished. We'll have a little look. We'll look at that. William Archer finishing 9th. Now let's have a look back at the start of this one. And again, Hasty on the outside of the front row, conceding the lead early on to Kai Clark. Albie Friend up into second earlier on. Now this was the end of close of play for Panusti Moncon. Jake Flewitt was also out in that one, and Jack Collinson retiring. Now this is Eva Morris, and we saw that it was at this point a few laps later where Eva was in an incident and basically broke a track rod by the looks of it. Now Albie Friend very strong early on. There is Eva Morris tries to turn and it doesn't. Yes, there was a track rod.
Front left.
Front left. But yeah, now Wolfit was very aggressive. A couple of times going through turn number 1, we were wincing a little bit, but then Wolfit faded and not faded, but then backed out of it when the move wasn't on. But he was aggressive, that MLC Motorsport Kart, finishing 4th on the road. But once Leon Hasty sort of got the lead, that was Wolfit at peak aggression mode at the expense of Kai Clark. Albie Friend showing anything you can do, I can do better. And he picked up the position. But there's Fox-Whiteley at the back of that group. And smart. Didn't get involved.
Nope.
But he did not drop away. So Fox-Whiteley finishing in the same pack as Friend, Kai Clark and Wolfit.
How that leaves the FRC, we'll update you in due course. For now, though, we're going to take a short break and be back with Junior Rotax Super Heat B in a few moments' time.
Welcome back, everybody, to Warden Law. We're ready for Superheat B in Junior Rotax, and we're going to find out who's going to get the first haul of 65 championship points this season in this one. Could it be Jacob Ashcroft? If he wins this race, he will take that full haul of championship points and have pole for the final. Trying to stop him, Ryan Gandor of Canada starts alongside on row 1. Vlad Tomanchuk and Albie Lapper go from row number 2. Noah Barham and the impressive Matteo Palazzo go from row 3. Ellis Bell and Cameron Nelson on row 4.
We have Jensen Chalk and Harry Freeman rounding out the top 10, followed by Riley Cranon, the GP Plate champion, and Louis Radcliffe, followed by Joel Dixon-Cohen, Charlie King, Sebastian Luche, and then Canada's Pierce Wade on the outside of row 8. He's the first driver not automatically qualified for the final.
All of these from here on in need good results. Shane Chandaria and Nat Gray on row 9. Benjamin Baker and Finlay Lines on row 10. Ollie White and Harry Taylor row 11. Henry Cameron and Harry Holland row 12. Zane Quecker and Bella Stansmore Wilson row 13. Joe Yao and Samir Paul complete the 28 runners here for Superheat B. Last opportunity for those outside the top 34 overnight to race through. We are racing for 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a very good start for Jacob Ashcroft. And for those on the pole side of the grid, there is the mid-pack. There's where the action's going to be for drivers trying to keep their weekends running. And oh no, there's 2 drivers off towards the back, similar to what we saw in Superheat A. Already some drivers are seeing their hopes of qualifying through to that final disappearing in a cloud of dust.
And yeah, at the back of the field there, Harry Holland looked like one of those in trouble. Zane Quacker, another driver so fast at the O-plate, out of luck here, and his luck doesn't seem to be getting any better. And hello to Nana Babs, Team Lapper, supporting Albie today. And again, saw Albie in the Paddock Show, and his dad Phil said no penalties in 6 months. Shows a sign of how Albie has matured as a driver. I know Liam Wright, his mechanic, has worked very hard with him as well. And we look at Ashcroft leading Vlad Tomanchuk, who was, again, a learning year last season, now up at the sharp end this season. Now, there was a global karting machine there getting past. That was Riley Cranon, already in 11th, down to 12th, the GP Plate champion. This is not what Riley was hoping for.
No, not at the moment. And Riley should be fine, as there's going to be a change for the lead here. Tomanchuk's down the inside of Ashcroft and has taken the race lead. That is big. That is big if your name is Leon Hasty or Kai Clark.
Yes.
Because once the FIC standing to update for us in a few moments' time now, Ashcroft drops from first position to fourth position, because Tomanchuk's also, with that move, got himself up to P3. That's why I like these super heats, Henry.
Yes.
It keeps things changing. It's an ever-evolving situation. Everybody's got to be on their toes. Less than 10 minutes of this race to go. Just to go back to Riley Cranon, he's P22 overnight in the intermediate classification, so he should be fine. Like a solid race here, he should be fine to get top 34. But he's got to finish. If he had any kind of disaster and fell down to P28 or P27, then he could be in trouble. There he is, the GP plate holder, winner of the IAME Junior X30 O-plate a couple of weeks ago at Whilton Mill. How's Finlay Lines getting on, Henry?
Not very well. Starting this one 18th, so effectively he was 36th in points. There's a lead change. What a move there. That was Ashcroft. And he's brought Noah Barham with him, his teammate, but Lines is going in the wrong direction. He's dropped to 24th position. Other drivers, Harry Taylor, top MiniMax finisher last year, he's up to 19th, but he still isn't looking like he's going to qualify. Shane Chandaria, the Kenyan driver, is pretty much on the bubble at the moment. A couple more places to be good for Shane. Harry Holland is
giving it a really good go.
Giving it a good go as well. And Pierce Wade, who scraped into the main event of the O-plate, looks like the Canadian is going to scrape it again if he stays where he is.
The driver I do think who is turning his weekend around is Benjamin Baker. Benjamin Baker started one row outside of the top 34 drivers and has currently gained 5 spots. So if Benjamin Baker can keep moving forward, you could see the 234 moving from outside the top 34 overnight to getting into the final. 8 minutes of this one to go. Here to move down the inside. It's the 229 of Albi Lapper. Super move there to get past former leader of this race, Vlad Tomanchuk, for P4. Ashcroft and Barham. No, Barham had a very good first heat yesterday, and there was a bit quiet in the second one. Maybe he was just holding back a little bit of energy as the 264 there has a moment through Gasworks.
Yes,
that'll have been Jensen Chalk for MLC.
Jensen Chalk having a moment courtesy of Sebastian Lusch. But I mean, if anything, was Jensen Chalk didn't lose the position, and the only problem that there could have been was a front nose cone brackets on the front of Lusch's cart. Still very aggressive racing through turn number 1, using all the curb, but not anymore. Look at that. That's really good vehicle planning, you know, kart spatial awareness coming through the curb at the exit of the dog leg.
So, as things stand, 7 minutes of this one to go. Ashcroft leads in the Superheat and also leads in the FIC. Leon Hasty not in this race, won the previous one, is still there on 6 points, as is Kai Clark. Albie Friend is up to P4. This is all because other drivers who are in this race are accumulating points through this Superheat. So Ryan Gandor is the second highest driver in this race in the FIC, currently in 5th place. Here's a good scrap. This is the 246 of Ellis Bell. We talked about Coles Racing, we talked about the performance of Harrison Crowther in the seniors as a potential shot for Coles to be back on the podium here today. Keep an eye on the Scottish driver Ellis Bell. Great to have Ellis back in the British paddock. Right now, it's up to P6 for Coles Racing and looking like it's going to be going on the attack.
Yeah, the tiny carter Ellis Bell had a rough time at the Oak Plate. He was fast, but again, the Oak Plate, it's a single one-off event. There's lots of incidents, and unfortunately Ellis is on the receiving end of some of them. Now, we saw earlier Jack Collinson walking, telling his dad, I think I might have hurt my hand a little bit. He's just walked out of the ambulance with his arm completely wrapped up in a sling. And I really hope that that's not going to be an injury that's going to keep him out for too long, because he's got a big season ahead of him in the Nordic Championship, the British Championship, but also representing Latvia in the academy.
I just had a sight there as the drivers came over start-finish. Ellis Bell being overtaken by the 216 of Matteo Palazzo. Ellis Bell has received the warning for blocking, so you'll have seen on the digital display the black and white diagonal flag and then the word blocking. So that's where we're looking into the driving standards. Ellis Bell knows now that he can't defend as hard as he may like, and that's why you see the likes of Cameron Nelson then stepping down the inside, because you cannot afford to get a 5-second penalty in this race. Right now, anyone in that top 10 getting a 5-second penalty would drop them all the way down to probably 24th, 25th place. That could make the difference between maybe not being in the top 34. For these drivers at the front, they're pretty much guaranteed that, but being in the top half of the field, being in those first 6 or 7 rows, having a realistic shot of a podium here today, this is why we've been saying all weekend Junior Rotax, mathematically and physically out on circuit, is going to be the hardest category to get a good result in here this weekend.
And I got to say, there was a good move from Jensen Chalk going into Senna 2. Now, that's the pink, white and sort of purple liveried kart. Is that the George Whitbread racing machine? And the George Whitbread racing machine is Joel Dixon-Cohen, who's having a very good run at the moment. Harry Holland up into 13th position, giving it a really, really good go indeed. It's continued to go horribly wrong for Finley Lines. He is still 24th, and I've got to say, it's not going much better for our GP plate champion and the Junior X30 O plate champion, Riley Cranham, who is stuck down in 16th position.
That's a bit of a surprise to see Cranham down that low in the order. Here's two of the KR Sports runners battling over 5th place. This is Harry Freeman and Vlad Tomenchuk.
Both looking at good positions in the final, but they want more. They've got to remember about the championship points at this stage. Every single driver does score championship points as well. Those who don't get through, aren't in that top 34, will still get championship points of some description for 35th down to the 50-odd runners that we've got in Junior Rotax here this weekend. Harry Holland, if we can find the 277 out there, is giving this an almighty good go.
It's quite easy. He's got the bright orange and green
there we go.
So it won't be hard to find. There he is. He just flashed through the back of our screen. So right there, he's got the white and red Canada racer to Pierce Wade. And there's Harry Holland.
Well, he's
actually toned it down a little bit there. But yeah, he has really come on strong. Is he the top best placed privateer? Yes, he is.
Yeah, it was the fastest privateer in Junior Rotax earlier on in the weekend. The 221 has received a 5-second penalty. That's going to be Henry Cameron, who was outside of the reckoning places anyway, out of the race there. Is that one of the Craft machines? Is that Nathaniel Gray's 214? Yes, it is. So that's not good news there. Holland's situation started this one, I reckon, about 48th in the FIC. Yes, it's a long shot, but not completely impossible. He has just lost a few positions, so has gained 9 now relative to where he started. But if there's one driver out there who's going to give us the heroics, at least on the form book that we're seeing here, keep an eye on that 277.
He needs a top 10 at the very least, I think.
Yep.
I don't think 15th place is going to be enough. Things have settled down quite a bit as we enter the final 90 seconds of this race. Ashcroft leading this battle between the 223 of Barham and the 229 of Napa. Then a trio of KR Sport machines, Gandur, Freeman and Temenchuk. Cameron Nelson, a podium finisher in last year's Grand Finals, behind Jacob Ashcroft, is 7th. And then Jensen Chuck, Matteo Palazzo, who another dark horse for the championship. He was a privateer last year on the occasions that we saw him.
Yep.
And has moved over to KR Sport, was a contender at the O-Plate. Just trying to see the 216. Palazzo, he was third.
Strong in qualifyings as well. I remember him having a very good running in TQ at PF International last year. 40 seconds to go then. Ashcroft in full control. Here's your battle for second place. Noah Barham versus Albi Lapper. Albi Lapper right now would be 6th on the grid for the final. If he can find a way through past Barham here, he would move from the outside to the inside of row number 3, so that would of course convert into championship points as well for Albi Lapper. So there's stuff to fight for here as opposed to just a position out on track.
Pierce Wade has slipped back to 19th position. That could be crucial in whether he needs to get back up a couple of positions. Shane Chandaria was 34th in the intermediate classification coming into this race. He has not moved from 17th on the grid. Now, that's solid. Okay, Harry Holland has passed him, so has Benjamin Baker, but also Chandaria has got ahead of people like Louis Ratcliffe and Pierce Wade, who he was behind in the intermediate classification. But regardless, the Pro Train driver from Kenya is going to be nervous.
Is indeed. We are on the final lap of this one. Jacob Ashcroft is clear and away. The battle for second place is not done. Jacob Ashcroft, there's been smiles in the awning for DHR so far this weekend. They've overcome a difficult timed qualifying. Jacob Ashcroft is going to be on pole position for the final here at Warden Law this afternoon and will take an early championship lead. First position in the final intermediate classification. What a job by Jacob Ashcroft, his father Barry and the whole DHR team. They are going to be the guys to beat in the final later on this afternoon. The grand final champion from 2024 is back on form.
And look at that, the shaking of the head of Riley Cranham as he came in. There is Harry Freeman. And again, Freeman could be quite pleased with P5 in the number 278 kart. Oh, it's just Finley lines. Everything that went right for Finley last year in Waterswift and MiniMax has gone wrong this year. He didn't make the final of the upgrade. He's had terrible luck. It's not been a good transition to junior Rotax.
Yeah, his form in the other half in the X30 competition has been a little bit. It's been good. Yeah. So we'll see what happens with Finley next week as well. But yeah, some struggles in the Rotax categories. No struggles for Jacob Ashcroft though. A very professional performance from Ashcroft. 4 points across the 3 races that we've seen for him so far this weekend. Means he'll be on pole position for the final. We'll take the first complement of 65 championship points from this stage of the weekend. Barham, Lapper, Gandor, Freeman, Tomanchuk, Nelson, Palazzo, Chalk and Ellis Bell in the top 10. Joel Dixon Cohen, good drive there for GWR up to 11th. Sebastian Louche, I think will be good. Yeah, yes, he's moved forward. Was already in the top 34, so Louche will be in the final. Benjamin Baker, bit of a nervous wait now. 13th place might just be enough for Baker to go from the outside to the inside of the top 34. We'll wait and see.
Very, very quickly, sorry, as you were looking at the family sitting out on the grass banking, while you were talking about the girls' karting academy earlier, we did see the banking. Several drivers, the drivers that we saw in the banking were Alfie Ward, Tom Reed, and the driver who was doing the dancing, that was Max Gilman. I was never going to allow him to get away with that without mentioning who he is. Now, there are some, we're going to show the highlights of that race now. In those highlights, there will be some examples of the new defending rule, which has caused a bit of consternation in the live chat. However, I will be, I'll explain, because yes, drivers are allowed to defend. Zane Quecker running off. So, drivers are allowed to defend their position. Because some people are saying, well, they're not allowed to defend anymore. They are. They're only allowed to make one defensive movement. So in the past, you would see drivers go to the inside line. Oh, there's Reese Lomax telling his driver to hurry up. In the past, you would see drivers defend the inside, and then as they get to the corner, swing out wide to get the best apex coming in. That's not allowed. That is classed as 2 defensive maneuvers. So you are allowed to defend, but you aren't allowed to change lines once you have started to defend. And if you want to commit to the inside, then you are there. Now, there's Charlie Wolfett on the left and Logan Rolfe on the right in the Synergy race suit. Now, the Synergy team, that's Luke Christie racing now. A lot of the people behind Synergy, Robert Hanscom and Mike Spencer, they have rebranded into their old original team name, Global Karting. So that's why you're not seeing Synergy Factory karts anymore. Global Karting, they've moved away from the Synergy brand. Same people, same building and everything. But there we go. Well, whilst the drivers wait, you guys back home don't have to wait. Well, you can, but you can watch while you wait an advert.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome back, everybody, to Warden Law. Getting ready for our next Superheat, which is going to be MicroMax UK Race 17 on your schedules here at Karting North East, and another one that we're looking forward to here. This is, of course, the first rung on the Rotax racing ladder within this paddock. A really strong field of drivers to talk about across the course of the next 12 minutes and 1 lap. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Benediktas Masiokas, the O-plate holder, won that a few weeks ago at PF International. Has had a perfect weekend so far. Starts this superheat from pole position. Dian Pahal is alongside on the front row. Charlie Page and Albie J. Stubbs will go from row 2. Albert Farrow and Harris Barber start on row number 3. Barber, it was his birthday yesterday. Also IAME and Dimitar Uzunov are on row 4. Sebastian Crawford in the Origin Motorsport awning this weekend is on row 5 and joined by Strawberry Racing's Ralph Martin. Alfie Garrett had a tough day yesterday. Look out for the number 47 coming through from row 6. Is joined by Ansel Murray. Dax Farrer and Arlo Gamble go from row 7. Chloe McGill and Freddie Walker start on row 8. Ethan Lloyd and Will Wainwright go from row 9. Max Armitz completes the 19 strong field for this one, and this should be a good chance to see these drivers performing at their very, very best. Can Benediktas Masiokas continue this strong form that we've seen across the course of the weekend so far? Are we good for a go? No, we're going to go around again, which is a good opportunity for Henry to rejoin me here in the box. Well, just had a bit of fresh air.
Yes, it's getting colder. It's getting colder, yes. Now, Harris Barber, it was his 10th birthday yesterday. So happy belated birthday to Harris. We would have spoken to him on the Paddock Show, but he had been on the receiving end of some timely words of advice from his driver coach, Mark Baines. Let's see if that has worked for him. Interesting, talking about Mark Baines, he's obviously is guided many drivers. He's now built in his house. He has a media wall in his house. It's draped in blue and white, the colours of Sheffield Wednesday. Oh. But it's all the best swearing that Mark has ever done off camera. We have his wife Mel is been he was great. He goes, oh, got media wall in house. Got media wall in house. And it's, yes. I mean, there's one picture missing, and that's the picture from Jordan's wedding because he didn't get invited. But then again, no one did. There we are. Right, so here we go. Did Harris Barber, that talking to work for Barber? Can anybody stop Benediktas Masiokas? And into the lead, Charlie Page and Dian Pahal, wheel to wheel through turn number 1 for P2. And Masiokas has the advantage at the moment.
So no worry for these drivers about cut-offs and top 34 shenanigans, because they will all make it through. But again, same story as before. The points from yesterday do carry through. There's double points in this one as well that will be combined, and we will be talking about who's getting the first haul of 65 championship points at the end of this race. Right now it would be Masiokas leading this one. Is still on a perfect score of 0 points. See a little move there from Albert Farrow in kart number 42, the younger of the Farrow brothers, who is in another year of MicroMax. Older brother Arthur has moved up to minis. That is good news for us, Henry, because we've no longer got 2 A. Farrows, 1 in 24, 1 in 42 in the same category.
No, exactly.
And both of the same team, of course, as well. End of the first lap, Masiokas, Pahal, Page, Farrow, Stubbs is your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Steady first lap there, Henry.
Yeah, now the last time, I mean, that package that Masiokas is driving for the SFR Motorsport team, I believe that it used to be Kian Bernard's MicroMax kit, which is why which is why it is somewhat tasty. Charlie Page up into P2 now. This I can confirm this. If Charlie wins the final, Mummy Page is going to dye her hair the same green as his go-kart.
Fantastic.
Which is excellent. I mean, there's dedication to the cause. Got a little bit of work to do, though. Masiokas is not looking like he's in any danger of slowing down. Now, Page and Pahal need to work together, and they are. Dian closing in and pushing Charlie Page through Brian's Bend, now out around the dog leg, But Dean does need to get that Richardson chassis engineering kart, you know, a bit closer to the rear bumper of Page and to push. Now, where is Harris Barber? The answer is P7. Behind Dimitar Uzanov.
It's good speed at the moment for the top 7. They're all in the mid 57 point somethings. There's a little look from Uzanov, but isn't close enough to go for the move on LBJ Stubbs. We saw these two drivers racing each other, of course, at Whilton Mill a couple of weeks ago in the IAME O-Plate. 9 minutes of this one to go. Masiokas continues to lead. Would have pole position, of course, for the final. Pahal still holding a spot on the front row, though, with that 2-point advantage in the FIC over Page.
Oh, at the background there, the 77. That's Otto Amy for Coles Racing. Spinning onto the grass, getting going again. I haven't seen Tom Smith International here this weekend, mind you. I haven't seen many people this weekend, only got here this morning. Well, no, that's not true. But now, there's the battle in front of Harris Barber. Uzanov, Ralph Martin and Dimitar Uzanov have both been at both O-Plates. So has LBJ Stubbs. LBJ won the Water Swift Restricted O-Plate. There he is in the number 99 Sam Pollock Racing kart. Okay, Harris Barber's made a move. He's passed somebody, so, you know, Mark can put the baseball bat away. Harris, your kneecaps are safe for the time being. Only joking, Mark would never use a baseball bat. You know, nunchucks. On the top of the gallery there, Nathan Rawlings from SFR Motorsport. Watch is on as Masiokas leading by half a second. Page and Pahal driving sensibly together as they come out. And they had that incident at the start of the O-Plate final. And they had actually an instant in practice this morning where Dean went for a move on the first lap of practice that forced Page onto the dirt. So now realising, okay, I need to work with the number 33, but you know something, that privateer entry, Charlie Page, is closing in, and he's closing in without the help of any slipstream. What a drive this would be for Page. Hasn't had a podium yet in the British Championship, 7th in the 2022 Bambino standings. He was a runner-up in last year's MicroMax O-Plate, but there's a bit of racing out in the UAE in the winter. This is now where Page is closing in. This is good from Charlie Page. His driver coach, Matt Scheuer, watches on as we come into St John's and now through the Senna S. Still got plenty of time to go.
What's that sound I hear? Is it the hair dye being prepared for Charlie's mum?
It's a final.
Oh, is it a final? Oh, it's a final at the deal. Well, it's still being prepared in this
I
race.
think you heard the beep from Boots as it went through the checkouts. It's there. It's there in the bathroom at the moment, on the shelf. Long way to go before we have to uncork or take the cellophane wrapper off yet.
6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Got a proper race on here in MicroMax for the first time this weekend. Masiokas' pace is, well, so far been leading him to victory gaps of more than a couple of seconds, but Charlie Page pushing on here. He's right on the rear bumper. There's a battle going on. Is that Harris Barber? No, it's Ralph Martin this time, and the other Strawberry Racing machine going down the inside. That'll be Martin back up into the top 10. Chloe McGill, you can see there in the number 18, is having a decent race. Has gained 2 places for SFR Motorsports, is now in 13th. Ethan Lloyd just behind in another one of the RCEs, is up 3 places to 14th. Out of Senna 2, this is the group from 8th place downwards. Alfie Garrett's had another decent run here. Henry has gained 3 spots so far. Yeah,
Garrett for the MLC Motorsport team in kart number 47. He was 6th in the O-Plate. Uzanov, Ralph Martin, last year's Might E Bambino champion in the number 32 kart. He's top 5 in both the MicroMax and the Water Swift Restricted O-Plate. Again, has made the adjustment into internal combustion power very well indeed. Now, we talked about Harris Barber. Well, he's ahead of Faro and he's ahead of Uzanov. So, the coaching has worked. And a lot of these times, you know, some of the drivers, they get a little bit afraid of making a move. There's two different types of drivers in micro. Those that will go for any gap, whether there's one there or not, and those that are a bit more tentative because they don't want to, get it wrong. Usinov to the inside, runs wide, and Pharaoh gets it back. Oh, now Usinov's nose cone got interlocked in the gap between the rear bumper and the rear tyre of Pharaoh's kart there, and that has cost them a lot of ground. What it means is that Harris Barber now has a clear run at Dian Pahal III. Usinov makes his way past Pharaoh this time, gets the move done for the Jason Dredge team, JPD UK. And is Usinov, what chassis he's on? Oh, he's on a CKR. He's on the competitive kart race.
Not again.
Not again. I need to speak to Mr. CRG and get that changed. I gotta say,
we've got to do something better than that.
Yes.
3 3/4 minutes of this race to go. Here's your battle for the lead. Masiokas still ahead of Charlie Page. Masiokas responded to this pace from Page with the fastest lap of the superheat so far, but it's pretty much being matched, as you can visibly see. Charlie Page is not dropping off the back here. Just under 3.5 minutes to go. That's another fastest lap of the superheat so far for Masiokas. 56.47 seconds. The gap is just over half a second. Usinov confirmed as through and past Albert Pharaoh for P5.
And Harris Barber is into P3, past Dian Pahal. So Barber on a run. Now he's not going to catch the top two. I think that is 3 minutes to go, 3 seconds. The question is, Dian Pahal, he started very quickly. He's going backwards. Will he have enough time left to hold off Usinov and Pharaoh, who run 5th and 6th? Stubbs is 7th, Garrett 8th. Then it's Sebastian Crawford in 9th, Dax Farah in 10th. Spoke to Dax on the Paddock Show last night, the driver who on the Saturday of the Old Plate broke his hand and didn't tell anybody because he wanted to race on Sunday, and he knew if he told mum and dad that I broke my hand, they would say, no. Instead of going to PF tomorrow, we're going to go to the hospital. But he didn't, so he toughed it out. Now, we've had lessons in attack from Harris Barber. What has Mark Baines told him about defending? That is the next question, because he now has to defend, because Pahal, he's been passed, but he's not dropping away.
The good news, though, for Harris Barber is, in a way, for Dian Pahal, there's not much to be gained in the FIC, because Pahal, yes, is tied points now with Page, but Pahal would have the tiebreaker for the final, but that's not the Dian Pahal way. Pahal does one thing, and that is overtake. Pahal back down the inside, retakes second on the road. Third on the road.
Third on the road. I have an official bit of karting memory duty.
Okay.
So, can I please, Kim Friel, happy birthday from Harry Friel for the other day, and from Darcy the Sausage Dog. So, happy birthday, Kim Friel. My official karting mum duty for the morning is over. Thank you very much. Is complete, yes. Carry on, go-karting.
Go-karting, 1 minute 15 to go. This battle for third is not done yet. Harris Barber is not dropping off the back of Dian Pahal. Just have a little check over the shoulder to see that Dimitar Usinov isn't a million miles away. Usinov's finishing strongly here. He's got some good pace, 56.68 last time around. Is Harris Barber going to have a go into Gasworks? There's a little tap on the helmet to say, let's think about this. Here goes Barber. That's lovely stuff down the inside. Hasn't overcooked it on the exit of Gasworks Bend. Barber back up to P3.
Karting tutorial 1 for Barber. Tick. Now.
2 laps to go then. Masiokas still leading from Page. And here comes Dian Pahal. So once again, the ownership of third place changes. So Dian Pahal back into the top 3. This doesn't really change things, just to remind, in terms of intermediate classification, unless Usinov was to get involved, because Usinov's got some points to find. Pahal goes defensive into the Senna S, makes a strong move there. Page still in 4th place. Keep an eye on Albert Pharaoh as well. Albert Pharaoh's not out of the equation for this third place. Back at the front of the order, Masioka still just keeping that gap. This has been very good race management from Masiokas. Charlie Page hasn't really had a big opportunity to slam it down the inside. Charlie Page, if he can find a way through, would get up onto the front row of the grid for the final. Pahal and Page currently tied on 12 points, and here goes Page down the inside.
Ooh,
takes the lead.
Yes.
Beautiful running there from Charlie Page. Now leads in the superheat, and we're on the final lap.
And this is not something that Benedictus Masiokas has had to deal a lot with this season. Having to attack because Benedictus, there's the move! Oh, up and over the back of Page. Masiokas on the grass. He's got far enough advantage of a third place. That's it, deal done. Charlie Page will win the superheat. Masiokas, he's been so far in front of everybody that, yeah, he has it. And Barber is back in front of both Pahal and Uzanov. So Harris Barber will take third. Who's going to take fourth? That's going to be between Uzanov, Pahal, Uzanov and Pahal, but Charlie Page. Okay, the hair dye is in the bathroom, and I think possibly we can just unwrap the cellophane from it as Charlie Page has won the superheat.
By 1.14 seconds, Benedictus Masiokas' second place is more than enough to hold on to the lead in the final intermediate classification. So Masiokas will be on pole for the final and receive 65 championship points for the first time this season. Page will be alongside on that front row. Good stuff as well from Barber, Pahal, Farrow, Uzanov, Garrett and Crawford all in the top 8.
Yes, I have to apologise to our German listeners. Darcy the sausage dog, obviously that's the British slang phrase for it. Darcy is obviously a dachshund or a dachel, but it's a dachshund. It's that likes barking at commentators. Okay, there's Ralph Martin looking at, he fell back to 12th place in that one, as you're looking back there, that the number 21 kart on your screen, Will Wainwright, along with Ralph Martin, one of the only two drivers in the field to have ever stood on the podium at the British Championship. And of course, the Bambinos, they have their Motorsport UK British Championships, but as part of another series. That's part of the Karting Championship. But he's a Motorsport UK champion, is Ralph Martin. Will Wainwright, he's going to win in the second place. Will's victory came at Whilton Mill. Ralph Martin, he had a runner-up finish in the Mighty Bambino Championship last year here at Warden Law. But there he is, Page, Masiokas, Barber, Pahal and Farrow, your top 5. Usanov, Garrett, Crawford, Dax Farah and Albie J. Stubbs. The rest of the top 10, Ansel Murray, Ralph Martin, Chloe McGill, Ethan Lloyd, Freddie Walker, Arlo Gamble, and after his spin, Otto Amy, he finishes 17th, with Will Wainwright 18th. Max Arnott either didn't start, I don't believe.
Yeah, didn't take the start.
Didn't take the start. So here, let's have a look back at the highlights as Masiokas loses his undefeated start to the season. Now, Pahal, aggressive on the opening lap, going around the outside of Page to grab second, as Albert Farrow slotting into fourth early on. Now, that's the number 16 kart that we're looking at. That would be the Origin Motorsport kart of Sebastian Crawford. There's Otto Amy getting all agricultural. Origin Motorsport, they got their first podium in the UK, courtesy of Super Ted. At the O plate, was that top? Was he on the podium at the O plate?
I think so.
I think there was Usanov getting locked into the rear bumper of Farrow. Origin, they took their first race victory out in Abu Dhabi last weekend, and this is the first time I've seen an Origin MicroMax car. But Pahal and Barber, well, that Mark Baines on his media wall back home, he can put lots of bits of footage of all Harris Barber's overtaking in that race, but there was the most significant overtake of them all. Page taking the lead, Masiokas comes back at him, rides up over Page's rear bumper and has to make do with second position.
But still gets the full 65 championship points, so plenty of reasons to be pleased for Benedictus Masiokas and SFR Motorsport. We will see that MicroMax Final later on this afternoon. It will be 1 moment caller at 2:50 local time here at Warden Law. More superheats to come though, more after this. And that more will be MiniMax 950 Superheat A. So we're back into a situation where we've got more than 34 drivers in the field. Not all of them will qualify for the final. Let's see how they do. At the very front of things, Emerson McAndrew starts on pole position. Max Jolly, one of the home favourites, alongside on that front row. Alfie Mayer and Josh Cormack go from row number 2. They'll be ahead of Austin Gibson and Arthur Farrow on row 3. Logan Rolfe and Ryan White, they go from row 4.
White, obviously a former Honda Cadet British champion. Sebastian Behrman and Elijah West are next. Joshua Cook, reigning MicroMax Grand Finals champion, and the dancing man himself, Max Gilman. Then it's Theo Bradshaw, George Swire, Aidan Hammond and Soren Gallagher. And the rest of your top 20 as they come to the start will be Jensen Walker, followed by James Roots, Achille Giannone and SB Rosie. Once again, Fraser Anderson not out there, so I would have to assume sadly that Fraser has withdrawn from the meeting. So 34 spots available on the main event grid, 41 entries. Now make that now 40 because Joshua Griffin had to withdraw with an injury. If we've lost Fraser Anderson as well, that puts us down to 40. So only 6 drivers are going to miss out. Let's see what happens.
It's a good start for Emerson McAndrew. Had to resist the pressure of Max Jolly in the early stages of this race. He's done so very, very well indeed. Quite a bit of field spread in the top 10 in the early stages of this race. So it's been a fast start for the leaders. Let's count them through at the end of lap 1. Remember, it's a situation for Emerson McAndrew of win. Results will be taken of first in the FIC, 65 championship points, and of course pole position in the final. That's how things are standing right now. Max Jolly P2 in this race. Josh Cormack up 1 to 3rd. Austin Gibson and Sebastian Behrman are up positions as well, but Theo Bradshaw's been one of the brightest starters in this race, up 7 places. Theo Bradshaw in kart number 145 is up to P6.
Now, do you know what I love about this sport is that you're always getting new people watching and tuning in. They're seeing go-karting for the first time. And there are 2 youngsters watching back home, I would imagine in the Northampton-ish area, Reese and Ella. You're watching karting for the very first time. Now, they're obviously watching it to see all the amazing driving, but you know why they're really watching?
Go on.
It's because their Uncle James is the producer. So Reese and Ella, every time that you see the cameras change and and things like that, that's James pressing buttons. He says it's important, but I mean, it's just pressing buttons, really.
It's just pressing buttons, it's easy. 9 minutes and 45 seconds of this race to go. Those drivers who moved up the order, the big part of it was because Alfie Mayer did not have a good start as Arthur Farrow finds a way through past Sebastian Behrman, he was overtaking there through the Dunlop chicane. Meanwhile, towards the front, Austin Gibson past Josh Cormack. Austin Gibson nicely coming into play, I feel, here. Henry is in the colours of Sam Pollitt Racing. I'm interested to note that we've got a bit of a almost like a driver trading exchange program going in multiple directions between SPR and Fusion Motorsports.
It's funny that, and that driver exchange sort of program happened just after Sam Pollock Racing went on to the Kart Republic chassis, which also happens to be the wagons used by Fusion.
Oh, yes.
Strange that, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it's great for us. We're seeing more and more drivers doing, more and more classes. Which, of course, Austin Gibson, a former British champion in the Water Swift restricted category. Now, we're looking at Behrman picking up another position there, and there was a bit of elbowing that was behind. That was Logan Rolfe and Theo Bradshaw running each other a little bit wide. Okay, the important bits in terms of who's going to make the main event or not. Well, Max Gilman, he has dropped down to 19th position. He will probably just make it in. Esme Rosie, she is in danger. So is Achille Giannone and Jensen Walker. They are the 3 drivers in this race. And again, it's not going to be 3 drivers in this race and 3 drivers the next race who don't qualify. It's going to be the, whoever is, on combined points, 35th, 36th, 37th, 38th, 39th and 40th. Because we know that Fraser Anderson will be 41st, and that was the 41 entries. There is a move by the number 124 kart of Arthur Farrow. So, I have to say, Theo Bradshaw gets a 5-second in-race penalty in the number 145 machine. I did see him and Logan Rolfe both running very, very wide out of a corner. Maybe that had something to do with it.
Because of how close it is at the moment, that would drop Bradshaw all the way down to 19th place at the moment as Behrman finds a way through there in the blue and green helmet. Meanwhile, back towards the front of the order, this is the fight for 3rd place. Gibson, Cormac, Alfie Mayer. What a job Alfie Mayer's done here. Was down, 12, 13 positions at the end of the first lap. Is now back up to 4th place. This is a tremendous run for Alfie Mayer.
Okay, Theo Bradshaw, that penalty could carry a little bit more significance than just the 5 seconds in this race. He came in to this race 25th in the standings. He'll drop to 19th place overall. It will drop him, significantly, it'll drop him behind James Roots, Aidan Hammond, George Swire, and also Soren Gallagher, who were all just in front and just behind him in the point standings. There's a move. Gibson to the head of the train now. Well, the head of the 3rd place train. Mayer now slots into 4th place at the expense of Josh Cormac.
We saw a move from Ryan White a few moments ago past James Roots for 10th place. Alfie Mayer catches a big slide there, running down the hill through Gasworks. That's good kart control to recover there. Keep an eye on Joshua Cook as well, one of the graduates from the MicroMax category in 2024, was the O-Plate winner in MicroMax. In 2024 was the moment there as Farrow's out of the race, but I think there was a moment as well for Sebastian Behrman along the pit straight. Gibson still holding on to 3rd place ahead of Mayer and Cormac. McAndrew and Jolly have disappeared up the road. They've got nearly 5.5, nearly 6 seconds clear of this pack. The 150 of Aidan Hammond is the latest driver to get a report from race control. Plus 5-second penalty for Aidan Hammond, which would drop the 150 from 12th down to 19th as things stand. Yellow flags are out through
Josh Cormac,
that part of the corner, and that is a moment that we don't like to see for Josh Cormac.
I'm very sorry, just got to say it. There was a blatant yellow flag out. Josh Cormac going for the passing move there. Now, they're looking over their shoulder. Did I see a Battenberg flag? No, just yellow
just a waving, the digital form of a waving yellow flag.
And of course, Aidan Hammond's penalty will put him back behind Theo Bradshaw for the Luke Christie racing team. Bradshaw also has a penalty, so that isn't good for Aidan Hammond, the global karting entrant. Now, to go back to the defending, drivers are allowed to defend more than once over the course of a lap, over the course of a race. It's just a case of there's the yellow flag that just goes in now. So, yeah, drivers can defend the entire 12 minutes provided they only make one defensive manoeuvre per straight. You know, they can just drive around the inside, the white lines, if they want to. It'll be very frustrating for everyone behind them, and it's not always the best way to do it. But yeah, that's fine.
The exact wording,
okay.
I'm reading this word for word.
Right, okay.
A driver who consistently places their kart on a line that is not that recognised as the racing line, or by consistently placing their kart in an unnatural position on the approach or entry phase of the corner. That's what can lead to. And if anyone wants an example of, well, it means you can't defend. Yes, you can. Look at what Lewis Gilbert did yesterday in the senior Rotax.
Right now.
You know, and got a warning for it, and then went back to going on the racing line and actually used the tactics very, very well. 3 1/4 minutes of this race to go. Austin Gibson holding on to third place here. Josh Cormack trying to get around the outside, but he's going to just lose that crucial bit of grip that he needs through Gasworks as the track just drops away that little bit of topography. It's off his mare.
Oh,
Alfie
no.
Mare is out of this race. Will still make it through to the final, but Alfie Mare's roller coaster race ends in him being stuck. I think that was through sector number 3, and now down in 18th place. We've still got 2 3/4 minutes of this race to go. We've not seen too much of Mackenzie Uren and Jolly, but they're still up towards the front. Arthur Farrow is under investigation. That's not too much of a story, though, because sadly we've already seen Farrow out of this one, but we should note that on our race control messages. James Roots has had a good drive here, Henry, up 10 places to 8th place. Where did James start? That's going to be James racing through.
Cormac tried again. And sorry, Andrew. This time Austin Gibson went, you know what, I've had enough of that. I just ran Josh wide on the outside there because Josh was trying to do the Slim Shady, and Austin was like, not on my watch. I mean, if Slim Shadies are a great highlight reel moment, but, and I'll use this, you know, like in basketball, if you're the driver that is being passed, you know, that's like, in basketball terms, that's like being put on a poster.
Yeah.
And if you know, I mean, you get put on a poster because when someone dunks in basketball, that's a poster shot. And if you're the person that's standing in the rim that's being dunked on, you're being put on a poster. So being the driver on the inside line when someone does an outside, round the outside, or as we call it, a Slim Shady, yeah, you don't want to be that. And Austin Gibson went, no, you ain't putting me on no poster, son. And he just made sure that Josh was not in a position to come back at him. Now we go back to the two leaders, Mackenzie Uren and Jolly. Emerson, who was, where did Emerson finish? No, he was 5th in last year's Rotax Grand Finals. Of course, he won the 2023 British MicroMax Championship. Max Jolly hasn't actually had a British Championship podium yet.
Not one in a final result. He finished P1 on the road at Lark Hall last year, but then had a disqualification.
Okay, so that's fair enough. But officially, he's been on track a podium. Now, here's the number 137, Sebastian Behrman. He's up and down the order, always involved in a tussle. And right, here we go. The 152, Gibson. Even though Gibson's now moved to the head of this queue, the gap is still growing and growing and growing. Now, having a look at the 145, I've got to say, Theo Bradshaw, look at Theo's driving style. He's giving it plenty of euro there. That's the opposite, the headlock, so giving it plenty of euro for Bradshaw in that Luke Christie kart. Now, Cormac has snuck back into the 5th place of the road, the 3rd in line. He's the 1st of the KR Sport karts, the 2nd of those KR Sport karts. Josh Cook then just gets eased wide and loses a position to Ryan White for the Hunter Motorsports team.
Ryan White, who was the Honda Cadet champion, I think took the Honda Cadet champion 2 years ago at this very circuit at the end of the 2023 season. There was a move there by the 182 of George Swire. So that's going to have George Swire up into the top 10. Meanwhile, final lap, and the battle is on. Emerson Mackenzie Uren, if he can hold on to this lead, will be on pole position for the final. If he loses out to Max Jolly, though, it's going to open the door for Jolly's teammate Edward Haynes, who will race in Superheat B. Can Emerson Mackenzie Uren hold on for another maximum haul of British Kart Championships points. It would be 65 championship points if you can hold on to this lead into Gasworks, down the middle seam of the tarmac there. That's good positioning from Macandrew Uren. Max Jolly trying to use every bit of local knowledge that he's got here at this circuit, but it's not quite going to be enough on this occasion. Emerson Macandrew Uren continues this brilliant weekend for Dan Holland Racing. Takes the win in Superheat A, and there's a moment there between Joshua Cook and was that George Swire in the 182? Was the 121 of James Roots? They come over the line 7th and 8th, but Macandrew Uren wins it. That is a perfect score through the 2 rounds of heats and that Superheat. He is the favourite before this weekend. It's going to be close across the course of the MiniMax campaign, but if M's going to be champion this year, he's not going to win it this weekend, of course, because we're only at the start of the season. But I do think this is a really key one for him to get the ground running and maximise the points opportunity. Yes, because, you know, he's the... Everyone was saying last year, oh, Emerson's coming back this year, he's bound to win it. Yeah. Now, that puts a lot of pressure on you. So, you know, you just... A good start eases that pressure. You know, it's a long season. It's a long season, but again, that... You know, all the talk about drivers coming into the championship, about the biggest field ever, you know, that could only add to the pressure that a youngster would feel. But Emerson doing a really good job. Now, there's Mr. Farrow trudging back to the pits. The intermediate classification, as things stand, well, Emerson Macandrew Uren stays perfect, stays undefeated. Edward Haynes, who is going to go into in the second race, the race coming up, second at the moment. Really, I mean, realistically, I mean, unless Haynes has a shocker, the front row of the grid for the main event is set as we look down. Yeah, Macandrew Uren, Max Jolly, Gibson, Bradshaw, Cormac, Ryan White. You were correct. He did seal the Honda Cadet Championship here with a victory. So Ryan has won here at Warden Law before. Further down, now here are the drivers. Some of them are going to be nervous. Farrow, Mayer and Rolf should all be okay. But Max Gilman picking up top position. There's going to be a few nervous faces there. Only 6 are going to miss out. I would think SB Rosie, Jensen, Walker are the most at risk. Maybe even Aidan Hammond. There's the Dancing Queen, Max Gill. Dancing King, sorry. No, that's the Wasp brand. Okay. Waxworm. Don't know what that is.
Surfboards.
Here, possibly.
Could be surfboard. Surfboard.
I'm from Sheffield. We don't do any surfing.
Well, no. It's we'll have a little look. Oh no, there's Let's have a look back then at the highlights of Superheat A in MiniMax. Wow, that was the closest that anybody saw of Jolly and Macandrew Uren. Max Jolly there, defending into the dogleg. Already, early stages, the top 2 had cleared off, and the battle was on for 3rd position. Cormac at the thick of the action, as always, the Falkirk Tyre and MOT sponsored driver.
Yeah, it's a good run from those out there at the sharp end of the field. Alfie Mayer coming back through the order. That was Arthur Farrow down the inside of Sebastian Behrman. Sebastian Behrman, another one of the drivers moving up from last year's MicroMax ranks. And, well, that was the moment for Sebastian Behrman. We kind of half caught it on the live pictures, but that was a good recovery.
Yellow flag. I think. Now, the 145 and the 175, Theo Bradshaw and Joshua Cook also passed the driver that Josh Cormac was getting away. Oh, there was the incident with Alfie Mayer. We didn't see that in the in-race coverage, but of course, the camera crews here are able to give you these highlights, you know, from multiple different angles. We don't need multiple angle replays. Ooh. Are we saving them?
I think we are.
I think we are. Oh, multiple angle. Who doesn't love a multiple angle?
That was the close finish for Josh Cook and James Roots that in the end, at least on our timing screen, should stress results are provisional, of course. James Roots ahead of Joshua Cook for 7th place. We will see, well, more of MiniMax 950 Superheat B coming right up after this.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Time for the second half of the MiniMax 950 field to get into Super Heats action. Let's take you through the running order for this one. Edward Haynes will be on pole position. Riley Murrow alongside on the front row. Tom Reed and Lucian Smith start this one from row 2. They're ahead of Austin Oman and Oliver Spencer on row 3. Harry Williams starts on row 4 with Leo Livings. Row 5, Maria Roberto and Max Wheatley. Row 6, Sebastian Clark and Benjamin Lord. Luke Millward and Harry Radcliffe starts on row 7. They're ahead of Nelson Taylor and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer on row 8. James Devereaux had a tough start to the weekend, is on row 9 alongside Maximilian Abrahart, who had a DQ yesterday in one of the heats. Christian Sanguinetti of Canada starts alongside the UAE's Alfie Ward. That is the completion of your 20-strong grid for this one. So, Mikander UN in the clubhouse on 0 points, locked in, has got pole for the final. If Edward Haynes can hold on to this one, 2 points is currently his score. He could be on the front row for the final alongside the DHR driver. Here we go then, 3 wide as they run through the first bend. 12 minutes plus 1 lap for all of these drivers to navigate. There was a slow start, I think, for possibly one of the MLC Motorsport drivers towards the back of the field. But in the breadth of this pack, looking pretty good right now. All drivers through the first couple of corners. Towards and through the Dunlop chicane. Have we had a change for the lead? Yes, we have. Riley Murrow has got ahead of Edward Haynes there. Riley Murrow, who does have a chance here of getting onto the front row of the grid for the final himself. If Riley Murrow can go down the road, win this race, and Edward Haynes go a little bit further back, and not too many places further back, it would switch things for second place in the final intermediate classification. Right now it's still Haynes' position, but only on the tiebreaker scenario of timed qualifying performance earlier on in the weekend. So it's Murrow from Haynes, Reed. Austin Oman's had a good start. He's up to P4. Harry Williams, who won the Water Swift title of the O Plate a few weeks ago, is having another bright run. Another one of the drivers stepping into Sam Pollitt Racing for this weekend is challenging his teammate Austin Oman for 4th.
Yeah, and Harry Williams, who of course won Alpha Live's Race of the Week. And there's a coming together, a meeting of the minds, mid-corner, the 112 of Max Wheatley, and I think that was the 144 of Lucian Smith. Of course, Lucian has got good memories of this, of Warden Law. He won the Grand Festival. He won his ticket to the Grand Finals here last time. Now, interesting. Let's look at Tom Reed, the farmer, in P3. Has just won the Rotax Euro Trophy Winter Series, a 2-round championship. Sometimes that championship win, that first big win, really, changes a driver's whole, attitude towards racing. They go from thinking they can do it to knowing they can do it. And Reed, who has moved, he left Strawberry to move across to SFR this year, overtaking. We go back to the Mark Baines media wall of overtaking. It was here last year that, Harris Barber getting the rollicking yesterday from Frag. Last year here it was Tom Reed getting the rollicking from Frag for not being aggressive and not overtaking when he had the opportunity to. Let's see if he can still hear the echoes of Frag in his ears. Overtake! Overtake! What you doing? Overtake! Sorry, that was one of Matt Bain's impressions. That was quite good, wasn't it?
That was quite good. Quite good indeed. 9 minutes of this one to go. Who's making good progress? Harry Radcliffe's making good progress. That's great to see. If you remember back to early this morning, Harry Radcliffe had quite the incident down at Senna 1, has gained 7 places so far in this race. So just to be in this race is a really good piece of news for Harry Radcliffe. But moving forward for P7, here's a change for the lead as Tom Reed goes down the inside. Murrow holds on to the lead, but Reed has wrestled his way through to P2. Haynes is going to have another go, and there's Oliver Spencer. Oliver Spencer, who has started the heat to the back of the field as Haynes steps down the inside, retakes second place away from Tom Reed. But this is where we're going to see, surely for the first time this weekend in race trim, Henry, the speed of Spencer. From my sources down in scrutineering, it was a substance not expected in the clutch drum. That was the reason for the technical non-conformity and the DQ on Saturday afternoon. And
that is an oft-found issue in scrutineering. Again, cleaning the clutch drum, and there's bits of grease left in it, which is a no-no. New leader Riley Murrow repassing Edward Haynes up there. Now, looking back down the order, one driver who needs a good result to get into the main event is the young Canadian Christian Sanguinetti. Now, he is down in 19th place at the moment. Wondering if we've still got 7 minutes to go in this race, wondering if we could possibly find young Christian out there. He's, there's second place changing hands, Spencer up to P2. Sanguinetti, he's just at the tail, he's just coming out into the Senna S's now in kart number 120. So, we'll see the back end of there he is. He's got his Team Canada race suit on. So he qualified for the Grand Finals last year. His family up in Canada, and Christian's already got his ticket to the Grand Finals this year. They race a TB kart in Canada and the USA. How do they transport their kart, would you imagine?
Ooh, back of a trailer?
They put it in their luggage. No, they do. So what Christian's dad does, and he did this to come from Toronto down to Florida, and back, they strip the kart, they put the bodywork, the engine, all in carry-on bags. Yeah. You know, the kart is completely bare, and they put it in one of the big cardboard boxes that the bikes go in. So you go, you see it all the time. You go to watch the. So we've got a battle of the leads here. Hang on a second, I'll finish the Sanguinetti story in a minute. Murrow continues to lead, but no, they put the go-kart completely stripped, just the frame, into a cardboard box. When they go to check in, it's a bike. Oh, it doesn't matter. So in it goes into the hold, and then what they do, they get out of the plane. They've got their engine, they've got their tools, they've got their other spare parts, the wheels and everything in another suitcase. And they then get to an airport, they go to the nearest U-Haul, to get a truck, and then they go and work on their car. There's a good move there as Murrow fends off Spencer again. Spencer, though, this time gets his elbows out going into the dog leg and takes the lead. But so Christian Sanguinetti and his family, and his dad says that we got it down to a T. We know what we're doing. We know where everything goes. So they literally take their karts on the plane with them, back and forth across the USA. Hire a U-Haul. At the Winter Trophy in Florida earlier this year, they had an Airbnb for 2 weeks. So the driveway of that Airbnb became the workshop for the week. And they said, that's how we want to go racing. We're going to do that this way. We'll be self-sufficient. But that's probably the only driver in the world to put their kart as luggage.
There we go. So changes in this one. Apologies for the hiccup with timing. There we go. Oliver Spencer is your race leader. As through into second place goes Austin Oman. So great response here for Austin Oman. Tom Reed a touch on the grass there, out of the dogleg corner. But Austin Oman, last time we saw Oman in competition in the British Kart Championships, in the championship proper, was, of course, when he just narrowly missed out by 1 point on the MicroMax title last year. But this is what we're talking about on the build-up show on Friday. To keep an eye on these graduates as down the inside of Riley Murrow goes Edward Haynes for P3. The likes of Omen, the likes of your Luke Millwards as well, your Joshua Cooks.
Yep.
Are they going to be winning races outright straight away? Maybe, but probably not.
No.
But give them a weekend, not even a full weekend, you're going to start to see them gaining confidence and growing into this category, like we saw with Emerson McAndrew and others last year in MiniMax 950, and Austin Oman showing that he's still got the speed with Sam Pollitt Racing to put in some really strong results here.
The likes of McAndrew, Uren, Haynes, Spencer, Cormac and Reed, they need to make hay while the sun shines, so to speak.
Yep.
They need to get big points on the board early before the graduates find their feet fully. Now, the jump from micro to mini isn't that great, same size chassis. So they're dealing with the same dimensions of the kart around you. You know, it's when you move up into the big karts that the jump from mini to junior is a lot greater because simply the kart is bigger as well. So moves that, we saw it happen at the old plate. A move that would have worked in mini didn't work in junior because the rear end is just that little bit wider.
Move down the inside there by Haynes up to second place in this race. Haynes is holding on and now more than holding on to second place in the FIC as well. So that will drop Haynes from 8 points to 4. That move, as long as he can hold on to second place, of course. Remember, it's a double points for those in the top 6. So 0, 4, 8, 10, 12. Sorry, 0, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Get the maths right, Andrew.
Yeah.
And then it's 1 point from there on in down the order. There has been a warning, though, to the number 7 of Edward Haynes. Oliver Spencer, though, has got this race very much in control. 1.2 seconds clear of the rest of the field with 2 minutes to go.
Now, a 5-second in-race penalty goes out to Leo Living, so the stewards will give the penalty. They will instruct Ian Rogers at motorsport-timing.co.uk. There he is, and he will apply the penalty to the timing and score. You can see Yaz Manchester there as well, Ian's assistant for the weekend. So that's where the timing and scoring building is. And Ian will be applying the penalty as the race continues. Now, it won't come up it won't appear on the timing screens live as you watch it. And of course, we watch Ian at work. You can see the drivers at work in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. So you're not missing a moment of the action here. James Fitzhugh can still direct and produce the program. Reese and Ellie, he can still press his buttons. As we watch Ian. Okay, there we go. And you can see Ian has just pressed a button and a warning flag has shot up for number 183. That would be
Alfie Ward.
It would be Alfie Ward, and pretty soon on your screen, once Ian has tapped that into his master system, you will see coming up on our screen there from Race Control, number 183. So that is how the back end of this whole championship works. You've got cameras everywhere, stewards, timekeeping, and there is that's the process that goes on before you see it on your screens.
Just a warning flag at the moment for Alfie Ward. It has been a good race for Alfie, up 9 places, and Alfie is on the outside of the top 34 before going into this phase of the round. So there's still a hope here that Alfie Ward will be in the final despite a difficult weekend so far. Less than 15 seconds to go then. 2 more laps. Here is the scrap towards the front of the field involving Harry Radcliffe, who had that scary flip earlier today.
Yep.
I think he's had a lid change, hasn't he? Because that's not a purple and white lid that we normally see Harry in. That's probably been confiscated by the tech scrutineers for obvious reasons. Ward down the inside of Clark takes P10, so that's another position for Ward. That's another point off of his scorecard going in the right direction, Henry.
Yes, indeed. The MLC Motorsport driver now looking to the inside, but and he's looking a bit closer to the inside there, but Harry Ratcliffe defends sternly. Austin Oman, a 5-second penalty for Austin Oman. Oh dear, now the stewards would have seen that. Oh, they're wheel to wheel coming out and think, oh, oh my word. The two teammates could not get any closer than that. And, well, Oman having to battle now. He's just dropped behind Riley Murrow again, but he's got a 5-second penalty. That's going to cost Austin big time. Austin, a podium finisher at the Grand Finals last year. His dad, Tristram, was also a podium finisher at the Grand Finals. Oh, no, and that's even worse. That is the number 163 as well, Harry Williams. So the Sam Pollitt Racing, the one advantage of having lots of drivers is that you know you're getting successful. The bad part of having lots of drivers is that there's more chance of them crashing into each other. There is your winner, Oliver Spencer. From last on the grid, Oliver Spencer will start the main event P5 provisionally. What an achievement for young Oliver Spencer. Edward Haynes comes home in second. Looking there, some of the eyes. Let's have a look. Oh, someone's not wonderfully happy with the last
That's
lap.
Harry
there.
Radcliffe, who dropped to 14th place on the last lap, was up P9. So I think Harry will still be okay to make it through to the final, because he will have been 28th in the intermediate classification, and he's not dropped too far. So I hope for Harry's sake that he'll be okay in that one. But a bit of drama to wrap things up there for MiniMax 950.
And there's a look at last year's MicroMax British champion, Luke Millwood, with his Team UK race suit on. Of course, he didn't get the result he wanted at Sarno, but he put it on pole for the final against the best MicroMax racers in the world. And that's what he has to remember. Is it me, or has Luke had a bit of a growth spurt?
Oh, he had. Several of them have had a growth spurt in this
I saw him a couple of weeks
Paddock.
ago. Saw him a couple of weeks ago, and he's got a new business selling nuts and bolts for go-karts.
Very good.
Yeah, but there is Oliver Spencer with the victory over Haynes Murrow. Max Abrahart, a solid
really good
performance
drive
there. Coles Racing again. Abrahart, Travis Perkins back to driver. Tom Reed, Leo Livings. Leo is not wonderfully well, or has he had a bit of a knock and he's fighting
he had
through the pain barrier?
It's either on Friday afternoon or Saturday morning. Apologies to the Livings family, I can't exactly remember. But I did note Leo giving the medics a visit earlier on in the weekend.
Oh, okay.
So he's been given clearance, obviously, to race, and is safe to race, but isn't at 100%, is Leo. But I've seen him do this before. I saw him race a season a couple of years ago where he broke his arm at Clay Pigeon. Had to obviously sit the weekend out, but then was back in 4 weeks later, and is a proper little trooper. Is Leo Livings. So racing there in the 177. Where did Leo come? P6. So yes, he'll be comfortably through into the final for Chaos Sport.
Now let's have a little look at the race highlights. And it was a good start from Haynes. You can see Spencer keeping it on the outside there. That's a risky strategy, because if anybody on the inside, collect each other, you've got nowhere to go but the grass. But he survives there. So early battles. Murrow to the lead. That is where Lucian Smith and the Luke Christie Racing kart of number 112 Max Wheatley came together. Spencer took his time and picked off the leaders one by one. He was only fourth here. It was a good three-kart battle. This is the best part of it, where Reed got to the inside and almost took the lead, but that gave Spencer the opportunity. There was a few elbows being used there as Spencer took the lead. Now, down the order, Tom Reed eventually finished fifth, but he faded quite a lot and had to fight his way back up, because we did lose a couple in the, lose a couple there. This is the start of Sam Pollitt Racing's Nightmare Lap. Murrow and Oman scraping tyres going through turn one, and this is where it got worse. That was Harry Williams in the number 163, who eventually finishes 13th in that one. Oman 7th. Now here we go. So here, as we look at some of the youngsters, Albie Lapper on the right, Charlie Wolfett in the MLC outfit, Max Jolly there, and the Milky Bar Kid in the middle. While you look at that, Milky Bar Kids. Well, speaking of adverts, let's go through some now.
Time to step things up a notch. It's Superheat A for Senior Rotax here at Warden Law. Let's take you through the running order for this one. Two of these Superheats to come, of course. Lewis Gilbert starts on pole position as Harry Bartle, last year's junior champion for company, on the front row. Joshua Graham and Kai Hunter form up a heavyweights row number 2. Cian Geraghty and Lewis Goff, he's another who's had a growth spurt, they're on row number 3. Matty Hinchley and Joshua Turnbull go from row 4.
We have Brandon Truman and Henry Gregory rounding out the top 10, following Matthew Higgins and Pearson Bullock Carter. Then Adam Wooden and Luke Bates, Jack Baker and Hugh Moulton.
That's your 8th row of the grid. Deacon Russell and Rachel Robertson go from row 9. These are drivers who need big results in this one to qualify for the final. Miles Roby and Louis Merica form row 10. Jack Gillingham completes the 21 runners here in Senior Rotax for Superheat A. There will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the drivers to decide this one. For Lewis Gilbert, very simple scenario. If he wins this race, he'll secure pole position for the final later on today and 65 championship points. 12 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. Solid start for the seniors. Good start for Gilbert. Bartle trying to hold round the outside to make sure that Joshua Graham doesn't take second place. Kai Hunter, beautiful cutback there from Kai Hunter. Nips past Graham for P3. Bartle on the attack. Gilbert shuts the door in the face of the graduating Bartle, this junior champion from last year. There's a bit of a ruckus involving Joshua Turnbull going on a little bit further back in the pack, but it's Gilbert leading. Bartle still with Strawberry Racing, of course, there in P2, and Kai Hunter, who's had a quiet weekend so far on his home circuit. Could this be the time where the O-Plate winner, the 4-time Senior Rotax O-Plate champion, took that title a few weeks ago? Is this the point at where we start to see him coming forward? He's there in 3rd place and he's got good pace over these longer races.
Yeah, the Diamond of Dalry, Lewis Gilbert. His exact words to Harry Bartle were there, "You're no coming through here, laddie." And now he may have to defend again. Speaking of craft, I've just sampled one of the chocolate brownies that Kraft Douglas Smith provided for us. Yes.
They're good?
Wow, they are good. You know, if you're needing a mid-race sugar boost, that wins.
And a resistance of the commentary curse, of course.
And that would win hands down. Yes, very good baking skills. That is the best piece of in paddock baking that we've received up here in the commentary box since Matthew Jeff Hall made, Ethan Jeff Hall's dad made brownies. The only reason I'm getting Ethan's not racing karts anymore is his dad. I mean, I have said to Ethan, I said, when you come, please tell your dad, bring baking goods for the commentary box.
Rub it off to whoever he's training for the weekend.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I'll eat them, so Ethan, the racing driver, doesn't have to. Okay, back to the action. Gilbert sliding a little bit wide through the centre S's. In the background, someone's wheel-to-wheel rubbing as well. That is number 353. That would be Hugh Moulton. getting his elbows out and moving forward. Luke Bates has dropped down the order, the Jack's Motorsport driver. Jack Gillingham has moved up a little bit. Rachel Robertson has moved up. Rachel Robertson, of Wera Tools supported driver in Radicals, yes.
Yeah, that's a good opportunity there. Harry Bartle, new fastest lap of the race, 50.46, is keeping Lewis Gilbert honest at the moment. Matthew Higgins is on the move. We saw him have a very close moment with Lewis Goff a few moments ago. The GP plate holder, who had a retirement in the first heat yesterday. That's why Higgins is starting a little bit further down the order. He's up 4 places so far in this race. This is a good scrap. This is Joshua Graham ahead of Cian Geraghty. Cian Geraghty, who wasn't planning at the start of the year to give the Rotax Championship a full go, but he is now back in the familiar surroundings of Strawberry Racing. The Geraghty Motorsport team that he and his dad Nigel have been running, that's not been completely shut down.
It's just been
parked and put on the sidelines for the moment. Geraghty's giving this one a good old go. New fastest lap of the race from Higgins, Matty Higgins, 50.10. Keep an eye on the Welshman there to come through the field. Knows how to battle, knows how to score points well. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Gilbert, Bartle and Hunter, and you could just feel Kai Hunter starting to wind it up. As I said, he was very quiet through the heats. He was down in 6th, 7th, 8th. It's like, what's going on here with Kai Hunter? This is what we're not used to, particularly around this part of the world. Now he's back. Now he's starting to show the pace and the reasons why at the start of the weekend a lot of people had him as one of the favourites.
In addition to feeling the presence of Kai Hunter approaching, I think some of the drivers might start to be feeling a few spots of rain, because some very dark clouds have just arrived and are sitting ominously over this circuit. Now we'll check the lap times. Joshua Graham, there they are, and it's got very cold here all of a sudden. Very cold indeed. There is a good move from Matty Hingley. Great to see Matty back in the championship full time. First time since 2022 that he's done a full season, although Matty Hingley, believe it or not, even though he's a former British Junior Championship runner-up in Rotax, he hasn't won a race. In fact, he hasn't been on the podium since 2020, the season finale at Whilton Mill, the event that was held 3 days before Christmas because of COVID. So Matty and Ben, that's a 5-year podium drought as Joshua Graham passes the O-Plate, Kai Hunter, and now Hunter under attack from Higgins.
Joshua Graham, who had a very good run in this championship last year, the driver based down in Kent. Here goes Matty Higgins. Well, all of a sudden for Kai Hunter, he's going the wrong way. Thought that this was the turning point for his weekend. He's now finding himself down in 5th place. He's just been overtaken by his former teammate, good friend Matty Higgins, who's up to P4 now. Higgins checks over his shoulder, assesses the situation, sees that Hunter's right there on his rear bump, and then there's a bit of a gap back to Matty Hingley. Who else is coming through the field? Who's looking like they might be at least rescuing their chances of getting through into the final? Hugh Moulton, who was 31st going into this phase, is securing his spot, has gained 5 places. That's what you need to do. If you're on the inside of the cutoff, you need to still go forward. You can't rest on your laurels and sit back and think, oh, I'll just defend this. You've got to give yourself a little bit of breathing space, and that's exactly what Hugh Moulton has done for Coles Racing. And you never know, in the longer finals, his teammate up towards the front, Harrison Crowther's still nicely positioned in the FIC, which we'll give you an update on in a few moments' time.
Yes.
Another Coles Racing car being somewhere on the grid in that final could be key.
Positive. There is Luke Hughes and Doug Gilbert for the Craft Motorsport team watching on. Now, a couple of questions. So first things first, we've got Ron Lynn wishing good luck to Lewis Goff from everyone at Alchemy Car Care, Lewis's sponsors. Lewis was the first British driver to qualify for this year's Rotax Grand Finals.
Yep.
What a podium finisher in juniors last year. Good move, Matt Higgins. Podium finisher last year in the juniors at Sarno. Won the Rotax Winter Trophy in Florida to get his tickets to the Grand Finals this year. He's the first member of Team UK. Also, together we stand asking what happened to Lizzie Mentier. Well, nothing. She's not in this race. This is only half the junior Rotax, the senior Rotax entry. This is Superheat A. Lizzie will go in Superheat B. And she will start P5 in that race. But Lewis Gilbert, I think when the pressure was on yesterday, he drove defensively. And Matthew Higgins in the Paddock Show said, yeah, it was frustrating as heck. But hey, if he was in the same position with the same equipment, that's what Matt would have done.
What impressed me with how Lewis played it out, and you know, we sometimes talk about the dark arts, don't we?
Oh,
but no, you know, he used defensive manoeuvres that, yes, did result in race control coming in and towing. Lewis, this is a warning. Please refrain from this style of racing. Which he did. He then broke away and then started, when we were talking about the recognised racing line, he went back to, right, I'm going to run this hot lap after hot lap after hot lap. But what impressed me about how he used the tactics, you know, we see this at the very top of motorsport. We see this in Formula One. Whether it's right or wrong, that's why we like to debate that. That's why we like to talk about motorsport. What Lewis had done, though, is he'd backed the field up, and he meant that they were all going to start fighting amongst themselves, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. And he just broke away. It was a very, very nice play of things. As meanwhile, battle for second place. Matthew Higgins is definitely still in with a shout of winning this round. Has got through into second place now past Harry Bartle. Joshua Graham still there as well, P4. This is looking good for the GP plate winner from last summer.
Now, I mean, Lewis Gilbert, he's got 4 wins in the British Championship. 2 of them have come here at Warden Law. The other 2 have come at our next stop on the Rotax calendar, Dunkerswell. So the calendar this year has worked out very, very nicely for Lewis Gilbert. So I think what he'll be thinking is, okay, you know I can get round here, I know I can get round Dunks, and then we've got Larkhall, which is his home territory.
Should know how to
get around there. How to get round there before the final 2 rounds, which are Whilton Mill and PFI.
Which everybody knows how to get around there.
Everybody knows. But so there he's thinking, right, make my stand in the first 3 rounds, because obviously that's where my advantage is in terms of, you know, how previous form nonetheless. Matthew Higgins joking about with him last night. He hasn't won a race in the British Championship since 2020, where he won at Clay Pigeon and Whilton Mill as a junior. He obviously didn't race a full season last year, but yeah, he's got 8 second places and 3 third places. And Matt Higgins said he wasn't thinking about it. He's fibbing. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. I'm fully expecting, if he does overturn that statistic this weekend, I'm fully expecting him to remind me of it when I interview him, if I interview him. But here we go. Here's the battle for 3rd place now, as Joshua Graham, who got a ticket to the DD2 class in the Grand Finals at Sarno here last year. But he's chasing Harry Bartle. Bartle, you know, seamless transition. Junior to senior, fantastic.
So, 1 minute to go. Battle for the win in this superheat isn't done either. Just a very quick update on the FIC before this all kicks off. Gilbert's still leading it, of course, on 2 points, but Harrison Crowther, who's not in this race, is only 1 point behind Gilbert. So if Higgins could find a way through, that would change who's at the top of the league table. Guy Cunnington currently 3rd, also not in this one. Harry Bartle 4th on 9. West and Veach 12 and 14. Graham at the moment 7th place, 18 points, and Mentier on 21. So basically anyone who's moved up at the moment, this is because they've not raced yet. Yes. So it's key for the likes of Bartle and Graham that they hold position and they gain position as well where they can. We've got 2 more laps of this one to go. Gilbert at the moment just holding Higgins at
Yes.
quarter of a second. Has Higgins got any more speed to push up to Gilbert and get within striking distance? He's not quite there yet. Time has expired. Change for 11th place. Just to report, Hugh Moulton has got past Henry Gregory.
Does Matthew Higgins even want to try and pass Lewis Gilbert and show and play his cards a little too early?
Very good point.
A quick hello to Natalie Palmtoffer, head of Rotax PR, who's watching the live stream. Hi to Natalie. And of course, Natalie is, when we go out to the grand finals, Natalie's in charge of the media and in charge of what the Rotax grand finals coverage, which is provided by Alpha Live, looks like. Now, okay, Higgins, final lap. Does he show his hand now or does he wait? Well, he'll probably in for a penny, in for a pound, he says. I may as well have a little go. And Lewis Gilbert, so he's now tested the waters. He saw Lewis's defending yesterday. Now he's looking again at Lewis's defensive strategies, and he's thinking, okay, well, how does he defend this corner? Oh, and he almost had a little nibble at the inside there. Oh, and look how much this has brought Bartle and Graham and Hingley back into play.
Has indeed. Defensive down the inside goes Lewis Gilbert. He's not had to do as much defending in this super heat as he did in the second set of heats yesterday. Can Gilbert get off the final corner? Can he secure 65 championship points at pole position for the final? Yes, he can. Craft Motorsport are on top of things in senior Rotax after the super heats. Yes, there is still one of them to come, but nobody who's on the grid for Super Heat B will be able to wrestle away P1 from Lewis Gilbert, as Rachel Robertson has had a problem on the last lap, and that will be the end of her weekend. She will not qualify through to the final. That is a real shame. Gilbert wins, Higgins P2, and I would imagine once things shake out with Super Heat B's scoring, I would imagine that Higgins is going to be probably around the third, maybe fourth row of the grid for that final. Bartle, Graham and Hingley in the top 5.
But you know who could be the recipient of Rachel Robertson's bad fortune? Her teammate, Jack Gillingham, who moves up to 17th, I think. Now, I have a problem, ladies and gentlemen, and here it is. It's quite a severe problem. Thank you to Motorsport Magpie, David, for bringing this to my attention. Are we ready? We're going to go into some highlights now. There are 500 people currently watching the Alpha live stream.
Thank you very much for tuning in.
And 300 people currently watching the Karting UK stream. Now, that's 800 people overall. Yep. Motorsport Magpie has just piped up and said that the live coverage on Alpha's only got 75 likes. So this is what we're going to do, because I'm getting upset now, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't pressed the like button on the kart, so there's 300 people. I want to check back in 3 minutes' time and see 300 likes on the Karting UK feed. And I want to check back the Alpha live feed in a few minutes' time and see 500 likes. And if I don't, I am going to be very, very, very cross with all of you. There we are.
He'll be more cross than he is at Nissan. Anyway, moving on.
I can't believe it's a Renault. Oh! Can't believe it's a Renault.
More senior Rotax coming right up.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome back to Warden Law, Karting North East, where we're getting ready on this finals Sunday. Henry.
A Paddock Show pooch in the background, the spaniel. Could that be Harrison Crowther's spaniel? I
Could be.
I think that Harrison is that the Crowther family spaniel. Our young Honda driver there was nonplussed by it.
No.
And Dad hadn't taken it. Oh, I know what
It comes with age.
Dad was looking at his phone where there she is. Yeah, that is Puppy Crowther. That is, I can't remember the name. Bella Crowther? No, someone can remind me. Well, she's sitting down to watch Harrison go out in this next race. Mikey Walker. Now, his usual O-Plate fan club, that's Archie Walker, I do apologise. Haven't had the Mikey Walker fan club on the live stream with about 97 million comments. That'll be coming in. Now, while we play the sting for this next race, I'm going to go and check the YouTube likes figures on both channels, and if they're not up, I'm going to be cross.
Here we go then, second Super Heat for Senior Rotax. Super Heat B lines up like this. Harrison Crowther, Guy Cunnington start on the front row of the grid. Jack West and Kai Veach go from row number 2. Lizzie Mentier did have a 10-second penalty in her last heat, so drops her down to the third row for this one, is joined by Jack Lilly. Archie Walker has had very good race pace so far this weekend, is joined by Charlie Cox on row number 4. Ewan Sharman and Mikey Walker go from row 5. William Antrobus, who had a strong result here in juniors last year, is joined by Reg Hayward on row number 6. Freddie Ingram, Teddy Pritchard Williams go from row 7. Joshua Withcombe and Charlie Smith on row 8. William Pemble is last of those with a top 34 spot going into this one. He's joined by Tyler Harris on row number 9. Marcus King and Neil Clark have work to do from row 10. 20 runners in this one. Super Heat B. Henry, how are we looking on the likes front?
94.
Oh, come on.
Now Andrew's cross.
I'm more cross than I was after the football yesterday. Anyway, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. We are lights out. We are racing once again here at Warden Lawn. It's a good start for Harrison Crowther from pole position. Guy Cunnington's going to lose a few places there. Got hung out to dry by those on the inside line. Good switch back from Cunnington to at least, I think, regain P4. So we know that Lewis Gilbert has got pole position for the final of P1 in the FIC. I think that was William Antrobus in his borrowed lid from Will Archer this weekend. Well, that was a bit of a rough moment for one of the top drivers in the junior category last year, but at the front, Harrison Crowther. Perfect start for Coles and looking to build this lead, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Crowther, Cunnington, West, Veach, Mentier in that order. Well, where is Lizzie as we cross the line? In fact, she's moved up into third place ahead of Cunnington and ahead of Jack Lilly. Now, who's that? That KR Sport car going backwards. The 375 of Kai Veach. The Veach family crest on the back of Kai's helmet. They're not helping him too much in this one. Teddy Pritchard Williams are also moving up. Mikey Walker into 10th position. Pritchard Williams in 11th. There's a Colt. That's a Reg Hayward. It's hard to believe that Reg Hayward is 15. He is taller than me, and I'm 6 foot. 5'11", and I'm starting to shrink in my head. But no, Reg Hayward is 50. He's got Darrell Henderson running him this way. But you can see there, and if you have a look at the back of Reg's race suit, because you can see when he sits down, obviously it's pulled down because he's outgrown his race suit. So you can see the back of his, the back of his neck there, and of course it's not going to be very comfortable for him. But Reg was always, had to have no graphics kits in juniors and minis because he was always over the weight limit because he's so tall. Now, let's have a look. It's Crowther. And Crowther and Jack West have escaped a little bit into the... Yes, because the third place... No, let's have a look. This is the number 342 going through the Dunlop chicane. But if you have a look there, well, in fact, Crowther is escaping from West, who is escaping from Cunnington. So it's not a two-cover. Oh, Pritchard Williams That's as close as you want to be. Oh, and sending William Archer sideways there over the curb, coming out of, sorry, that was Ewan Charman.
He got you.
Ewan Charman in the 3-4-2 getting sideways.
I say Will Archer is in. I think he's going into business of loaning his kit out to other drivers in the paddock. This well, we've seen Charman racing that suit before. I say his helmet's with William Antrobus this weekend. Anyway, back to the racing. 9 minutes to go in this one. Guy Cunnington has just set the fastest lap of the race so far, so maybe things aren't done yet for Crowther and West. They're not going to have everything their own way. Plus 5 second penalty has come out for the number 4, Teddy Pritchard Williams. Plus 5 seconds, that's going to drop him, well, as things stand, from 10th all the way down to 20th. That is a worry for Super Ted, because Super Ted overnight, P28 in the intermediate classification. That is the danger zone. If you have a bad result in a superheat, you can easily slip outside the top 34. And
he had a problem in his last heat race this morning, if you remember. That wasn't great either. So this is danger time now for Super Ted. His sister Molly is watching from back home, wishing him luck. And, you know, it's trying times for the Origin Motorsport team. You know, they're new. They got some great people working as part of the squad. But again, it's putting the pieces together into a cohesive unit. Guy Cunnington, same issues with, you know, the Guy Cunnington racing team as they've grown. Obviously, they've grown. Guy's always running at the front. And now some of the other team members, they're also getting closer and closer to the front as well.
That's a super move by Guy Cunnington.
It was,
He made it look simple. That one, but then came all the way from Hartlepool. That was a mighty send from the former British champion. Gets him up to P2. There is lots to race for Guy Cunnington in this race, because right now in the final intermediate classification, and again, I'll reiterate, this is where we start to see championship points being awarded. Cunnington right now is P4 on 10 points. 1 point behind Harry Bartle. So if Cunnington can get up the road, catch Crowther and overtake, that would translate into championship points and a move to the inside of row number 2. Not a bad place to start a final.
Yes, and you know, Guy Cunnington, the inaugural Motorsport UK senior Rotax champion, he won 5 races that year in 2019. Hasn't won a final since. Plenty of podiums, you know. He's got, you know, in total 14 British Championship podiums in the last few years. But the last one was at PFI last year, but not a win since that. That's no 6 years. They're getting on for 6 years ago for Guy Cunnington. That was the year that he came second at the Rotax Grand Finals. Now, the battle going through the Dunlop chicane, the number 332. That is the Jax Motorsport liveried kart of Mikey Walker. Mikey Walker, who is trying to battle his way past America's, well, he's just in front of Team America's Charlie Smith. Spoke to Charlie again from Orange County, California. And Charlie's, he learned a bit last year, putting it into practice this year. The 391 is Archie Walker. Archie defending against Lizzie Mentier. So this is 5th place on back. And Mentier to the inside. No. Oh, and outbreaks up a little bit there. Now she'll have to defend from Charlie Cox. As there's Mikey Walker, the Jax kart there. And Charlie Cox runs out of room. And there goes the 375 of Kai Beach. He then runs wide. And who takes advantage? It is the Hunter Motorsport kart of... Or is it Jack Lilly, sorry, in the Sam Pollitt Racing livery kart? They're looking a bit similar to my ancient eyes.
5 1/4 minutes of this one to go. I mean, Archie Walker has still gone forward in this race, but I'm a little bit perplexed as to where the race pace has gone for Archie Walker.
He was one of the drivers that I was thinking is going to be a title contender this year. So, I mean, maybe it's just a slightly off weekend. But this is the type of weekend when the package isn't great, that the best drivers make the absolute most out of it. If I've got a 5th place go-kart, I'm finishing 5th. Sometimes with drivers, when they got a 5th place go-kart, they try too much and they end up finishing 15th.
12th.
Yes, yeah. So, whatever this... now, battle is on at the front because Cunnington and West and Lilly have all caught Harrison Crowther. And they've caught him very, very quickly, which makes me think, has something gone wrong with the setup of that Coles kart? 4 minutes to go. Oh, this is going to be a long 4 minutes for Harrison Crowther.
And I just wonder as well, it's still dry, good conditions here at Warden Law, but it has continued to cloud over.
Yes.
The air temperature has dropped. Is this a bit of a tyre pressures thing where if, we've had good, strong, sunny conditions through all of this weekend so far, and a lot of the private testing in the lead up to this? Has Crowther just fallen out of the operating window? Cunnington's down the inside. This is for the race lead, and through goes Guy Cunnington. Jack West trying to find a path through into second place now. Guy Cunnington will come round the final corner with just over 3.5 minutes of this one to go. This will move him up the FIC as well to P2, not P3. It'll move him onto the front row of the grid for the final. Crowther will drop to the inside of row number 2. And I've just spotted something, Henry. It's only one, but is that a raindrop on our commentary box window? It's not going to be anywhere near enough to affect tyre choices, but is there a little bit of unforecast weather? It's very difficult to forecast the weather here at Karting Northeast because we're so close to the sea.
Yep.
But it's just feels like the clouds are getting a little bit more ominous, Henry.
Is the weather starting to roll in from the North Sea here at Karting Northeast? The wind has picked up. It's colder now than it was when we got here at 8:30 this morning. And that could have had a bearing. Now let's look at the lap times. Well, last time around, a 50.54 for Cunnington, compared to his best lap of the race so far at a 50.27. 50.61 for Crowther. So the leaders have all dropped off by 0.3 of a second.
I may be reading too much into this, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm just going to note that the fastest kart on circuit right now is a Hunter Motorsport kart of a 50.04. Ewan Charman clearly has still got a bit of performance in his wagon.
You mean the Hunter Motorsport team run by Reese Hunter, son of circuit owner Matty Hunter, who are based here at the circuit, that have driven in every single temperature, weather condition and ambient temperature, that would know better than any other team here how to set the karts up for cold conditions. That Hunter Motorsport.
Yeah, them.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's good.
90 seconds or just more than that to go in this one. Still not decided. Guy Cunnington starting to edge away from Harrison Crowther now. Jack West still there in third place. Jack Lilly in fourth. Jack Lilly, who of course has moved to Sam Pollitt Racing on board the Kart Republic. Don't be tricked by the brand of race suits that he's got on for this weekend. West feels the need to defend into Gasworks. That's going to bring Lizzie Mentier back into play as well. She's still there in fifth place and on for some decent points and a good starting position in the final as things stand. Just to come back to that FIC, Gilbert, Cunnington, Crowther, Bartle, Graham, West, Hunter and now Lilly is the order of the top 8. That's how they would form for the final if nothing else changes in the remaining time on the clock. Teddy Pritchard-Williams has just got past Kai Veach. That's for 9th place on the road. Remember that the number 4 seed from last year has a +5 time penalty. At the moment, that would drop Teddy down to P17, as here is a go from Lilly. Didn't quite work there on Jack West, who takes a huge amount of curb through the Dunlop chicane as Crowther's coming back round the outside of Guy Cunnington. Can he make that work? They're still side by side. Wow. You do not see many. Oh, he didn't make it work, but that's the closest we've seen to a Slim Shady through Gasworks so far this weekend. That'll have caught the former champion's attention, Henry.
Yes, and in the classic words of that meme, Guy Cunnington saying, "One does not simply try to pass me around the outside." But again, Harrison Crowther, what's he got to lose? In 2019, Harrison Crowther was a cadet, and Guy Cunnington was a senior Rotax champion. You know, now they're on circuit for the very first time together. You know, so what? Harrison, okay, he's he's had a rough season last year. Even he was speaking to his mum and saying, look, you've got to just calm down a little bit. Calm down, don't be too aggressive, because the big boys and girls will not stand for it. And again, so he's tried, he's been smart, and the clock has struck 0. Now we'll see what Harrison can do in trying to win a superheat, which in turn could give him a share of a points lead in a British Championship. Let's have a look. Cunnington won't put a wheel wrong, that's for certain. He knows every trick in the playbook, but he doesn't know if Harrison Crowther's read the playbook. Certainly not in seniors.
Out of centre 1 through centre 2. Guy Cunnington is just trying to back it up now. He's trying to almost do the defence in numbers tactic. It's got him a bit of a gap as they head up to Gasworks for the last time in this one. Doesn't need to go too defensive, just down the middle of the road. Menzies having a go at Lilly for P4. Guy Cunnington looking for that race victory in the final. Later on, he will start from the outside of row number 1, because Guy Cunnington takes Superheat B by 0.2 of a second ahead of Harrison Crowther. Jack West, a very solid result there. P3 will be on row 3 for the final on the outside of it, alongside Joshua Graham. Jack Lilly P4, Lizzie Mentier P5, Archie Walker battles through to a P6 in that one, ahead of Ewan Charman, Mikey Williams, Teddy Pritchard Williams and Freddie Ingram. All of those drivers will be through. There is Reg Haywood.
Yes, the man mounted at he is Reg Haywood, just about squeezing into his go-kart. Let's look down the order. Haywood finishing down in 19th position. So Marcus King, 20th. I would say that is going to be debatable. Tyler Harris, MLC Motorsport, 18th. He is in trouble. Josh Withcombe as well, 17th. That could be a problem. William Pemble moves up 1 place. So William Pemble possibly squeezes in, but
the driver, I think, who's saved themselves, and we should give credit for, just appeared on the screen there. 12th place for Neo Clark. Started this phase P40, so needed to gain 6 places in the FIC, and then within this race gained 8 spots. That might be enough for like a 32nd, 33rd on the grid.
I think so.
For the final, and of course these results are provisional, but we'll see if Neo Clark has made it through to the final. But if you're just joining us, close your ears now if you don't want any spoilers. But the final intermediate classification and the grid for the final looks currently like this. Gilbert and Cunnington on the front row, Crowther and Bartle row 2, Graham and West row 3, Hunter and Lilly row 4. Let's have a look at some highlights from that second of the super heats for the seniors. This was the start. Harrison Crowther leading, and Guy Cunnington in a spot of bother in these early stages. Had to be patient through this first phase. That was William Antrobus running wide out of St John's. But Guy Cunnington fighting back through the field. There was Teddy Pritchard Williams having a close moment with Ewan Charman, who nearly lost it on the curb. That was another moment, this time involving the 369 of Freddie Ingram. So Freddie Ingram very lucky there not to pick up any significant damage and would recover to P10.
Yes, now in the middle of the battle pack, as it were, this was the Archie Walker defence of what turned out to be 6th position. But again, Cunnington smooth at the inside. But at this point, you know, he had a healthy advantage. Crowther didn't start defending from West, although he was helped by that move between West and Lilly that delayed them both and brought Lizzie Mentier back into the P. But here was the attempt at the Slim Shady, and Guy Cunnington went, no, not on my watch. And Harrison Crowther thinks, okay, yeah, right, okay. Yep, lesson learnt there. And coming into the end of the race, there is the Ewan Charm with his visor up, and that means we have just one superheat to go. It's for Honda Cadet, but it comes up after this next commercial break.
Last super heat in this part of the early afternoon here at Warden Law. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties for you today. Honda Cadet GX200 is our final super heat for this part of the first round of these Rear Tools British Kart Championships. And we'll take you through the grid in a few moments' time. Before then, we have a look at some of the looks of concentration on the eyes of the drivers. Great to have a field of 17 Honda Cadets with us here this weekend, and it's felt like a return, Henry, to the proper Honda Cadets. Close racing, very tactical racing, good for the development of racecraft of drivers.
Yes, obviously when the move went from GX160 to GX200, consternation, up in arms, what have you. Now, third year of the Apex Hunter. Yes, Reggie Duffy. Seek and destroy those Apexes. As you know, the package, we're into year 3 now. There's more second-hand stuff coming onto the market, which helps. Archie Loveridge and Riley Blakemore and share row number 1. Luke McGall and Archie Cannon share row number 2.
Ronnie Jones and Edward Rye go from the third row of the grid. Elliot Borken, Sheldon Srikantan go from row number 4.
J.M. Prakash and Harry Grant round out your top 10, followed by Jerry Defasy and Kyle Kerr.
Luca Picocchi and Reggie Duffy on an all-ambition row number 7. Luke Jardine and Aidan Donnelly are there on row number 8, although I don't think we'll see, or I'm not seeing Aidan Donnelly as out on circuit at the moment.
Is he out? He is out there.
Yeah,
He should be out there. And Oliver Ratton at the back of the field, but we did see Aidan Donnelly, I'm sure, with the Ayrton Senna style crash helmet, although maybe there is another driver with an Ayrton Senna replica. Now, let's have a look at, this will be a standing start. We'll do a quick head count. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Impressed yet, guys? 13, 14. Only 16 wagons.
I don't think we've got the number 27 now.
No,
that's the
Aidan
information
Donnelly.
we've got on our timing screens. The transponder for the number 27. Well, we haven't seen a beam come through on the exit of pit lane. So, Loveridge, Blakemore and McGall. The form book would suggest that those 3 are going to battle once again at the front of the field, but this is where things step up a notch. The points from the 2 heats, one of them yesterday, one of them this morning, carry over into this one. It is a tie at the moment in the intermediate classification between Loveridge and Blakemore. That tie is going to be separated across the course of the next 12 minutes plus 1 lap. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. The superheat in Honda Cadet GX200, the Honda Cadet Cup, is go, and it's a very even start between Loveridge and Blakemore in and through turn number 1. All of them have made it through. It's still side by side between Loveridge and Blakemore in that early exchange, Henry. It's Ambition Motorsports number 73 that's come out on top.
And it is, so that Project 1 kart of the number 68, that's Riley Blakemore. He's running as a privateer, but Tim Parrott is running him. Tim Parrott Motorsport used to be one of the top teams back, days of ICA and things like that. But yeah, Tim Parrott just running Riley solo as a privateer. Marvellous Marv, part of the Parrott family, is also not here this weekend. I don't know where Marvellous is. But there's 2 Ambition karts running neck and neck, the 12 and the 14, I think, that were Jerry Duffy. It wasn't Carl Kerr, it was Luca Picocchi in the 77 that was there. But at the end of lap number 1, there's a little hand signal. Archie Loveridge just points to his crash helmet and just says forward, say, come on, let's go, push me away. Which is not an unreasonable request.
Nope.
At the start of lap 2 of a 12-minute race.
Through into third place went Archie Cannon there, very close running with Luke McGall, and Ronnie Jones there in 5th place. The O-plate holder won that plate 2 weeks ago at Whilton Mill, and I know it's still early stages of this one, Henry, but we're not seeing Loveridge, Blakemore and McGall break away in this phase like we've seen in the earlier heats, particularly earlier on this morning. The sun has come back out again here at Cotterdale, Sunderland.
Oh, yes.
So
Because you've just answered a very important question, because Alfie on the live stream saying, where is the race located? Now, this is at Karting North East, also known as Warden Law, in the borough and city of the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir, Sunderland. Whatever you do, ladies and gentlemen, don't come up here and call them Geordies. That would make, and it's a very, very friendly, warm welcome you always get here until you say the G word.
Yes.
Then it becomes somewhat frosty. It's
frostier than the North Sea.
Yes, in December. No, Sunderland, they're Mackems. Newcastle, the neighbouring city, they're Geordies. Sunderland, Mackems, Newcastle, Geordies. And we are in Sunderland. We are in Sunderland.
Also, don't go to Newcastle in the Sheffield United shirt to get it confused. They don't like that.
Yeah, I mean,
pattern either.
No. If you go to Newcastle, anything resembling red and white stripes, you're not welcome. But then again, but one thing that do you know what is illegal in Newcastle?
Go on.
Sleeves.
Oh, that is very true.
That's very true. Yes. Action
in fact,
back
the
on
whole
the track.
tops are very optional.
Yes. I mean, and Newcastle was the first place to open a 24-hour Greggs. You know, so I mean, the Newcastle audience has just been alienated. But hey, we're pandering to our we do, but we're pandering to our hosts here by slating their biggest rivals. Now, the tactic that Archie Loveridge was using earlier on, of just a bit of a tap on the head, that seems to be working. Riley Blakemore has said, okay, 10-4, good buddy, we'll work together. Now, question, Jenna Wolfit, what time is the junior Rotax final on? Well, Jenna, I'm assuming you are supporting Charlie Wolfit. The junior Rotax final, I mean, should we tell you, or should we just make you carry on watching the broadcast until then?
I think the latter.
Yeah.
But information is available over on the British Kart Championships website.
Yes, if you want to go and have a look. Oh, Motorsport Magpie there. Well, now, see, okay, Jenna,
he's very
watching. He is very helpful. So, Jenna, if you're going to go off and make a cup of tea and have a scone, then at least do in the live chat, please, how would you make a cup of tea? Water first or milk first? And if you're going to have a scone, would you put the jam on first or the cream on first? Then you can go and make yourself a cup of tea. But not, you can say thank you all you like, Jenna. No. 500 people watching, and I'm talking just to you. Tell us in the live chat, how would you make your tea and scone? Then you can go and make it and come back at 2:20.
Meanwhile, 7.5 minutes to go in this one. Loveridge and Blakemore have broken away. Luke McCall has managed to get back up to third place. Oh, nice stuff there. Side by side between Ronnie Jones and Edward Wright through the Dunlop chicane. And go up to fifth place goes Ronnie Jones. Elliot Bork, Shailen Srikantan, and Carl Kerr. Carl Kerr having a really good race here. Has learnt a lot across the course of the weekend, and that red and black machine, P9 at the moment, is running with some good pace. That was a 58.73 last time around, new personal best.
Interesting, you know, we saw Ronnie Jones dominate the O-plates.
Yeah.
That's against the majority of the same drivers. However, that's a one-off. This is the big prize, the British Championship. Everybody else has upped their games. And again, this is the Martin Jackson racing team, you know, new team to the championship. Now, I'm not saying they obviously know Warden Law, but this is an example of how the one-off events are the hardest to win in some respects because no one cares who comes second. Then, this championship, the first of, we got 4 or 5 weekends?
4 weekends.
6 rounds for Honda Cadet. And of course, everybody brings their absolute A game. So Ronnie Jones has gone from dominant to lead pack, but not at the front.
But also key for a championship bid to remember is, of those 4 weekends and one of the double headers here, back at Whilton Mill, where he won that no-plate. So if the form book can be kept going and some strong scoring can be done between now and then don't count Ronnie Jones out at all in this championship. 5.5 minutes to go. Loveridge leading from Blakemore at the moment. That would, of course, mean that Loveridge would be on pole position for the final. Has got a 4-point advantage This is not a football 6-pointer. This is a superheat 4-pointer.
Yes.
In effect right now between Loveridge and Blakemore. So again, if Blakemore wants to take the lead, they would swap those values. Blakemore would be on 2, Loveridge would be on 6, but right now it's advantage to Ambition Motorsport and Archie Loveridge. Raced in this championship last year. Has made the move into Paul James's awning for this the start of this season. It's looking pretty good right now, 2/10 ahead.
Now, haven't heard back from Jenna Wolfett about her lunch plans, which is very disappointing. Now, we said earlier, however, this is where you do need to have. So this championship, the Honda Cadet Championship, has 6 former champions.
Ooh.
3 of them are Scottish. Name them in the live chat. Go.
I'll keep it stum because I've got the answers in front of me.
Only
That's cheating.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Loveridge, Blakemore, McGall, the top 3. Although McGall here going through Gasworks hairpin and running a little bit wide. Archie Cannon bidding to become the 4th Scotsman to win this title. Moves into P3. Now, Jones still there in 5th. Then the MS Kart of young Edward Rye, right there in contention. Elliot Bork at the back of that group in kart number 26. Then a bit of a gap back to Shailen Srikantan, Kyle Kerr, J.M. Prakash, the top 10. Jerry Duffy, Harry Grant, Luca Bicocchi, Oliver Ratton, Luke Jardine, and Reggie Duffy, the remaining winners. Nobody has even dared to guess, although they're going, at the moment, about our 3 Scottish Honda Cadet champions in the 6 years.
I'm going to give everyone a bit of a praise for this one. I've just been having a look at some of the lap times at the moment, and not only have we got more drivers on the grid than last year, they're all a lot closer on pace as well.
Yes.
Currently, 2 and a bit seconds is covering the fastest driver out on circuit to the one with, looking for a little bit more pace at the moment. That is much closer. So at the moment, fastest driver on circuit is race leader, isn't it? 58.12. So the leaders are in the low 58s.
But look at the best lap times. 58.08 is the fastest lap of the race so far for Riley Blakemore. The slowest best lap out of any driver is by Luke Jardine, 59.1. So 1.1 seconds separates the entire field in.
And at times last year, that was probably up to 3-4 seconds with the drivers that we had in the category. So that is really, really good to see. More numbers and very good competition across this field. I think Honda Cadet GX200 is going to be a lot of fun this year. For reasons like this, Ronnie Jones down the inside of Luke McGall, and is going to take 4th place. Luke McGall now has the attentions of Elliot Bork, but holds on to 5th place. 2 minutes and 10 seconds of this one to go. Here's a change, though, from race control, plus 5-second penalty for Archie Cannon, as through goes Ronnie Jones.
And congratulations, Alan Kirkcaldy. Yes, your 3 Scottish Honda Cadet champions, Cole Denham, Ryan White, Zach Drummond. Drummond is in the stewards. There he is on the bottom left, the bottom right of that picture there. Drummond, the 2020 and a spin out on circuit. So, okay, we'll keep that. Now, there's the radio. So there's a spin there out on the circuit. Clark of the course will radio in to the stewards, say, okay, look at this camera point, look at this camera point. Now the stewards there. So there's one of our 2020 Honda Cadet champion, Zach Drummond. And then they will report back. So the camera team there will be back in contact. They'll write down the time of the incident, the marshal post, the carts involved, and the camera review, and then they'll wait to the end of the race to say where to pass on their thoughts to the stewards or the race director, and then the timekeepers to assess the penalty. There we are. That is the procedure that you see perfectly demonstrated there by our multiple camera angles. Who was the unfortunate spinner? It was Elliot Bork. So when Elliot or his dad has later on saying, well, what happened to that incident? Well, this is what happens. You know, incident on track, you can see the radio communication going through to the CCTV camera room, the notes are made, time carts and everything. It goes back then to the race director to decide yes or no penalty, and that would be that. Yes. You know, so it's a fantastic viewpoint, because one of the things that people moan about in karting is, you know, well, people always smash me off and there's never any penalties, as though they're not watching. We are watching. Oh, we are. Always. We are the karting equivalent of George Orwell. We are always watching.
We're nearly to the end of this race. Time is up. We're not quite on the final lap yet. And Archie Loveridge is digging really, really deep. Did put in a 58.01 last time around, which is the fastest lap of the race so far. Blakemore is matching, though, in those 58.0, so it's hundredths of a second between these two right now. We've seen some great battles between Loveridge and Blakemore so far this weekend. We're going to get another one here as they come out of the final corner onto the final lap here in this super heat. All drivers will qualify through to the final, of course, but what order will they start it in, and who's going to take the early championship lead through the first few corners? Little bit of a wobble there for Archie Loveridge, but he controlled the slide nicely down through St John's. Riley Blakemore, I think, will be shaping up the move for Gasworks. That's where we've seen Riley Blakemore have a lot of success so far this weekend. Loveridge doing well, got a good exit there out of Senna too. That could be important for the race leader, but back comes Riley Blakemore right on the rear bumper now. Loveridge is going to have to place his kart carefully, get the braking right, and he has done. Archie Loveridge has got the hard bits completed. Can he get round Horseshoe and the final bend to take the win in the superheat, take the final intermediate classification, the lead in the championship, and pole for the final? Yes, Archie Loveridge can. A great performance under pressure here in Honda Cadet GX200. The battle will resume in the final between Archie Loveridge and Riley Blakemore, first and second in that superheat. They will line up in that same order for the final. Ronnie Jones, third in that race, will also be third in the final on the grid. So the O-plate holder on Sunday coming so strong again. There, the English driver for MJR Racing. Archie Cannon P4, but we should note has a plus 5 second penalty, was 3.93 behind the race winner. I will drop to ninth, just ahead of Jerry Duffersey. But there's your provisional results. Loveridge from Blakemore, Jones, Cannon, Rye on the road, McGall, Kyle Kerr, P7. Fair play to Kyle Kerr. Difficult start to the racing yesterday, had a spin, and is now solidly in the top 10. A gain of 5 places, your biggest mover up the field in that one. Harry Grant in the top 10 again, ahead of Jerry Duffersey and Shailin Srikantan. Jane Prakash, P11. More good speed there from Jane in the number 44. Luca Bicocchi, P12. Elliot Bork, after that spin at Senna 1, came home P13, but will have a decent slot on the grid for the final, P8 at the end of all of these heats. Oliver Rattett, P14. Luke Jardine and Reggie Duffersey, the last of the 16 finishers.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we'll have a brief look back at the highlights of that one, but of course that's the last of the superheats. It's main event time after our break. We'll be showing you last night's Paddock Show again. We'll say a big thank you. So a couple of questions. What happened to Ralphie Branscombe? Well, he was last year's Honda Cadet champion. He has been, we've seen him 3 times this year, all in different karts. Junior X30, Junior Rotax, and Tillotson T4. I think, he's done a bit of Junior Rotax. I'm not sure if he's doing the British Junior Rotax Championship, or whether we'll see him in the British Junior X30 Championship, which is here next weekend. The IAME classes begin their campaign. And somebody else asking what's happening with Macaulay Bishop. Is he not competing this year? He will be back, but he is currently serving a 30-day ban for an incident that happened in Parc Fermé at the end of the O-plate. And unfortunately that's caused Macaulay to miss out on the Euro the last round of the Euro Winter Series as well, but I'm sure that Bishop will be back. And of course, he's only going to miss the one round with dropped scores. That doesn't mean that he is out of championship contention at all. Now, there it's Parc Fermé tyres. When we say what does Parc Fermé tyres mean? Well, it means the tyres cannot leave Parc Fermé. Was that Bish Bash Bosh?
It was Bish Bash Bosh on the number 14.
Bish Bash Bosh, 2 inches off the top, please, sir. Something for the weekend. That's the barbers. Is that a good impression of my barber? I mean, not my barber. I haven't got a barber anymore. I haven't had a barber since 2017. There we go.
The preparations, well, the D prep for the drivers. All of those tyres will go back into the tyre store. Don't go anywhere. After this short ad break, we will, of course, have the Paddock Show. That was from last night for you to enjoy for 24 minutes of frivolity on a Saturday night. And then we will be back, of course, for all of the finals from 2:20. More to come here from Warden Law after this short break.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome everybody to the Paddock Show for Warden Law Event 1 Virtuals British Kart Championships 2025. Lo and behold, it took the long way back from the UAE, Henry.
I did. Before we get started with all the usual Paddock Show chaos, yes, I wasn't here on commentary today. Can I say a big sorry? I apologise. It was my timekeeping is legendary for all the wrong reasons. Usually it's my own fault. Today it
Beyond
was
your control.
out of my hands completely. My car decided it didn't want to be a car anymore.
It decided to be a Renault.
Apparently now I drive a Nissan Qashqai and it's a Renault, and a Renault with a different badge. A Renault. That's the most upsetting thing about all today. But no, I do apologise. Obviously, you were left short-handed. You know. Doing a commentary, so you know it's not the way you want to start the season, but yes.
Shall we talk to the drivers?
For once, not my fault. So again, to Motorsport UK and the whole team, the Alpha Live team, I apologise, but we'll make up for it now.
We will.
And we'll make up for it tomorrow when it'll be really quite good. Okay, 176 drivers we've got here across 5 classes. You know me, I like a number or two.
You do.
I do. So, in the overall modern era of the British Championship, Dan Holland Racing have 158 final victories. That is second only to the almighty Fusion Motorsport outfit, who have 162. Now, if Dan Holland were to take a clean sweep of all the Rotax classes, that would leave them on a tie going into the first IAME event of the year later on, which is good. Yep. But I've got to say that the 2023 Dan Holland racing season, which was outstanding, everyone else has caught up now a little bit.
They have definitely. I think you've got a good array of teams. You know, your Strawberries. You know, we talked a bit about it in the build-up show, like your Sam Pollitt's now on the scene. I think there's going to be more this year.
You know, KR Sport. You know, there's a good 6 or 7 big teams now. I got loads of trouble for saying, you know, you had Strawberry, Dan Holland, KR Sport, the big 3. But of course, there are now a lot more. You know, there's a lot more. You know, Coles are still there. You've got, as you said, Jax, Sam Pollock doing a great job. Even Thule Motorsports. We'll come on to some firsts, but let's have a little look inside. Now, obviously, let's get the elephants in the room out of the way. There's no Macaulay Bishop. He is serving a 30-day ban for an incident in which he made physical contact with another competitor after the final of the O-Plate, and that's a 30-day ban. So there we go. That's what it was. It wasn't a big punch-up, but it was you make physical contact with another person. 30-day ban. Yeah. End of story. That's the rules, and I've got to say, as much as I'm a fan of Macaulay Bishop, I think it's an excellent decision because, if Motorsport UK will suspend the reigning British senior Rotax champion, then that sends a message to everybody else in the paddock that it doesn't matter what your status. You know, you all abide by the same rules. So there we go. Now that's that's out of the way. Let's talk about some actual people who are here racing. Matt Higgins, he's had an interesting day as well. I was watching some of these races while I was sat in Catterick Garage Services, who are open on Saturdays. Thank you very much. Matthew Higgins, so fresh from a podium in Italy, in a win in Italy in your sports car career.
Am I told it or not?
No, it's my microphone. No, you don't. Just because he's now a sports car racer, he thinks he can get away with holding a microphone. No, we hold, you talk.
No problem.
Now talk. How was your day?
Not ideal. Not ideal.
Well, I mean, that's a great summary.
Yeah, not very good. First, qualifying I screwed up track position, which was my fault. And then the first heat, I just got played in the back of. Took, I think it was 3 of us out from the same kid. No penalty, lovely. And then the second heat, not bad. Second, Gilbert done a good job of defending. And it was just one of them races, had to settle for what you got.
It was an interesting second race. I know probably in your mind was got to get a solid result here. Can't afford another DNF. But what did you think of how Lewis approached that? Because I thought in comms he played the guidelines and what you guys as drivers have been told. I thought he played it pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating, obviously, behind, when they're defending the whole race, but he's here to win, we're all here to win. If I was him, I'd do the exact same thing. Unfortunately, I think the track definitely lends itself to defending, and you don't even have to defend, really, to cover and block off all them overtakes. So, yeah, he done a really good job. Like you say, he pushed the limits of the rules, but that's what us racing drivers are meant to do.
I hate to be the harbinger of doom here, but looking at your stats, you've got 13 podiums in your British Championship career. Yeah, only 2 wins. The last of which was as a junior here, at Clay Pigeon and Whilton Mill. So that was 2020.
Yeah.
How much is annoying you now? You're running up in the championship, the GP plate holder, but you haven't stood at the top step of a British Championship podium since COVID, which is now 1,000,000 years ago.
Yeah, I don't really think about it, to be fair.
Yes, you do. Don't fib. You do.
I didn't race last year, which I think was when I probably took quite a big step in my driving and my approach to the racing. And, I just focused on the European side there and the GT racing, where I won 3 of the 4 rounds and won the championship.
Probably beats coming and racing at no offence to Dunk as well but Mugello. Where did you win the 3 wins? Mugello, isn't it?
But that was probably where I took a big step in my kart race, and I haven't raced in the British since. The only race I did in the UK last year was O-Plate, where I was second on track, and then Kart Masters, where I won. So it doesn't really bother me too much, to be honest.
Not bad going.
Not bad.
Okay, well, thank you very much. The terror from Trafalgar. Now, obviously, Dan Holland, you've got Jacob Ashcroft. So Jacob Ashcroft, his first race in the UK since winning the Rotax Grand Finals in juniors in Sarno last October. Emerson McAndrew, you would have thought starting MiniMax as a favourite this year.
I'd say so, yeah.
But, you know, each class has got a whole host of really good drivers. Let's speak to a Grand Finals champion. We're not allowed to call him a world champion because
people get upset.
People get upset, but in terms of the Rotax, he is king of the Rotax world in juniors. Jacob Ashcroft, how are you?
I'm good, Henry. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm all the better for seeing you and Barry over there, who's yeah, the shorts. I mean, my legs are yeah. I don't know. Barry.
It's not tan, it's dirt.
Well, no, the top half of you is tanned, but the bottom half isn't. Same as me. You've got a very. Anyway, well, enough about Barry's ball, but Barry and my ball spots. Jacob, you didn't race in the UK much last year. You've come back this year. What difference have you noticed yourself as a driver now that you've won the biggest event in Rotax karting?
I think I've improved a lot since last year. I think my racing's got a lot better, and I think I've improved on my defending and my whole racecraft.
You know, it's still here to win a championship this year, obviously. The grid is the biggest we've got, 57 drivers, so there's an awful lot of talent as well. How much of it, because you've got Albie Friend moving up, MiniMax champion from last year, a lot of other drivers moving up, they're going to get, you know, used to the junior class very, very quickly. I think Albie was second in one of his heats today. How much do you think, right, I've got to get a good start and get as much of an advantage as I can over the graduates before they really get to grips with the new chassis and the new power?
Yeah, I think Albie's improving a lot since he's now made the step up to junior, so hopefully I can beat him this weekend.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much, Jacob. See you very soon. Yeah, so Jacob didn't have things all his own way, did he?
No, I think the TQ was probably not quite where, because there's some very good pace that we saw, particularly on the fresh tyres in FP3 yesterday. Yeah, didn't quite, but it's so hard to deliver in those TQs again, particularly in juniors, because there are so many of them as well.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's really good. So I mean, talk about numbers.
The race pace for Jacob today, I think there's still quiet confidence there, I think, with Jacob.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there would be with his results over the past 12 months. But, you know, the fact that the race pace was there, yeah, we knew they were quick on new tyres before the start today. We now know that they're definitely quick again on not new tyres. That is going to be a key thing across the course this weekend.
Yeah, and this track is notoriously hard to get the balance right.
Yeah.
You'll hear people talk about this is the toughest track to get the balance, the grip levels correct. It's something to do with the tarmac here, because don't forget, you know, you look, okay, so we're standing here, the circuit's by there. That way is the North Sea, and that way, once you get to the coast, there's nothing until you hit at the Arctic. So you get a lot of salt air, you get a lot of cold, so that makes the tarmac very weathered. Although, you know, that's a good word. It's very abrasive. No, it's not abrasive, but it's weathered. Now, we're going from one powerhouse to another, strawberry racing.
Yes.
Again, Callum Bradshaw not here racing this year. He's here coaching. So the top two in last year's senior Rotax championship aren't with us. But, you know, again, a lot of very, very strong drivers. One driver who I am really quite impressed with in lots of ways is Albie Lapper.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so this is where, this was not Albie's friend last year. I did some research. The driver that had the most nose cone penalties in the entire British Championship last year across every class, Mr. Lapper. Fast, yes. Aggressive, yes. But now I notice in the old plate, that aggression was tempered, and there was, you know, we've really come on strong, and so I think that he could surprise a few people.
No penalties
for 6 months. So that is, you know,
it shows learning.
It shows learning, and that's not because he hasn't been racing for 6 months, because he has been racing. So, yeah, these type of things, you know, these second-year junior driver, he's learning.
Yeah.
He learned the hard way last year.
And he's got a wagon that he can race with. Like the speed down the straights was very strong for Albie today. So, but again, that kind of last year, I think if we'd seen Albie in that kind of position of having some good power down the straights, you'd probably been like, "Yep, right, let's throw it in turn one at first opportunity."
You've got to get it slowed down to go to the twisty
keeping
bits.
it on the right side of the edge that all the drivers want to be on, and delivering some good results today.
Now, looking at the senior grid.
Yes.
Now, we're used to having a number of international drivers racing in seniors. The last 4 or 5 years has been, awash with foreign drivers. This year, 42 entries, not the biggest, but very, very strong. Only one international driver. That would be Charlie Smith from Bakersfield, California.
USA.
It is not Bakersfield, Orange County, California. Sorry, Charlie. So you're the only, foreigner, this year. You've got so many marquee names, the drivers that we're very lucky to have in seniors. How are you coping with the, number one, the type of circuit, because this is unlike anything in the US, more than more, but also the grid?
Yeah, definitely the most difficult track I've ever been to. But I'm enjoying it, I'm learning every single race, getting better. Today's been good. I've improved every session, qualified in the top 10. Heat 1, I was fast, so it's okay so far.
Okay, well, hang on a second. I've got my clipboard of knowledge here, which is... So, just to give you an idea, ladies and gentlemen, of the 41 drivers in senior Rotax, okay, we've got 4 British champions, current or former, 4 GP plate holders, 14 of the drivers in your class have won a round of the British Championship, and 24 of them have been seeded at some point in the modern era. You're going up against the best of the best of the best. And I mean, some of the drivers, we're so lucky to have, Archie Walker, Cian Geraghty, Harry Bartle moving up, obviously Guy Cunnington, a stalwart, Lewis Gilbert, Matt Higgins, Joshua Graham. Joshua Graham, incidentally, has been a seeded driver every single year of the modern era, from 2019 until 2024. What are your realistic goals this year?
Realistic, definitely a seed is definitely my goal. Realistically, I mean, I win is definitely going to be a challenge, but I mean, every race is getting better and better, so it's definitely not impossible.
Okay, trivia question: who was the last American driver to be a seeded ranked driver in the UK? It was before the modern era. Answers in the comments. Any idea?
No idea, to be honest with you. No.
Okay, well, it was in 2010, and it was Santino Ferrucci who drove for Fusion in the British Cadet Championship. Santino now Indianapolis 500 podium finisher on a number of occasions. But there we go. So Charlie's got a lot to work up with. But we've got a birthday. Right, a birthday. Okay. Now, it's not Warwick Ringham's 10th birthday. It's certainly not Mark Baines' 10th birthday. We need the birthday driver. It's Harris Barber's 10th birthday. Right, come on, Frag. Where is he? Where's the...
He's in the motorhome after a bit of a rollicking.
Now, when a frag rollicking is unlike any rollicking in the world. Is that correct?
He had a proper one.
He had a proper one. What was he not doing then?
Overtaking.
He wasn't overtaking. No, you do like making sure the drivers have a go at overtaking, don't you?
We thought we'd just follow everybody around.
Well, that's quite nice. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, he's actually been really fast all weekend, like mega fast. And then we get into a position there where we decide to push a driver around, but we're 3 times quicker than. So we had words.
Okay, we had words. So it's not a very happy birthday then for Harris Barber. He'll be okay. Well, happy birthday, Harris. We might mention that tomorrow. Dax Farah, another MicroMax driver.
Looking really good as well, up in the top 10. I think if we get Dax in for a quick chat, come on. Stepping into the straw tent. Come on. Good day, Dax. At least from our perspective, like running up and moving up through the field. How was it for you?
It was okay, but I'd say the last one I just didn't get forward enough in a way. You know what I mean?
What will you be looking at tonight over the data and the videos? What do you think you need to work on the most?
Probably gas works and like braking later, but also like just like getting past people more like quicker.
And even though you're one of the younger drivers, you've been racing for many years, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
And racing now in this big awning with all these different drivers and these older drivers as well, what's that like?
It's a very good atmosphere, and it just like, in a way, like, I don't know how to describe it, but it almost like shocks me, like, because there's so many people and like they're all very good.
Now, have you met my friend?
Now, well, I can do something now that you couldn't have done at the O-Plate, could you? And that's shake your hand. Why couldn't you have shaken anyone's hand at the O-Plate, young Mr. Farah?
Because I broke my hand.
You broke your hand on Saturday. And did you tell anybody about it?
No.
No? What happened? You just gutted through the pain, yes? How is your hand?
It's okay now.
Which one was it?
It was my right hand.
Oh, okay, so you couldn't... did Mum and Dad have words with you for, like, you know, not saying...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they did they? Okay,
Yes.
fair enough, there we are. See, tough young driver. So, Dax is one of 8 drivers making their debut in MicroMax this weekend. We've got, you know, a good MicroMax field. We've got the biggest Honda Cadet field since the... Thank you very much, Dax. And again, yeah, high five. Okay, just checking. So we've got the biggest MiniMax grid ever in the modern era of the British Championship since the start of 2019. We have the largest Honda Cadet grid since the adoption of the GX200s. So the last outing for the GX160s, that was the last round of 2022. We've got the biggest field we've ever had in Honda since that day. And again, 57 juniors, 41 seniors. Yeah, micros are good as well. Now, Coles Racing. There's Sam Pollitt racing. Again, Sam Pollitt has come on so strong, probably team of the year, most improved. Now, Coles Racing. Here's
You've got another stat, haven't you?
I'm full of stats and facts. So Harrison Crowther, come here. Harrison Crowther, you're now a senior, so go and speak to Andrew Mather a second about your day while I look at a fact about Coles Racing.
A good day. Is P3 in the second heat?
Yeah, it's pretty good, to be fair. First time we haven't really crashed in a while, but yeah, it's been a good day.
So why have you been crashing? Why haven't you not been crashing?
Not sure, to be fair.
It's a much bigger tent now as he goes through his reams of stats. I popped in yesterday, and it's like you had a really good year last year, like you and Hugh in particular, you know, pushing the results up. Do you think that's helped with bringing some more drivers into the camp?
Yeah, I think that's helped a lot. We've got a lot of juniors in there, obviously, with Ellis. Ellis has been really fast at like dunks for the pre-round for British, but he's been struggling to say a bit of the power, and hopefully he gets it sorted. Been playing around with axles in there and stuff. They've got it all right now. It's just got to get the power right, and he'll be fast tomorrow, hopefully.
What are your thoughts on super heats? Because tomorrow is where things go a little bit different. No pre-finals, at least for this round. No pre-finals. So does that change the mentality for those super heats tomorrow?
With super heats, I personally think like if you're at the back of the grid, it's not as good, because like if you're 40th overall, you're going to struggle to make the final unless you have a really good super heat. But if you're at the front and you crash, you're not going to end off as bad if it's the pre-final and you crash, because if it's a pre-final, you finish where you start, or whatever way around. I don't know if I said it the right way around, but yeah, you get the.
I know what you mean. He's got his stat ready.
I have my stats. So, Coles Racing were one of the most dominant teams across the board in the first 2 seasons of the modern era. They've got 9 MiniMax victories, but they haven't. No one from Coles Racing has gone to victory lane since this young whippersnapper back in the last round of 2022. So, you know, that's a long winless streak. Are you going to break it this year? In your first year as a senior?
Don't jinx it, Henry.
Well, it's just a question. It was just, you know,
hopefully, obviously.
Hopefully, yeah.
Don't jinx it.
No. I mean, it is strange how, you know, fortunes ebb and flow. You know, Coles were the team to beat the first couple of years, and now, yeah, they're looking at the back end of a 3-year winless streak. We'll see about this one. You know, see if he gets his act together. Sam Pollitt Racing, again, you know, one of the most improved teams of all last year.
Yeah.
I think that we may have a potential British champion in this awning in A class this year.
Yeah.
They've got the talent, they've got the equipment. Now, the equipment is key because they're now running the Kart Republic chassis. So Kart Republic, Argenti Motorsport they're not running as a team anymore. They've got the academy drivers, because you can see here, here is the Argenti colours. This is Finlay Lyons is junior kart, but he's running with Sam Pollitt Racing. Argenti are just now. Oh dear, this is going to be a problem. So actually, let's move out because YouTube are going to get upset because someone's got a radio on. Hey, you can't turn the music down. There we go. There we are. Right.
Back out
so enough of Sam Pollitt. Enough of Sam Pollitt. We would have spoken a bit more to them, but no. There we go.
It's spoiled for us.
Yeah.
But no, it's a good point, mate. I think that, again, similar with Coles, how we've seen they've expanded in terms of their number of cars in 10. Sam Pollitt, I think it probably doubled since this time last year.
Absolutely. But you look at this. Last night for the warm-up show.
Yeah.
You were at the top. And there's smaller teams and the occasional privateer, which there still are some. But down here, we've hit all the big guns.
Yeah.
We've KR Sport again. Well, Josh Cook moving up into MiniMax this year. You've got Archie Walker still. Archie Walker's been 7th, 6th and 6th the last 3 years in senior. When is he going to have that breakout campaign? He always gets a win or a couple of podiums every season.
Yep.
But this could be his year.
And particularly what I was impressed with KR Sport today, not just with their older ones here, the juniors and the seniors, and what I call the junior 10, but it's actually the micros and the minis yesterday, is race pace. The number of KR Sport drivers, okay, maybe they didn't quite execute qualifying today, but the number of KR Sport drivers gaining 10, 12, 14 positions and keeping going deep through races, that bodes very well for finals tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, because, you look at in MiniMax, for example, Oliver Spencer. Here we go. Right. Come and stand by here, young man. Yeah. First of all, Leon Hasty, you have won a race today, yes? Yeah. Just fresh off the O-plate, and then that obviously has given you that boost, and here you are. So you're going to get to close the show. Okay, you get to close the show. Here we go then. Right, Leon Hasty, first of all, tell us what it's like running the O.
Pretty normal, actually. You don't really see it. But, yeah, pretty good to win it.
Yeah, some people don't like racing the O-plate, the GP plate. They think it's a target. Is that something? But you think it's a badge of honour, isn't it? You've earned it. Yeah,
it was pretty hard, so I'd rather wear that than a number.
And now, are you the driver to beat in juniors this year? It's your 3rd year as a junior. It's now or never, isn't it?
Yeah, basically. It's been pretty rough last year, so hopefully this year's better. Everyone seems to be quite close, so it's going to be hard. But obviously, after the O-plate, I'm kind of the one to beat the now. But see how it goes.
And so, here we go then. This is it. The show is over. Show the people you've got an...
It's a special edition.
Oh, he's let himself down.
No.
He's let himself down. Extra taste, no sugar.
Well, what's
no
the point?
sugar, Leon. That's it. I can't even. Someone close the show. I can't. It's over. Wow. It's over. Done.
We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We are ready to go here at Karting North East, Warden Law, for the main event, the opening rounds of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, sponsored by Wera Tools. We're kicking things off with Junior Rotax, the biggest grid coming into this weekend, 57 drivers. We whittled them down to the top 34. Now, the grid gate has just closed. The last driver to put his kart down is our pole sitter, Jacob Ashcroft. We'll just come over and have a chat with Jacob. Jacob, we went past you, a deliberate choice just to wait until the very end, to get up here. Is that because the temperature's changing a little bit and you wanted to give yourself maximum time to just adjust everything? How do you like it?
No, I think we're just making sure the tyre pressures are all good, and yeah.
And a game plan for the race?
Yeah, I've got a game plan.
But you're not going to tell us, are you?
I'm not.
Excellent, excellent. That's what makes this man a Rotax Junior Grand Final champion. Okay, we'll move across to potentially a driver that is going to be giving Jacob his toughest challenge, Leon Hasty, the O plate, the British Open champion. Okay, Leon, the O, you want to swap that this season for the 1, and this is where you get the start. To come out of this weekend, lead the British Championship would be, crucial for you, yeah?
Yeah, that would be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, this rate is changing it up. You've got a very experienced rival alongside you. Behind you, you've got Albie Friend, who's brand new to this class, and across the way there, Kai Clark, who's a lot younger than you in his second year of a junior. Can you see yourself trying to pull away from these two? Pull away from the rest if you can.
Well, I don't know. Most of them aren't really too good with working, so I think it'll just be a really big fight. So it'll be good to just get stuck in, stay nice and clean, not get a bumper, because at the end of the day it's just points. It's not about just winning like the old plate was. So yeah.
Good luck. Now, from one Scotsman to another, one driver we're missing this weekend, as we got a minute to go. One driver is young Josh Griffin up there, who had an incident. Josh, he's got his crutches. Give his cameras a wave, Josh. You'll be okay, I'm sure. So, the 1 minute board has gone. Kai Clark on the inside of row number 2, alongside Albie Friend, last year's MiniMax champion. The next row back, Canada's Rayan Gandour and Albie Lapper. No penalties for 6 months for Albie Lapper. He's one of the most improved drivers this year, but Rayan Gandour, can he become the first Canadian-born British champion? Then, further back, Noah Barham and Charlie Wolfett. Then we've got Vlad Tomenchuk, a real surprise here, followed by Lewis Goff's old kart, but he's now up in the seniors. That's Archie Lovett. Now, we're going to be told to get off the grid very, very soon. So, in about 10 seconds, 34 drivers are going to be heading out on track, and we'll catch up with them. Junior Rotax Final up next.
Thank you very, very much, Henry. We are ready then for our first final of the 2025 Wera Tools British Kart Championships in Junior Rotax. Race number 23 on our schedules, the final. Jacob Ashcroft, the reigning Rotax Grand Finals champion, starts on pole position. Leon Hasty, the O-Plate winner from a few weeks ago at PF International, is alongside on the front row. Kai Clark ran very well last time here at Warden at the Rotax Grand Festival. He starts on the inside of row 2 alongside Albie Friend, the winner, the champion in MiniMax last year. Rayan Gandour and Albie Lapper, the much improved Albie Lapper, start on row 3. Noah Barham and Charlie Wolfer, it's a good shout for the podium. They start on row 4. Vlad Tomenchuk and Archie Lovett complete the top 10. Cole Denham and Matteo Palazzo are next. Harry Freeman, Cameron Nelson, Ellis Bell, Jared Fox-Whiteley all in the midfield. Kian Bernard and Jensen Chalk go from row 9. Marta Kohahidze and Ethan Griffiths go from row 10. Joel Dixon-Cohen, William Archer, Riley Cradham, Sebastian Lusch take us down the 24th. Alfie McBain, Louis Radcliffe, Finley Buck and Louis Cahomes-Ballack are up next. Barker, Morris, Chandaria. There is the rest of your running order. We are lights out and racing for the first time in the finals. Junior Rotax Final is go here at Warden Law. Is the trouble for Leon Hasty already? Another one of the drivers has run wide. It's a very good start for Jacob Ashcroft at the very front of the field. But I'm pretty sure I saw the distinctive blue suit of Craft Motorsports Leon Hasty out wide in the early stages. It's difficult starting here from P2 on the grid. You're running around the outside. We'll wait to see the drivers come through and confirm things on timing, because that a bit of a problem for one of the Strawberry Racing pilots. It's the 276 of Kai Clark, who's up to P2 in the early stages of this one. Kai Clark, who, as we say, booked his ticket to the 2024 Grand Finals round this place back in the autumn when we had last had many of these drivers here. End of the first lap. It's Ashcroft leading. Clark P2. Gandor there up in 3rd place, and again I'm looking for the blue suit of Leon Hasty. I think he's still there, but he's down and around 9th or 10th place. This is a straight race, of course, for championship points as well. 65 championship points to the race winner, 62 to 2nd place, 60 for 3rd, etc, etc. So Ashcroft to confirm leading, Clark 2nd, Gandor 3rd, Barham, Tomenchuk, Nelson, Wolford and Denham all in the top 8. Hasty down to P10, Henry.
Yeah, down on the grid, Jacob Ashcroft was very, very calm. He was very, very cool. You know, the extra year of experience, you know, waiting. And again, it's a psychological thing. Everyone else is sat down in their carts or cart down, and then the very last second, he comes up to the bridge with his dad Barry. You can see there on the left of your screen to plonk his cart down last of all. Now, it's not done yet, not by a long shot. 5 carts in this breakaway group. Clark 2nd, Barham 3rd, Gandor 4th, Tomenchuk 5th. 2 names with, you know, Noah Barham, Vlad Tomenchuk, who are, I would say, exceeding expectations. And of course, Ashcroft, Clark and Gandor, you know, they've done preparation. They're the experienced hands at this. The question is, can the second group now close in? Because you've got Cole Denham, P6, the tiny Carter, Ellis Bell, running in 7th. Although, where has Bell gone? The area is the Coles Racing, yeah. Clark, yeah, P7. Followed by Leon Hasty, Matteo Palazzo, Charlie Wolfett, your top 10. Hasty needs to make ground up. I missed the opening lap when I was walking back up here, so I'm not sure where Hasty lost ground. I would imagine just being shuffled wide at the dog leg.
Yeah, on the run to T1 had a bit of an oversteer as well, which it did very, very strongly indeed, just to keep it on the road and not be completely out of this race. And that is the nature. If you are going to have a mistake in a final, you want to have it nice and early. Plenty of time to then race your way back through. 11.5 minutes of this one remaining. Ashcroft feeling the need to just take it down the middle of the road. Out of the final that's Ethan Griffiths, isn't it, on the left? And the 2:36 was out as well. Was that one of the Sam Pollitz? Yes, it was. It was Sebastian Louche, who will not score well in this final. End of lap 4. Ashcroft leads from Clark, Gandor, Barham and Tomenchuk completing the top 5. Who is on the move out there? Even Morris is up 10 places.
Yes, and also Benjamin Baker and Pierce Wade. So the Canadian driver, Pierce Wade, came to the O plate, got into the O plate final, last on the grid. Comes here, gets into the main event here, last on the grid. That is because, again, Pierce is learning, you know, all this aggression. New leader, Kai Clark, and Jacob Ashcroft gets shuffled back to 3rd. So, Kai Clark, cart number 276. The last time that Kai was on a British Championship podium was when he was a Honda Cadet driver back in 2022. In fact, that's his only podium. He finished 2nd at Kimbolton in 2022. That was the weekend notified when the Queen passed away the week leading up to the event. That's how long ago it was.
It was a tough season last year for Kai Clark as he stepped up from MiniMax, was a seeded driver in MiniMax in 2023.
Yep.
Stepped up into juniors in 2024, and as we often see with drivers, when they take that step from the inter-category into the juniors, takes them a bit of time. There's so many changes, bigger chassis, much bigger engines, of course, but Kai Clark, the start of this 2025 season, has had some decent results out in Europe in the Euro Trophy Winter Series to kick off the year, but this would be the best ticket of all at the start of the 2025 British season to hold out and try and win here at Warden Law. Ryan Gandor is still there though in 2nd place, and Jacob Ashcroft hasn't disappeared, running P3 right now. Warning flag is out. It's for the 282 of Cian Bernard.
Had a chat with Riley Cranham, the GP plate winner, another driver for Global Karting, and see what the problem was. He just said, we're just struggling this weekend. He said, whatever the problem is, we're just not quick this weekend. There's nothing in particular. There was no problem, you know, in the last race, as you're looking at the lead group, which now the lead group comprises 11 drivers. all the way back to Archie Lovett at the tail end of that lead group. Charlie Wolfett in 10th. Drivers not in the lead group. Well, Albie Lapper is down in 12th position. Harry Freeman and Albert Friend, so that outside row at the start didn't work very well. And neither is Cameron Nelson, down in 15th position. Cranham is 80, but Eva Morris, well, Matt Nibbs Isaacs and the rest of the squad down there looked after her at the O-Plate. She is flying. She has passed Finley Buck, she's passed Kian Bernard, past Luca Holmes-Ballock, past Jensen Chalk, amongst others, and is now 19th after starting 31st.
It's good stuff there. It's changed for second place that you saw a few moments ago. Ashcroft is through past Gandor, and Temenchuk has also got a position on the podium as things stand, but there's still plenty of racing to go in this junior Rotax final, the first of the year, first of the season for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. There was a move. You saw the two Scottish drivers going wheel to wheel, Ellis Bell and Leon Hasty. Ellis Bell on his return to the British Kart Championships. We saw him, I think, last run as a wildcard appearance at Lark Hall last year.
And the previous year he was in MiniMax, and the year before that he was the best driver in Honda Cadet, an award that he won here at Warden Law. Almost got himself onto the podium at Warden Law as a privateer in Honda Cadet back in 2022. But yes.
7 minutes of this one to go. There's Wolfett down the inside of Palazzo. That was a nice move for 8th place. Getting into the middle phase of this race now. Kai Clark is nicely holding. It was 0.4 the gap between Clark and Ashcroft, but that was a big lap from Ashcroft. Just closed the gap into 0.26 of a second. Out is the 290 of Ethan Griffiths. Well, we saw Ethan Griffiths off the road early with Sebastian Luce. Griffiths has called it a day at the end of lap 8.
Now, of course, sadly, Panu Steemonkong from Thailand failed to make the main event as Hasty passes Ellis Bell. Our Georgian driver, Mate Kopakidze, he is in 19th position. So 2 firsts, first from Georgia, first from Thailand. So Georgia did make it, Thailand sadly didn't. Okay, so we talked as well in the Paddock Show. This is race 1 in Dan Holland Racing's bid to tie Fusion Motorsport for the most victories in the British Kart Championship, 162. Just going to check it's 162. They need to win all 4 Rotax classes to make that happen here this weekend. 62 to 58, not 162. Fusion got 152 podiums. But 62 wins for Fusion, 58 for Dan Holland. That's the order at the top of the all-time team charts. Sam Pollitt Racing, well, it would be a very welcome victory for them. They started at winning last year. Further back, Vlad Temenchuk, KR Sport. Be a great result. Podium for KR Sport. Cole Denham into P4. Gandor, Hasty, Wolfett, Bell, Barra, Palazzo, Lapper, Lovett, Freeman, Friend, and Joel Dixon Cohen. Your top 15. The top 15 separated by, the top 13 separated by 3.6 seconds. So effectively, we've got, with a couple of small gaps, a lead group now of 13 drivers.
As you paid mention to there, Henry, this time last year, Sam Pollitt Racing hadn't won a round of the British Kart Championships. They waited many years for one, and they got 2 on the same weekend in the hands of Austin Owen and William Antrobus. That was at Lark Hall last year, but they've got a real chance to start 2025 on the top step, but Jacob Ashcroft closing in. Kai Clark's going to defend. That's Freeman out of the race. Harry Freeman, who's had such a good weekend, will have deserved a lot more than a retirement in the final. Was running up in the top 15, but will go no further than lap number 12. Exit of the last corner. What is the gap? It's still holding there, just at 0.2 of a second. How is Ashcroft playing this? How is he feeling on the tyres? He's won big races before, of course. He really, really wants to start this new season. Has been fastest all the way through free practice. The race pace has been good, but right now he's got to overhaul a driver who's shown good racecraft around this Warden Law circuit. The last couple of times we've been here, out of Senna 2 once again through the Dunlop chicane. Kai Clark still leading this one in the 276 into Gasworks again. Oh, that's a long way off the road. That's one of the DHRs in trouble. It's Isaac Barker in the 250.
Now, hard to believe that Jacob Ashcroft has only ever won one British Championship final. It was here 2 years ago when Jacob was a MiniMax driver. So, you know, this has been kind to him. And now you see Kai Clark start to defend. Great over high shot there down the back the main straight, and Ashcroft up the inside. Now this is the critical couple of corners for Jacob Ashcroft to try and break free. Don't let Kai Clark come back at you, because Kai is going to soon have Vlad Tomenchuk, who of course is searching for his first ever British Championship podium. So Vlad is going to be trying to pile the pressure on Kai, so if Ashcroft can escape these next corners, if Ashcroft doesn't have to defend going into turn number 1 on this next lap, then he can start pulling away, using those tactics that he talked about, rather than he didn't talk about to me, on the grid as best he can. And I think that Ashcroft has done enough. Yeah, no defense there. People watching the live timing and scoring, and they'll see that Ashcroft leads by 0.27 of a second. Clark and Tomenchuk are not done yet. And what about Cole Denham? Denham was briefly into fourth, and that's Ryan Gandua. Now the Canadian up into P4 it is, and Hasty is fighting back as well.
Yeah, Hasty still with a good chance of a podium here today, but this is the stage of the race where if you're race leader Jacob Ashcroft, you've got to believe now, you've got to think of all the preparation across the course of this weekend, those big results at the back end of 2024, and know that this is going to be another potentially great day for Jacob Ashcroft and DHR. 5-second penalty has just come in, unfortunately, for the 232 of Eva Morris.
Yeah, I was just about to say, so Eva has got up to 18th position, and that's going to drop her outside the top 20 again. 90 seconds to go. Charlie King for the Strawberry Racing Team, 51.28 seconds. Charlie is down in 24th position. So we're coming to the 92nd. There's Wolfit now trying to force Hasty back down the order. So Charlie Wolfit moves into P5. Can Ryan Gandua get onto the podium at the expense of his teammate Vlad Tomenchuk? And Kai Clark take a first win in the British Championship? There's Albie Lapper making a move. He goes past the 223 of Noah Barham. But we got 50 seconds to go, Andrew Mather.
And yeah, it's going to be, I reckon we're going to have 2 more laps to go here, and Kai Clark is coming back at Jacob Ashcroft. The gap is down to less than 0.2 of a second now. The the DHRs are going at it. Denham and Barham, that's all over 8th place. But this is going to be the test now for Jacob Ashcroft. He just subtly defends into Senna 1. That's a nice line. Can he get off of Senna 2? Well, yes he can, but Kai Clark is turning the heat up now, trying to get a first win of the season for Sam Pollitt Racing at the first time of asking into Gasworks again. That was good speed for Jacob Ashcroft coming out of Dunlop chicane. That could be critical when we go on to the final lap. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds to go. Henry, we're on to the final lap.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to hot-foot it down to the Parc Ferme area to interview the winner. The only problem is I don't know who that's going to be, Ashcroft or Clark. Well, I'll find out by listening to you on the way down, and then who appears in front.
That's the first overtaking opportunity for Clark out the way. Ashcroft through the first part of the Senna S, counting the corners one by one. Off of this final lap, another good bit of speed for Ashcroft out of the Senna S and through the Dunlop chicane. That could be the critical moment. Surely Kai Clark is too far back from there to have a go into Gasworks. Yes, would be the case. Jacob Ashcroft, is 2025 going to be his year? We'll find out over the next few months, but right now here at Warden Law, Jacob Ashcroft wins in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships and takes his first British Kart Championships win in Junior Rotax. He has answered on the promises that we have been seeing, that we've been talking about since Friday's free practice. Ashcroft just a little bit too much for the rest of the juniors today. Dan Holland Racing have yet another win in the British Kart Championships in the Rotax categories. A superb job by Jacob Ashcroft, his father Barry, sorry, and all of the team. They will lead the championship, leaving the northeast of England tonight with a perfect championship score. Lights to flag almost for Ashcroft. Kai Clark P2, Vlad Tomenchuk is on the podium as well. A brilliant run there for Tomenchuk, up 6 places in that final to P3. Charlie Wolfert for MLC Motorsport was 4th. 4 different teams in the top 4 to start things here today, just once again showing how competitive things are in Rotax racing. But I think we can head down to Parc Ferme and to Henry Burdett.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Jacob Ashcroft, say hello to position number 1. It's been 2 years since your last win. You both came here. I know you're from Western Supermare, which is a long way down south, but you must love it up north.
Yeah, I really like Kart North East. My first win in the British Kart Championships was here 2 years ago in MiniMax, so I've managed to win here again.
Now, when we spoke on the dummy grid, you wouldn't let me know what your tactics were. Did that go to plan? Can you let us know now what the game plan was beforehand?
So I wanted to get a good start, which I did, and then I didn't want to defend for too long in case I get like a penalty, so I just chilled out. Those 2 went past me and I just started relaxing. I got back in my game, did Ryan, and then I hunted down Kai, and then after a few laps I managed to overtake him.
Yeah, because of course there was a big pack of you. You didn't lose your cool. When you got past, you sort of settled back in. You didn't fight back straight away. Is that a mark of just how you're maturing as a driver?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to go in too early because of how long left was on the clock, so you just have to hold your position for longer.
And of course, who would you like to thank after that one?
My dad, especially on the tools, Dan Holland Racing, Time Racing Engines, and Russ for setting up the car.
Excellent. So there we go. So that is Dan Holland's 49th final victory. They're just 3 behind Fusion now. We're going to go back and see some highlights. But before that, okay, I think it's time that we go to a commercial break. Your junior Rotax winner, Jacob Ashcroft.
Let's go through some of the highlights then from that first final of the season for Junior Rotax. This was the start of things. That's where we saw the problems for Hasty, for Lapper, and for Albie Friend out of the race in the early stages. Ethan Griffiths, Sebastian Lusch also involved in that one. Key phase at the start of things. Kai Clark getting to the front of the order. Ryan Gandor following through into second place, and right at this point, Jacob Ashcroft in third place. You started to wonder, was it going to be one of those finals that just got away from him again? But as you just heard from our race winner there, picked off Gandor, set up the road. A good weekend for Cole Denham. Better start to the 2025 season than we saw in 2024, on his way to 8th place. Charlie Wolfert was on the attack as well. Key moment there for Wolfert on the way to P4. There was the move, the key move in this final from Ashcroft on the dog leg. Leon Hasty not quite able to repeat the heroics of a few weeks ago at PF International, but solid points there in 6th place. But Ashcroft wins and will leave Karting North East as the championship leader. A very, very good start. And when we next reconvene at Dunkerswell in just under a month's time, it'll be all eyes on Jacob Ashcroft to see if anyone can get on top of the form of last year's Rotax Grand Finals champion. We move on though. MicroMax will be out next. Race number 24 on your schedules. More racing to come here at Karting Northeast.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Well, one final down, 4 main events to go. The next up is MicroMax. Now, some of the youngest drivers here, but if you're sitting on pole position in MicroMax, like Benedictus Masiokas is, that is what you are looking at. A run out onto the rolling lap. Benedictus, you've been in this situation before. You didn't start the O-Plate final from pole position, but you came away winning that. You've had a tough day today. It's not going to be all your way, is it?
No.
No? What have you got? I mean, obviously, you've got the British Open title. What's it like joining SFR? You got a really good team back in the paddock now, happy?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. I'm not sure if you can pick up the audio because he's got his helmet on. Now, no one's going to tell me their tactics for the race, are they? Hint, hint. No, he says it with a smile on his face. Okay, so there's our MicroMax pole sitter, Benedictus Masiokas, starting alongside Benedictus, privateer entry, Charlie Page. Charlie, now, you had a few difficulties yesterday, but you came through them really well, and today, this morning, you were excellent. Now, can you take that form through into this event?
Yeah, I just picked one of them off yesterday, and then I started P3, and yeah. Then I just pushed Ben for basically all the race for that race, and then I overtook on the last lap.
And it was a really good move. Now, also, you're running as a privateer. You're not bothered about not having any teammates, are you? Because everyone else can lean on their teammates. You can't. You're just out on your own, yep?
Yeah.
And you like that?
Yeah.
Now, it's official. I spoke to your mum earlier, and she said if you win a final, she is going to dye her hair that colour green, same as the go-karts. Now, that'll be fun, won't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Well, you never know. I might be speaking to you later with a very nervous mum.
Yeah.
Excellent. So good luck. That's Charlie Page. Right. Third on the grid, Dian Pahal for the Richardson Chassis Engineering team. Dian, been really, really strong at the start of the races. Have we got the package to get you through the whole final without losing pace?
Yeah, I will. This weekend's been a bit mad. At the start of every race, I've always been strong. At the end of most of the races, I've just ticked off a bit. But I'll try my best, do what I can, and get up there.
Now, the Kanda, the sword of righteousness, the symbol of Sikh strength. You're going to need some of that to try and beat Benedictus and Charlie because they've been really quick.
Completely. They're amazing drivers. Like Ben and Charlie, they've been brilliant all weekend, so strong. But I hope I can get with them.
Yes, okay, thank you very much, Dian Pahal, starting not only summoning the spirit of Kanda, but the spirit of Senna as well. And how about this? Yesterday's birthday boy, Harris Barber. Harris, when we came to find you in the Paddock Show last night, you were in the truck because Mark had given you a bit of a telling off. Without swearing, are you allowed to say what Mark told you to do? And did you put that into practice this morning? Because you were very aggressive.
Yeah. So basically what happened was I come in yesterday in Heat 2. It was, Mark got really annoyed telling me to overtake, but like, I was like, didn't seem as much so.
But we overtook a lot this morning, and you know, it would keep Mark happy. You know, a good strong result. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. And happy birthday from yesterday. What did you get as a present?
Trainers, tracksuits,
golf clubs.
Golf clubs? Dearie me. Talk about a good walk in the countryside spoiled. That's what golf's all about. Anyway, good luck, Harris. That's the outside of row number 2. Now, we've had one Dan Holland win. There's only one Dan Holland kart left in MicroMax this year. It is for Albert Farrow, just getting a few last-minute adjustments on the tyre pressures. Okay, Albert, you haven't got your brother to race with, so you're all on your own now. Are you happy?
I think it was easier when my brother was in because then we could push, but now we've got no Dan Holland racing drivers. It's hard because we can't push, and sometimes it can be hard when you're not in the tie.
But on the flip side, you know, you've got to do it all on your own now. You can't hide behind Big Brother. You've got to do it yourself.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes, but we get through and hopefully we can do good in this final.
Okay, thank you very much, Albert. That's a top 5 on the grid. LBJ Stubbs, fresh from winning the Waterswift Restricted O-Plate, is on P6. Then look back, Dimitar Uzanov, the Jason Dredge racing team. Dimitar is there. Now I've told you there, Jason, how much impressed are you with bringing this youngster into the British Championships for his first season, but also then he's settled in so well?
Yeah, he's done really well. We had a good O-plate in the IAME as well with the Bill boys. Yeah, I can't. He's been racing for 14 months and we're here battling at the front, so I can't say much more than that about him.
Not at all. Now, for those of you that follow superkart racing, the new Jade superkart, well, Jason Dredge is a top-level superkart racer. When they go out to Cadwell Park, the bike racers stop and watch people like Jason because the bike racers think that he's nuts. Then we've got Alfie Garrett for the MLC Motorsport team is next. Origin, represented by Sebastian Crawford and Dax Farah. We'll just go back there. There is 1 minute to go. Dax, how's your hand? Good. The hand's good?
Yeah, it is good.
Excellent, excellent. Broke his hand at the O-Plate, didn't tell anybody so he could carry on racing. The signal's being given. The rest of this 19-strong MicroMax field. You can hear the engines beginning to fire. MicroMax main event number 2 is up next.
Thank you very much, Henry. Great work down there on the pre-grid, and fantastic to hear some of the words of our drivers, of our finalists for MicroMax UK, their first final of 2025 in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Lithuania's Benediktas Masiokas starts on pole position, has Charlie Page, winner of the Superheat, alongside on the front row. Dean Pahal, could this be the day that Pahal records a podium in these championships? Starts from row 2 and has got Harris Barber alongside the birthday boy from yesterday on that second row. Albert Farrow, the single DHR driver in this race, is on row through, joined by Sam Pollitt Racing's LBJ Stubbs, who won 14 days ago, at Whilton Mill. Dimitar Uzanov and Alfie Garrett start on row 4. Sebastian Crawford and Dax Farah complete the top 10, and then it's Ralph Martin, last year's Mighty Bambino champion, alongside Ansel Murray on row 6. Row 7, Otto Amy and Chloe McGill. Arlo Gamble on British Kart Championships debut is joined by Freddie Walker on row number 8. Row 9, Ethan Lloyd for RCE and Will Wainwright for KR Sports. Another one of the debutants here this weekend, and it will be 18 drivers. Max Armitt for Strawberry Racing does not take the start. So, these drivers aged between, year of their 8th birthday up to 12 years of age, have 15 minutes plus 1 lap to navigate their way around this 1.2 kilometre circuit, and we're going to go round again for another formation lap. That forming up of the rolling grid, not to the satisfaction of our race director, Nigel Edwards, being ably assisted out on circuit by a team with Dan Ashton, David Manchester and many others. They will go round once more for MicroMax UK. Bit more time for the drivers to get some heat into their materials, into the tyres, into the brakes as well. Air temperatures have come up a little bit from earlier. We had literally 3 spots of rain on the commentary box window about an hour and a half ago. But we said it wasn't going to rain properly today. I think we were right with that prediction. Henry is just rejoining me here in the box. It's good conditions, I'd say, for the drivers at this time of year.
Yeah, it has, I'd say, warmed up. I wouldn't use that, but it's not
less cold.
It's less cold. But that gives these engines a nice chance to breathe. So it's not so cold that the track can't retain any temperature. You can get temperatures into the tyres. Let's see if it all starts warming up now. The lights are out. We're off and racing. Page makes a good start, but he's going to run the risk of getting hung out to dry. Just like that, Harris Barber goes through. Pahal into second. Oh, and a couple of spinners at the back. And there was a few drivers very, very fortunate to not get collected in an even bigger way there.
I might be wrong, but I think Pahal on the attack leads in the early stages of this one. Harris Barber, is Harris Barber still in there? Because I've not seen the number 12. Well, now has come through sector number 1. I think Ralph Martin, yes, was also held up in what happened there through the first couple of corners. So it's two of the Strawberry Racing drivers who've had problems in the early stages of this one. Masiokas trying to do the switch back there on Pahal. They're going to be close through the horseshoe, and Masiokas goes back into the lead.
LBJ Stubbs has made a very good start. He is up into P3. Now I wonder, is it possible to have another look back at that first lap second corner, because at one point Harris Barber looked like he had taken third position, but he is across the line all the way down in 13th position. No Max Armitt, sadly, but we'll try and find out what has gone wrong for Harris Barber if we can. There's Charlie Page, who has slipped back to 5th position. Now there's the problem, because you cannot give Benedictus Masiokas clean track.
Yep.
It has to be said, Dian Pahal has not had race pace to match Masiokas. The only person who's been able to match Masiokas over the course of a race is Charlie Page, and Page finds himself trapped all the way back in P5. He may well pass Alfie Garrett, who's the next kart in front of him. He may well pass LBJ Stubbs. He may well catch a pass Dian Pahal. But by the time he does do all that, if he can do that, I fear that Benedictus Masiokas will be long gone if previous form is anything to go by.
57.33 the lap time last time around for Masiokas, 57.5s for Pahal and Stubbs. Dimitar Uzanov is through past Albert Farrow for 6th place. Sebastian Crawford is having a good run. There's a move further down there as Charlie Page has got through past Alfie Garrett for P4. I've still got hopes here for Charlie Page, Henry, because we saw some really good race pace and an ability to come through the field. Out is Arlo Gamble. Arlo Gamble on debut this weekend in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships has been having a sterling effort, was second of the rookies up to that point, but retires on lap 3.
So we are down to 17 runners, sadly. Now, at the back of the field, Ralph Martin has moved up Otto Amy. Now, let's have a look back. So this was the other angle. So there's the spin. It was Barber that spun. So Page and Barber came together. Page got sideways. Barber was the one that went for a spin. Thank you very much, the Alpha crew, from seeing that different camera angle. Not the one that we saw the in-race coverage, but certainly, again, adding a whole different complexion to the coverage, because as Page went wide, I saw Barber trying to nip up the inside and gain a place. There is, speaking of gaining a place, Uzanov goes past Garrett. Garrett retakes the position, and that forces Uzanov to hit the brakes and allows Farrow to go through as well. So 1 place lost, 2 places, 1 place gained, 2 places lost in the space of a corner. Now, Page, he's past Stubbs. He's now closing in on Pahal. 11 minutes to go. You were right, Andrew. They're still holding out hope for a battle for the race lead. Pahal, I think, will be satisfied, but I think maybe if he can hang on and take third, a podium, that would be a good stance to build off for the O-Plate runner-up, who was only 12th in the championship last year.
Still a lot of time to go in this race, of course, and all the cliches with that, but I think this is quite a key couple of laps now for Pahal. And Page, oh, Pahal hits the curb, pops the rear axle up in the air. That is Page's opportunity to go through. And I was just about to say, it's really important for these two to not lose too much time in this next phase of play. They've lost a bit of time, but not too much. And Pahal's going to come back now. Has got good power out of the final corner to try and retake second place here. This is good for Masiokas. There's a battle going on between Stubbs and Garrett. Garrett is through into fourth place. Ralph Martin is now your fastest driver out on circuit. So don't count out Ralph Martin for some half-decent points. He's got to come back from 16th in this field, but is catching back up to the main pack. But whilst ever these two, Pahal and Page, go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, it's great entertainment. It's brilliant to watch. But in terms of the race win, Masiokas is just in time trial mode, disappearing down the length of this 1.2 kilometre circuit, now leads by more than 2 seconds.
Well, the last time that SFR Motorsport were here at Warden Law as a team in MicroMax was the 2022 qualifier. It wasn't part of the championship, it was just a guest class. We had 3 races that year, each one giving was a ticket to the grand finals. And it was Lachlan Johnson who won on that day for SFR Motorsport here in MicroMax. As now Page makes the move stick, and that one mistake from Pahal, he came out of the Dunlop chicane, and just at that one of those apexes, he looked the other way to see him try and defend, took his eye off the track in front of him, bounced over the curb, and that opened the door for Page. Now Page looks like he has made the move stick. Problem is 3 seconds he's now got to make up on Masiokas with 8.5 minutes remaining. Well, if Pahal can push Page along, that might help them catch the 2 leaders. But Page has got a very different entry angle into the final Paddock Bend hairpin. He takes a wider line in, or he runs wide to the middle, and that allows Pahal to get him back again. So Charlie Page is going to have to readjust his line coming through Paddock, because the last 2 laps he has then made the move and then lost the position to Pahal going into turn number 1. And now the gap is 3.3 seconds. Masiokas, well, he's not crossed the line yet, so you can't say he's won, but his fate is in his hands.
56.66 last time around for Masiokas, a new fastest lap of the race. Pahal defends through Gasworks. Pharaoh taking an alternative line there as well, but there's no change of position in this quintet from 2nd all the way down to 6th. Pahal, Page, Garrett, Pharaoh and Uzanovs. And LBJ Stubbs is not completely out of play either. Sebastian Crawford is a bit of company right now for Stubbs. That's the drivers in 7th and 8th places. Elsewhere down the order, good to see Ansel Murray moving up through the order, Henry. The Indian driver up 3 places and now running in 9th place, another one of the RCEs.
Well, here we go. Page to the inside of Pahal. Pahal's going to stick it back to the inside of Page, coming to the second half of the Senna S's. And now Charlie Page is squeezed wide. Garrett comes through. So does Pharaoh. And we head through the Dunlop chicane. Look at Uzanov now at the back of this 5-kart battle for 2nd position. And behind Uzanov, there's not a huge gap back to Stubbs, Crawford, Murray and Barber. Dax Farah is Dad's head. He's on his boat. He's going to be carrying many boats, is Dax Farah. He's 11th at the moment for Strawberry Racing. New 2nd place driver, MLC Motorsports, Alfie Garrett.
This is a great return from Alfie Garrett, who had a bit of bad luck in the first heats yesterday, but has not given this one up. Zuzanov and Page get into a close quarters a discussion on the exit from the dogleg there. Page retakes 5th place, but they're losing a bit of track position here to Pahal and to Pharaoh and to Garrett. These are all even at this entry level, this first rung of the Rotax ladder. A lot of these drivers have been racing for a good number of years through the cadet categories, previously in the Bambino categories. They all know each other very well, having raced against each other for the last few years. That's a lovely move, though, through the horseshoe bend. Albert Farrow down the inside and up to P2.
He told me that it was harder without his big brother. I disagree, as Crawford and Uzunov go side by side. They're trying to make a move on each other, and that's allowing Harris Barber to close back in. Harris now up into P9. As there is, that is the
Ethan
number
Lloyd.
66 RCE kart of Ethan Lloyd out of the race. A technical flag for a rear bumper that was hanging off. Jen Wade joined us on the live chat from Rotax. Daryl Smith from Rotax is here giving support to the drivers. Now Page begins to fight back. He passes Garrett. That's for P4. Now, if they can get that number 66 bumper sort of clipped back together, then, you know, he can technically go back out. Look at the difference there. As Benedictus Masiokas turns into turn number 1, everybody else is just coming out of the final corner. This is now 5.6 seconds, the gap. I'm trying to think back. Well, it would have been the main championship round, possibly Albie Friend and Honda Cadet, who won for SFR last time. It was certainly a Honda Cadet victory for SFR when they were in the main championship last. Now Page coming back at Bahal and passing Farrow. Garrett there in 4. So we're down to 4 in the battle for second place. Uzunov and Crawford have been chopping and changing. That's cost them both time. So Canty and Pahal take his first British Championship podium. It would be a first British Championship podium for any of these drivers.
Well, indeed, 3.5 minutes to go. Another new fastest lap of the race from Benedictus Masiokas, who is just running. What a brilliant feeling it must be for Masiokas when you're in this kind of rhythm, where you're in tune with the machinery, you know you're not under any pressure from immediately behind, and you can just genuinely be enjoying the racing out there. We're going to stick with this battle for second place. Bahal defensive into hairpin 1. No opportunity that time around for Page. Page is going to try and get a bit of a slingshot out of Senna 2 and through the Dunlop chicane towards the opportunity, the best opportunity to overtake around this circuit, which is Gasworks Bend, but it's tricky. It's quickly goes downhill, just drops away there for the drivers. They've got to be really careful that they don't ask too much of their front tyres through that part of the circuit. This is a very evenly matched quartet, and I tell you what, keep an eye on Crawford and Uzunov and Harris Barber, because I think that group are closing in. Yes, they are. This quartet are all in the 57.5s and the 57.4s. Crawford 57.0. That group there, down to Albie J Stubbs, in fact throw Dax Farrow into the mix of this one. These drivers are all closing in. In fact, they have closed in. This is going to be probably about a 9-10 kart battle for 2 places on the podium, Henry.
And they make that an 8 kart battle, because Sebastian Crawford just jumps up over the back of, I think that was Alfie Garrett's kart. Page now moves to second, but Pahal trying to get his way past. So Page, Pahal, Farrow, Garrett, Barber, and then behind Barber is Uzunov and Stubbs. I think, let's have a look, is it? Yeah, Dax Crawford is still in that mix as well. And Sebastian Crawford, he's lost a few places, but he's still in the group. Oh, now here we go. Pahal to the inside, elbows out. Pahal takes second, Farrow third, Page down to fourth. And you could, Page defended, but then he did open the corner back out. And Ian Pahal thought, that looks like an RCE-shaped gap, I will fill it. And it was 9/10 of an RCE-sized gap.
Change for third place. Farrow's got ahead of Page now. I mean, we talked about the overtaking with Harris Barber, who's just got a move done on Alfie Garrett. As out of contention go Albie J Stubbs and the 35 of Dax Farrow. Oh, Chloe McGill is off the circuit as well and is going to be stuck in the gravel and the grass on the exit of the Dunlop chicane.
Oh, what's happened here? That's Pahal. Now, not in second, not in third, not in fourth, possibly back in fifth position. Yeah, we didn't see what happened. And here comes Harris.
Here we go.
Is he giving it the funky chicken down the straight?
This is giving it the full chicken jockey at the moment. 20 seconds to go. The little G up, the inspirational talk from Mark Baines less than 24 hours ago might be doing the trick here, but there's a great battle. Oh, look at that from Harris Barber. Switch back to the inside. Takes third place away from Albert Farrow. We've got 4 seconds on the clock. We know who's going to win this race as long as Benediktas Masiokas can bolt round the final lap. The time is now up. He's going to win it. Charlie Page is looking good for second place, but who's going to have this final spot on the podium? Is it going to be Strawberry Racing? Is it going to be Dan Holland Racing? Harris Barber versus Albert Farrow is going to be the story of intrigue on this final lap. Masiokas is away and gone. 9.2 seconds clear of this trio here. It was up to 8, 9, possibly 10 karts. We're down to 3, but only 2 of these drivers can be on the podium here today at Warden Law. Albert Farrow, good run through the dogleg there. Harris Barber's been on the attack. He's got the overtakes done, but has now got to do a bit of defensive work if it's going to be a podium today for the birthday boy from Great Ayton on the final lap. There is your race leader, Benediktas Masiokas, flying the flag for Lithuania. We saw him win in the O-Plate at PF International a few weeks ago. He has replied with another win here at Warden Law. The O-Plate holder will lead the championship, leaving Karting North East here this afternoon. Who's going to take second? Who's going to take third? Page is on the podium. Harris Barber goes to third place. He started on the outside of row 2. It all looked to have gone wrong in the early stages, but he fights back through to take a brilliant podium. Albert Farrow gets good points there in 4th. Dean Pahal in the top 5 in a final. I'm sure that podium will come at some stage this season. A great run for Dean Pahal. And look how happy Harris Barber is after a really, really tough heat yesterday. Wasn't happy at all with how things had finished. Had discussions with Mark Baines, his driver coach and mechanic for this weekend, and it's done the trick and resulted in a podium spot. Henry will be down there in a few moments' time with our race winner, who really, my goodness me, has put in a brilliant performance here this weekend. Benediktas Masiokas nearly does a clean sweep, but does also leave with perfect score in terms of championship, because was top of the final intermediate classification, has won this final. That's 130 points from a possible 130. Page will leave Sunderland second in the championship, second in this race. Barber third in the final, third in the championship as well. Farrow, Pahal, Uzanov, Martin, Crawford, Garrett and Murray all in the top 10 there in a really entertaining final for MicroMax UK. Dax Farah P11, Otto IAME 12th, first and second in the rookies there for Farah and IAME. Albie J Stubbs, unfortunate to be a little bit further down the order, but good pace this weekend for Sam Pollitt Racing P13. Freddie Walker and Will Wainwright in the top 15. Also another couple of the rookies there. Chloe McGill, also unfortunate at the end there, was the last of the finishers in 16th. 2 retirements, Ethan Lloyd and Arlo Gamble. Max Arnott did not start the race. Really good stuff there from MicroMax UK. They gave us so much entertainment in 2024, and on the basis of that final, we're going to get the same again in 2025. But for right now, let's head down to Parc Fermé and Henry Baudet.
Thank you, Andrew. Now, we said at the start of the race, didn't we, Benediktas, that we want to swap that O for that number 1. Hey, it's only one race, but that was a fantastic final. We're on course for what you want to do and win the British Championship this year. Were you aware that they were fighting behind you and you had a big lead?
Yeah.
Coming into the race, you knew that Charlie had a lot of pace. You made a good start. Dean was right behind you. Did you notice what was going on behind you?
Yeah, when I saw them battling, I thought I could do the same thing as O-Plate and win.
And you did, and this time you did it without any rain as well, so it was a little bit easier. What was the key? How was that kart working so well all weekend? I mean, what was it? Was it the tyres, was it the setup, just the team around you had everything done spot on?
Yeah, the team.
Now, I think, I mean, what I do like is that at the end of this race, all top three, they were jumping around, smiling, high-fiving each other. So, what we're going to do now, so, SFR Motorsport, we're back in the paddock, but I have noticed that we've still got our old privateer race suit. Do you think that Nathan Rawlins and SFR need to put their hands in their pockets and get the new British Championship leader a race suit?
Yeah.
Okay, go and ask him then. Into the camera and ask. Into the camera. No, into the camera and say, Nathan, I want a new race suit.
Nathan, I want a new race suit.
Exactly, there we go. Charlie Page is by here, P2. He's happy. First podium, well done, Charlie.
Thank you.
And we're going to be very quick, so we're going to go some highlights now. And Harris Barber's over there. The talking from Mark Bainsworth. He's very happy as well. So, Benedictus Masiokas picks up where he left off in the O-plate. Let's have a look back at the highlights of the MicroMax Final.
Yes, indeed. Let's look at some of those highlights before we move on to MiniMax 950. I'm just going to say, keep an eye on Harris Barber here in the green and white suit, because it all goes wrong there, and we think, oh no, the chance of a podium is gone, and just keep an eye on Barber on his drive back through the field. Early stages, Masiokas in the lead. Quickly became apparent that it was going to be a battle for second place here today. That was the slightly scary moment for Dean Pahal that opened the door for Charlie Page to step down the inside and take second place. It was a discussion that went back and forth as to who was going to be on the podium today. Good effort from Alfie Garrett, racing up through the order, and some good points on the board for Alfie Garrett here this weekend. Charlie Page and Dean Pahal swapped second place, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This was when Garrett had got up into second place. Albert Farrow was also on the scene. Great move by Farrow down through the horseshoe. Inevitably, when you get so many karts close together, you might have the odd one fall out of the pack. There was, unfortunately for Sebastian Crawford, a moment that dropped him down to 8th place. And then we saw Harris Barber coming back through after the spin early on. There was incidents as well for the likes of Dax Farah, Chloe McGill in there as well, having troubles through the Dunlop chicane. But a win for Benedictus Masiokas, second for Charlie Page, and Harris Barber with a tremendous drive back from adversity there after a spin on lap 1. Goes from 4th down to about 15th place, I think it was, back up to be on the podium. We'll see MicroMax UK again, of course, in around, well, just under a month's time, round 2. On the weekend of 9th to the 11th of May down at Dunkeswell. Right now, though, let's go for MiniMax 950.
Thank you, Andrew. For the first time in a long time, maybe even ever, we had to cut the field in MiniMax down. 42 entries, 34 have made it this far. Do you want to know what it looks like from the very back of a 34, a maximum grid here at Warden Law? Well, Aidan Hammond and Achilles Giannone, they are the two drivers that try and have to do the top gear from the rear. So, Aidan Hammond, Global Karting, you must have been sweating after the second superheat. When did you find out that you had made it in?
It was like when I went back to my tent, and then we were just waiting for the results, and I found out, and I was like I was happy that I got into the final. Because
you had a penalty in your superheat, didn't you? Did you think that was game over for you?
Yeah, as soon as I got the penalty, I thought I wasn't going to get in the final, but then I found out I was in enough, and I got into the final.
So, I mean, obviously, at the front there, we've covered the leaders all weekend. You know, they're looking for the win. This is a bonus race for you, isn't it? Is it a case of, at one point, I didn't think I was going to be here, so I'm just now going to try and move up as much as I can?
Yeah, I'm just going to move up as much as I can and try to get as high as possible in this race.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck to Aidan Hammond. Now, privateers. There aren't many of them, but to make it this far, Achilles Giannone from Italy. Again, really smart liveried kart. Achilles, again, you had a penalty as well. Did you think it was game over and you wouldn't make the final?
Yes, I did. It was quite unexpected to actually be here.
Now that you are here, though, what's the goal? You know, are we, try and gain as many places as possible? What would you be happy with at the end of 15 minutes?
Well, I think if I can get as many positions as I can, I'm aiming towards 15th.
Excellent. I've got to say, look at this. Bright gold crash helmet. You know, that's a winner if ever there was one. Now, moving up a little bit, we've got the Luke Christie racing team here. Theo Bradshaw on the penultimate row. And again, Sam Pollock, Mr. Walker, Jensen Walker. There, the SFR team. That's George Swire, a former podium finisher. And for the Thule Motorsport. So, Thule Motorsport, the only driver, I think, for Thule to make the event, to make the final. So this is Nelson Taylor. Nelson, the only driver from Thule to make the final. Are you happy?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Now, you've got the National Autistic Society there on the front of you, so you'll race to raise awareness, don't you?
Yeah, I raise awareness for autism in racing. Yeah.
Oh, it's good. Now, there's a couple of really good autistic racing drivers. You're the next one in line. Do you find that helps you, racing?
I'd say so. It can be quite tough at times mentally when things aren't going right. I just got to put that behind me and get on with the race, yeah.
Well, Drew Thule, you're going to keep Drew happy with moving up the order here?
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent, excellent. Well done, well spoken, young man. Max Abrahart, as a privateer last year in Micro, he's moved up to the Coles Racing awning here. There is Soren Gallagher. James Roots, we saw James have an incident early on. James, you're okay now, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, no problems. We'll see what the global karting to do. But, of course, there's Ben Lawn. He's with the Hunter Motorsport team this weekend. But do you want to know how tough it is to move up even from Micro to Mini? Well, there's Luke Millward, last year's MicroMax British champion. And he's starting alongside Josh Cook, last year's MicroMax Grand Final winner. And they are outside the top 20. It's been a tough weekend for you, Luke?
Yeah, just qualifying wasn't as good as we expected, just got stuck behind the cart, so we had to roll with it.
Got to roll with it. There you go, Luke. And speaking of rolling with it, Josh, the Cookie Monster, again, what's the jump up like, from Micro to Mini?
Yeah, it's hard, but when you're at the front of the grid in Micro, you find it a bit easier to jump up to Mini.
Well, here we go. We got 1 minute to go. The board has been cleared. There's Maria Roberto, Alice in Wonderland. What can she conjure up? Will she be grinning like a Cheshire cat at the end of this next race? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Henry. Really looking forward to this one. This is, of course, the final for MiniMax 950. It is a stacked grid, and it has Emerson McAndrew, the driver who finished third in this championship last year, on pole position, with Edward Haynes for company on the front row. Max Jolly won the O-Plate at PF International a few weeks ago, starts on the inside of row 2, and then the first of the newbies, the disruptors, mixing it in with the seeds. Riley Murrow is there, P4 on the grid. Oliver Spencer, disqualified in qualifying. We know he has good race pace because he's starting there on the third row. Has Ozzie Gibson for company on that one. Tom Reed, the farmer, joins round winner from MicroMax last year, Sebastian Behrman, on row number 4. Alfie Mayer and Josh Cormack go from row 5. Lucian Smith and Logan Rolfe, the privateer, on row 6. Harry Williams won one of the IAME O-Plates 2 weeks ago, starts on row 7, is joined by 2023 Honda Cadet champion who won this title here at Warden Law. Ryan White is P14. Leo Livings, not 100% fit, but is on row 8 alongside last year's runner-up in MicroMax Austin Oman. That's row 8. Row number 9, Elijah West and Max Wheatley. Arthur Farrow and Max Gilman are on row 10. Sebastian Clark and Maria Roberto are on row 11. Josh Cook and Luke Millward on an all-KR Sport row 12. Benjamin Lawn and James Roots on row 13. Maximilian Abrahart and Soren Gallagher on row 14. Nelson Taylor, George Swire, Theo Bradshaw, Jensen Walker, Achille Giannone and Aidan Hammond complete the 34 runners. We have got one driver who seems to be in a spot of bother. We are going to go round again for another formation lap now. Who was that going slowly through the final corner? just as the grid was forming up. It's one of the Sam Pollets. It's the number 22 that is going to be out of this race in the early stages. That's Riley Murrow. That is Riley Murrow, who was due to start this race from P4 on the grid. Riley Murrow is out before the race has even begun. That is such terrible luck for Riley Murrow, who was looking forward to this one, looked quick in the superheat earlier on today. Harry Williams, I think, is also not competing in this one. At least the 163 is not showing as out on circuit on our timing screens here in the commentary box. If we are seeing the 163 out on circuit, we will update you in due course. But here we go then. Change of things at the very front then. Scratch P4 on the grid from your graphics. Riley Murrow will not take the start in this one. It is McAndrew versus Haynes, as we're going to go round again. The pole side of the grid, little bit too hasty there,
oh,
Henry.
Leon Hasty went in the junior race.
Oh yes, he did, didn't he?
So,
now,
what did I miss? Right, I mean, I didn't see. We started at the back of the grid,
yes.
So I wanted to, give a different perspective. Riley, I'm not sure if Harry Williams was out there, but what happened to Riley?
It just broke down coming out of Gasworks Bend, and I see the. Well, yeah, I'm just looking out of our commentary box window at Marshall Post 7. So Riley Murrow will still have, of course, 59 championship points from the heats and super heats earlier on today, and will still score championship points for 33rd place. 33rd place, because Harry Williams will have points for 34th place in this final. But that is a real shame, because I've watched Riley race for a good number of years. He's he's probably done the best of those who moved up, or with Max Jolly as well from Micro's last year. So
a former Bambino British champion, Riley Murrow, actually finished had a 3rd place here last year at Warden Law. But there we go. Well, one man's misfortune is another man's fortune. Who's going to pick up the pieces at the front? Now we're off and racing, and it's a good start for the outside of the front row. Edward Haynes takes the advantage away from Emerson McAndrew, and that's a perfect shot of the bottleneck that you get going into Brian's Bend.
Really good stuff then from Edward Haynes. Oh, it's all getting a little bit rough, and McAndrew went off the road. Pole sitter, who had problems in the final here 1 year ago, it happened again here at Warden Law. It was the loose exhaust in 2024. It's the first lap that has caught Emerson McAndrew out here. It got very, very tight there from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place through St. John's.
I'm trying to figure out who went off with McAndrew Uren, because there were 2 carts running wide at the entrance to St. John's Bend there. Now, I mean, James Fitzhugh is frantically scrambling through the different camera shots. Hopefully he will be able to unpick a little bit of that, but it has left Haynes and Oliver Spencer last to first. Almost. Was I speaking too early? Well, I don't think Oliver Spencer's going to hang about. No. He's been going one way this weekend, and it is forward. Why does he want to stop the momentum and finally sit? Oh no, McAndrew Uren's in the pits. Emerson McAndrew Uren is in the pits. And are they going to try and get that car back out? What has gone wrong there? Disaster. So, pre-season title favourite Emerson McAndrew Uren will finish 32nd.
Oh, that is and such a disappointment. I say, last year, let's have a look at a replay. So this is down into turn 2. I see a couple of drivers running wide, Elijah West being amongst them. It's the next corner that's going to be the key one. So that was side by side between Haynes and McAndrew.
Here's the best angle.
This is going to be there. So it was Austin Gibson, maybe with a bit of encouragement from behind, riding up onto the left-hand side, and that is going to be why McAndrew Uren has been in the pits. Out of this race.
Do you know something? The second angle, the fact we got multi-camera replays, it gives you, because on the way in, as McCann, you just thought, oh, Emerson's on the outside line there, and he might just run wide himself. You flick back to that second shot, and then you saw that, Haynes had pushed McAndrew Uren onto the outside line. New leader, Oliver Spencer. He completes the top gear from the rear. But then you saw that, as McAndrew had tried to come back in, Austin Gibson was there. And actually, Austin Gibson, his cart rode up over McAndrew and give M's left shoulder a bit of a clout. Hope that he is okay. But like you said, what we couldn't quite ascertain was whether Austin Gibson had somebody else pushing him through. But again, fantastic, able to... There are 28 CCTV cameras around the circuit, and then all the Alpha cameras on top of that. You literally can't pick your nose without getting seen, and I should know that because someone collared me the other day. No, I'm joking. But it's quite literally, this is, George Orwell, Big Brother is watching you everywhere. New leader, there are the stewards once again, watching the action unfold. Come on, wakey, try and look like you're awake. Not stewards, that's the CCV, the camera officials. Now, back on track. Here are your top three. It's Haynes, Spencer, and the Oak Plate champion, Max Jolly. Strawberry Racing, well, Mark Bain said he'd give me a lift home. I might need one, actually. Every time I've walked past him, he's going, who's going to drive you home? Yeah, in his own style, but yes. We quite, he did quite well there. He was quite ebullient in saying that he did the Mark Bain's rollicking.
The recipe to success.
Yes. Speaking of recipes for success, the Roots is on fire, and he moves up position for the global karting team. That moves James Roots into... let's have a little look. He is now 19th. But look at this. Reed in 4th. Now, new leader. Edward Haynes again. Reed is 4th. Mayer is 5th. Behrman, Livings, Smith, Cormac, and Ryan White, the top 10. Ryan White for the Hunter Motorsport team, former Honda Cadet champion. Austin Gibson slipped back to 11th. Art the Pharaoh is 12th. Logan Rolfe, 13th. Austin Oman's back into 15th behind Sebastian Clark. Then you've got Josh Cook, 16th. Roots, you've been saying, 19th. Abrahart, 20th. Bradshaw, former vice champion in Kart Masters, 22nd. Gilman is 25th. And Luke Millwood down to 30th. I cannot get over how strong this MiniMax field is.
It's going to give us plenty of stories across the course of 2025. Unfortunately, there's not a good chapter of the story for Maximilian Abrahart. Technical flag is out. Abrahart is in. It has not been the kind of weekend that Abrahart would have wanted. The driver third in MicroMax last year. But I think there's a lot of good things to be taken. Maximilian's pace, when it's been going well, has been really good for Coles Racing this weekend, and we've seen how across the categories Coles are on the up, it would seem, back to their previous best. So it's not the result that we would have wanted, but they'll be back for another fight when we get to Dunk as well.
Obviously, this is the first stop on the British Championship. At the end of the season, the tickets to the grand finals. I'm looking, it's early days yet. But whoever gets the ticket, I think there are 2 from the UK that will go to Bahrain in this class. And of course, if other drivers might go and win tickets in other championships in other countries. However, the British drivers that qualify for Bahrain, they will be feared by everybody.
Yeah.
Absolutely everybody, I've got to say, and with good reason, because the depth of talent we have here is fantastic, but also the style of racing as well. I know we've had that incident between Gibson and McAndrew, but generally the racing is so clean in MiniMax.
Just to note as well that Emerson McAndrew is still running in this race. Yes, 1 lap off the lead, but in fact the reason for him continuing is Josh Cormac goes through past Leo Livings there for P8. It's just been exactly shown. Maximilian Abrahart's problem means that McAndrew is up a position, and that's points. Now, yes, for a potential championship contender, you would hope this to be a drop score at the end of the year. But you can't guarantee that at this stage of the year. You've got to keep pushing on. Yes, it's not going to be a podium. Yes, it's probably not even going to be a top 25. But you never know. It could still be important scoring.
What we don't, I mean, we don't know if Emerson just came into the pits because that collision knocked something off the car.
Something electrical, because the starter's on that side.
Exactly. Could have been put back on, or whether it was just like, is everything okay? Yeah, I'm just a bit annoyed and upset. We'll go back out and drive until you're not. You know, we've got 7 minutes to go. You look at how close it is. You look at all the passing and overtaking. Yeah, we've had now Aidan Hammonds gets a 5-second penalty. He was up into 25th. Achille Giannone, he's up into 29th position. But yeah, all it takes is one more retirement and Emerson McAndrew moves into 30th position. You just never, ever know. And it would, and what's what Wayne, his dad, the Dan Holland Racing team, they've been around the block.
Yep.
You know, they have seen championships won by a single point. They do not want to get to the final round of the championship and be ruining the fact that they've lost it by 1 point when it was on the table all the way back in April in Warden Law. So, you know, that's why he's back out there.
Really good fight this at the front. Oliver Spencer had a go at Edward Haynes into Senna 2. Didn't quite pull it off. Max Jolly still there as well. Got to remember as well that Max Jolly is one of the drivers moving up from MicroMax UK in 2024. But the way he's racing here, with the seeds up towards the front, as we expected them to be at the start of the weekend, you would have thought that Max Jolly has been doing this for a good year and a bit. Oliver Spencer really starting to ramp the pressure up now on Edward Haynes. Edward Haynes probably thought that this battle was going to be between himself and Emerson McAndrew, but such has been the race pace of Oliver Spencer this weekend. Had to start at the back of each of his qualifying heats, race through 10, 12, 15 positions gained, and then really shone when it came to the superheat earlier today to wrestle his way back into contention for this race win. Has taken big victories in the British scene before, but can he start this 2025 season with an absolutely mammoth charge back through the field?
And of course, you know, we have to nominate our Wera Tool Driver of the Day candidates, one from each class. Now, unfortunately, any driver that gets any penalty over the course of the weekend is ineligible. So by being excluded from qualifying, that would make Oliver Spencer ineligible for the Wera Tools Driver of the Day award nomination. Of course, the public decide on the final winner, but, you know, Oliver Spencer is putting on an absolute drive of the day on any day. Edward Haynes. Last time Edward Haynes rolled to victory lane in the British Championship, 2020 PF International as a Bambino.
Yeah.
Last time Oliver Spencer rolled to victory lane, never. He's had 4 runner-up finishes as Oliver Spencer, but not a single victory. Now, he doesn't want 0-5. Connor Duncan has 5 runner-up finishes and 5 third-place finishes and no wins. Spencer on 4 runner-up finishes. He doesn't want to join Connor Duncan on the list of most second places without a victory. And his lead was short-lived because it's now the Oak Plate, the British Open champion, Max Jolly, who has never stood on a British Championship podium, who takes the race lead.
Wouldn't count out Alfie Mayer and Tom Reed as well. They've got good pace at this stage of the race as this trio really scrap it out for the race lead here at Warden Law. Max Jolly from this part of the world leads, but for how much longer? Oliver Spencer's putting him under pressure again as here comes Haynes side by side. A little bit of rubbing there. Tyre smoke between Spencer and Haynes. Haynes down the pit straight once again. Max Jolly, big lap this now for Max Jolly because he's got a chance now to break away if Spencer and Haynes really start to squabble over second place. And there is Alfie Mayer and Tom Reed, the 2 SFR Motorsport boys. We've already had a win today for SFR Motorsport in Micro. Are they going to have some more podium success here Two drivers who are experienced at this level, of course. Tom Reed, one of those seeded drivers from 2024, wants to improve from that number 10 plate, of course, this season. Haynes defends for Mayer down the hill through Gasworks, and a look at Jolly. Jolly's starting to pull away at the front, Henry.
Dan Holland Racing and Strawberry Racing came into this race tied on 10 MiniMax wins apiece. Emerson McAndrew-Uren was the lone front runner for the THR team. He is 31st. Arthur Farrow is down to 30th. Over to Strawberry Racing. Potentially, if Strawberry can get across the line first, they become the most successful MiniMax team at the moment in the modern era. KR Sport, they are 4th in rankings. Coles Racing is 3rd. KR Sport are next. So can Oliver Spencer take his first win? And SFR Motorsport, they are looking very good. Alfie Mayer in kart number 115. He actually does have a win here as a Honda driver back at Whilton Mill last year.
Both of these drivers at the front have won O-plates. Max Jolly earlier in the year, of course, in this category. Oliver Spencer back in 2023, but both of them looking for their first ever win in these Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Further down the order, George Swire's having a hell of a race. He's up 16 places, up to P14. Has just taken that one away from Logan Rolfe. Aidan Hammond having a good drive through the field as well. He's up 10 spots to 23rd. Joshua Cook, we'll mention in a similar regard, up 12 positions to 11th. But now is the key moment, you feel, with less than a minute to go. Can Oliver Spencer hold it all together to win at Warden Law? The problem, he's ahead of the darling from Darlow, Darlington's Max Jolly, right there, the local boy whose talent was discovered at this very circuit. He has the O-plate title already this year, but he desperately wants to leave Warden Law, his home circuit, as the championship leader and a winner in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Still, Spencer, nice and confident, just holding the line, getting defensive now as here comes Haynes. The two Strawberries going wheel to wheel there, and here comes Alfie Mayer down the inside. Very close there with Haynes, and that may open the door for Tom Reed to step through into 3rd.
Yes, we're going to have a lap to go next time by. It's going to be a bit like Junior. I'm going to head down to the grid, to the pits to interview the winner, but I'm not sure who it's going to be. It does look like it's going to be a head-to-head between Spencer and Jolly. Reed spies a maiden British Championship podium. He has got to hang on. 1 to go.
Spencer leads by 0.18 of a second. Max Jolly still there in 2nd place. You'd think, with the gap back to Tom Reed now being half a second, that it's going to be one of these two. Where does Max Jolly go for his move? Surely he'll be thinking about, he's trying to do the psychological move. He's trying to point forward to Oliver Spencer to get him to not defend. Oliver Spencer's wise to that, though. He's got through centre 1 and centre 2, still in the lead of this one, through the Dunlop chicane. Is it going to be the big one down the inside into Gasworks Bend? Spencer surely is going to cover this one off. Jolly looking to the outside. Is there a potential switchback? They're going to be side by side. Jolly's going to have to run him around the outside, but good speed for Spencer. He's got the inside line through Horseshoe. 2 corners to go. Oliver Spencer out of the final corner, last in qualifying to a win in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and Oliver Spencer is no longer just a runner-up, he is a winner at a British Kart Championships level. What a superb performance by Oliver Spencer, KR Sport. They take it by 1/4 of a second. Max Jolly is on the podium. He doesn't get the win like a few weeks ago at PF International, but it is a tremendous performance on British Kart Championships, full championship debut for Strawberry Racing. Jolly has the podium that was being knocked on the door so many times last year. A great run on the road at Lark Hall that ended in the end being nullified. But Max Jolly P2 at home here in the Northeast. Tom Reed on the podium Third place, a brilliant run for SFR Motorsport. Heads up driving, got past Edward Haynes and Alfie Mayer at the end there, who wrapped out the top 5. Good drives as well from Lucian Smith. Fair play, Leo Livings as well, not running at 100%, running a little bit hurt and out of the weather this week, but a gain of 8 places to 7th there for Leo Livings. Josh Cormack, Sebastian Behrman and Joshua Cook all in the top 10. Ryan White had another good result here at Warden Law. 11th place for home team Hunter Motorsport. George Swire, 18 places gained in that final to P12. Superb stuff from George. Sebastian Clark, James Roots and Ozzie Gibson complete the top 15. Logan Rolfe, Max Wheatley, Elijah West, Maria Roberto and Benjamin Lawn all in the top 20. Good recovery for Benjamin Lawn, who had a tough TQ at the start of the weekend. Max Gilman, Theo Bradshaw, Aidan Hammond, Nelson Taylor and Soren Gallagher take us to 25th. Akila Giannone 26th, Luke Millward 27th ahead of Austin Oman, Arthur Farrow, Jensen Walker, Emerson McAndrew-Uren P31. Not the kind of results that the leader through the final intermediate classification would have wanted, but it's still points on the board for Emerson. 32nd, last of the finishers, Maximilian Abrahart. 2 retirements from that race, well, 2 non-starts to be exact, Riley Murrow and Harry Williams. Let's head down now to Parc Ferme and to Henry Baudet.
Thank you, Andrew. I've got to say, of 41 drivers in this class, when time qualifying finished yesterday, this driver was 41st. He comes home as a new British Championship winner. Oliver Spencer, if you could sort qualifying out, the rest of the MiniMax field are in trouble.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate qualifying. I think I did a great job, just team let us down, but in the end it ended up good, so it's quite positive.
Exactly. Now, of course, coming into this race, you know, you have 4 second places but no wins. You would have tied a record for finishing second again, but you made the move on Max. Talk us through the battle that you had at the front.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good battle. Ed defended quite a lot, but eventually we got past him. And then in the end, we came out on top.
Now, at the start of the race, did you see Emerson McAndrew-Uren, of course, who started at the front, go off? And did that think, OK, I've got a better chance now?
Yeah, of course. Like, Emerson's running really fast, so I thought, as soon as he had gone, I thought, right, now let's just focus on the race. OK, now, talk us through the last lap. We saw what happens in terms of the pass, the repassing, the defending. As a driver, what's your mindset going into that last lap, knowing that first win is 1,200 metres away? Just keep your head, and when I had a gap to Max, I didn't defend, but when I did, I needed to defend.
Okay, missed out on a podium last year in Sarno at the grand finals by 1 spot. If you get the ticket this year, Bahrain, do you think you're going to be in a better position to become Rotax King of the World?
Yeah, I mean, our engine in Sarno wasn't the best, but I thought we still had a good opportunity.
Excellent. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Hypex Sparko, everyone at KR, Harry Carter, and my dad and Nan and Grandad for bringing me.
Excellent, well done. I saw your dad earlier and Nan and Grandad. So there is your MiniMax winner. What a race, what a season we are in for. But the man they're all chasing, Oliver Spencer, KR Sport, from the back to the front.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that MiniMax 950 final. This was the start of things. Good start for Haynes, taking the lead. McAndrew-Uren there in second, but this is the big flashpoint for the pole sitter. Moment there with Haynes running wide, but then there, contact with Gibson. Not clear there from that angle in our comms box as to the exact cause of it, but we did see that McAndrew-Uren out of contention, would continue round but would finish P31. Down the inside, number 144. Good drive from Lucian Smith today, up to 6th place, a gain of 5 spots for KR Sport. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Spencer had come through to 2nd place. These 3 went back and forth. That was a tight moment there with Oliver Spencer and Edward Haynes. That's how Spencer took P1 on the road.
Max Jolly down the inside would take the race lead, but Spencer would fight back. This was coming out of the final corner. Edward Haynes still there. Unfortunate in a way for Edward Haynes to not be on the podium here today, but still good points. And Edward Haynes at the moment, should stress, of course, all results are provisional. Edward Haynes third in the championship after the 2 rounds of scoring here this weekend. This was towards the end. Spencer takes the win from Jolly. 1 point separates them in the championship, leaving Karting Northeast here today. 123 for Spencer, 122 for Jolly, 121 for Edward Haynes. It's going to be a good one this year in MiniMax 950. More racing to come, of course, straight after this.
Casting no dispersions, ladies and gentlemen, but you've got to be a tool rebel, not just a tool. Lewis Gilbert, you know, you've got a piece here. It's fast. You've won here twice before. The team have been on a high. O-Plate champion, can Craft Motorsport and the Diamond RI head back up the short trip north as British Championship leaders?
Do hope so that's the case, but we never know what's going to happen in the final. But we've done the best we can up to this point, so it's just a case of just going out and just doing what we normally do and just hopefully it goes our way.
Now, I mean, obviously we talk about the defending. You know, in the first heat race, you were very stout on defence. You got yourself a warning flag, and you think, okay, now, but that was almost planned. Defend till I get a warning, and then, but then in the second race, you didn't defend as much. You know, these new rules. You know, the senior drivers, you got to get your heads around it, haven't you, and learn how to play the game.
Yeah, it's definitely got us thinking a bit more during the race, not to just kind of cover the whole race. You know, it doesn't really make things a race, I suppose. So. It's just a case of just knowing when to defend and do it at the right time and try not to do it too much, I suppose.
Now, can we go for the Warden Law three-peat?
We'll find out in 15 minutes, won't we?
You certainly will. So, leading the senior Rotax field to the line will be Lewis Gilbert, the Diamond of Dalry. Now, Guy Cunnington, ever-present fixture, the inaugural champion. We've only got 1 minute. Guy, you know, the old man, 1 minute to go. I know you're focused. We're going to try and get our first wins in 2019, aren't we?
Oh, why did you have to say that?
Well, because it's a factual thing and it's true.
Yeah, well, it's going to happen at some point this year.
It is happening at some point in the year, right? We got less than a minute to go. It's very, very quick. So I think, Mr. Cameraman, you back there, because senior Rotax, 34 of them, are about to hit the track. Scotland, England, and then behind, the young gun of the field, Harrison Crowther. Let's go back. It's senior Rotax up now.
All right, hold on to whatever's closest to you, a table, a chair, your hats, whatever, a family member. It's senior Rotax for the first time in 2025 for these Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Your grid. The Senior Rotax Race 26, the final. Lewis Gilbert on pole position. Guy Cunnington alongside on the front row. Harrison Crowther and Harry Bartle go from row 2. Joshua Graham and Jack West go from row 3. Kai Hunter on his home circuit. Row 4.
and is joined by Jack Lilly. Row 5, Kai Veach had a tough run in the superheats this morning, is joined by the pole sitter in time qualifying, Lizzie Mentier on row 5. Cian Geraghty and Matthew Higgins are 2 drivers to look out for there from row number 6. Lewis Goff, stepping up to the seniors this year, is joined by Archie Walker on row 7. They're ahead of Joshua Turnbull and Ewan Charman. Matty Hingley, can he roll back the years? Starts on row 9 alongside Brandon Truman. Mikey Walker and Henry Gregory on row 10. Charlie Cox and Freddie Ingram on row 11. Pearson Bullock Carter and William Antrobus on row 12. Adam Wooden and Reg Hayward on row 13. Hugh Moulton and Luke Bate on row 14. We're going to go around again, of course, for another formation lap. Charlie Smith and Joshua Withcombe on row 15. Teddy Pritchard Williams and Deacon Russell on row 16. Jack Baker and William Pemble on row 17. Unfortunately missing out on this one, Neo Clark missed out on a tiebreaker, having had a good drive through the field in the superheat, misses out on the final through timed qualifying tiebreakers. Tyler Harris, Louis Merica, Rachel Robertson, Marcus King, Jack Gillingham and Miles Roby all do not make the cut of 34 for this one. Particularly gutting for Rachel Robertson, having had a retirement on the last lap and misses out by 6 points, 6 positions there in this one. But to the 34 drivers that we've got here at Warden Law today, we always look forward to senior Rotax finals. Every single one of them in 2024 had drama and intrigue. What are we going to get here for the start of the 2025 season? Can Lewis Gilbert complete this weekend and leave the northeast of England as the championship leader? Can Guy Cunnington get on the top step of a British Kart Championships podium once again? We're going to find out in the next 15 minutes. Plus 1 lap into the tram lines. Do the lights go out? Yes, they do. We're green and racing at Warden Law, and it's a very good start for Lewis Gilbert. Harrison Crowther's going to be up to P2, but this shouldn't be a concern for Guy Cunnington. This is what we saw earlier on in the weekend. He has the ability to race back through the field. A bit of dust being kicked up there by those in the midfield. Very good start as well for Joshua Graham. Graham up to P3 in the number 8, a race winner last year at Lark Hall, of course. Rest of the field filing their way out of Senna 2. Everybody looking good. I think it's been a pretty clean start. I think just Reg Hayward has not taken the start in this one, so we're down to 33. It's going to be a long race, Henry. It's going to be one where the mind might be over the matter here today. Drivers are going to have to keep themselves nice and calm, especially for these first 6 or 7 laps.
Yeah, now every kart left the dummy grid, which means that Reg Hayward was not on the dummy grid. Now, this is going to be a case. So, master and student, Lewis Gilbert against Harrison Crowther. They're going to try and push away through the corner. They go at Senna 2. Graham Cunnington and Jack West there in 5th position. There is West for the Dan Holland Racing team. Bartle, Veach, Hunter, Lilly, Geraghty, Goff, Lizzie Mentier down to 16th. So potential win for Lizzie, I think. Oh, and there is the GP beholder, Matt Higgins, getting all sideways, coming out of Gasworks over that curve. There's a divot there that Matty found.
Yeah, I think Henry Gregory nearly got caught out by that as well. There's technical flag out. Yeah, Ewan Charman out of this race. One of the Hunter Motorsport hopefuls for this one has seen the technical flag. Not quite sure what the problem is for the Charmander, but no more fire for Ewan today. That is
a rear bumper askew. Okay. Yes, just caught it there. Great work from Famous Amos down in the camera and Josh.
That's, 3 whites coming out of Senna 2, and it's Matthew Higgins coming through the order. I think that was a double on Joshua Turnbull. And possibly Lewis Goff in there as well.
Famous Amos. It's a cookie brand
in
America.
That is further issues for one of the DHRs. And I think there was a Coles in there. Or
there was a 355 of Brandon Truman. Oh, can Uncle Tyrone win today? No, he can't.
No, he can't. That's
sorry. He did a rally driving course though. right by there.
It was Hugh Moulton. I thought there was a Coles Racing kart involved there. So Hugh Moulton falls down the order. There's been problems for William Antrobus as well, so there will not be a repeat of the strong run that William Antrobus had here last year in the junior category. It's been a bit of a tough ride for William in his first full proper championship weekend, scoring points in the seniors. We're on lap 4. Gilbert leads from Crowther. Joshua Graham still there in third. I am getting a bit of deja vu almost. Back to Lark Hall last year, Henry, where Joshua Graham just played the opening quarter and the second quarter nice and calm. He just let the race come to him. We've not seen him right at the sharp end a lot this weekend, but here in a final where it all counts, it looks like he's got good pace, but this is going to be key. I think if he wants to catch Gilbert, he's got to find a way past Crowther pretty quickly. Yeah, Joshua Graham, his last win at the British Championship was last year at Lark Hall. His first win in the British Championship here as a Honda Cadet driver. Now, so Warden Law is a happy stomping ground for Joshua Graham, as it is for Lewis Gilbert. Now, Crowther is beginning to defend. I did have, you know, a sort of an eerie suspicion that Crowther's pace was not as strong as he would like it to be, just because Gilbert was beginning to edge away. And again, you could see Crowther defending. If Graham doesn't go now, and Cunnington, then they may never go. They've squeezed Crowther a bit wide. Okay, now, how much has Harrison Crowther grown up in terms of his maturity? Will he now sit and realise, okay, my kart 10 minutes ago, my kart's not as strong as the others. Do I go back in, or do I sit, wait, and follow? So we've got 3 race winners in the British Kart Championships at the front of the field now. Championship winners involved in this one also. Kai Veach is having a good one. This is a good comeback from Kai Veach after he had a difficult superheat, didn't he, for Kai? So up 3 positions at the moment to P6. Keane Geraghty's got past Jack West in recent times as well, is up to P7. End of lap 6. The lead for Gilbert is 1.35 seconds. Let's see what Joshua Graham can do on this lap. He's of course not going to catch that 1.35 seconds on this one, but if we start to see the gap coming down, that is a bit of a danger sign for the race leader into the first part of the Senna S. Freddie Ingram is your new fastest driver out on circuit, down in 18th place at the moment, but it's making some progress. I think he's working out there with his American teammate Charlie Smith, who's up 10 places so far in this race. Both of them there, of course, for Strawberry Racing. Good job from the Orange County, California-based driver Charlie Smith. Kai Hunter sits 10th at the moment. On the grid before the race, I was looking for some Wera Tool branding to start the thing open with, and there was a Beer Tool Rebel banner right behind Kai Hunter, but Alfie Lawrence and kind of went, please don't come and talk to us, because, you know, that tells you that they're struggling with an issue that they know they cannot solve this weekend, and that would be really disappointing for the Hunter family team. Okay, Harrison Crowther. Has the pressures woken up? There's a move back into 3rd position. Now, last year's Harrison Crowther, who, when they moved back to Coles Racing, I think it was around about the time of Kart Masters. Harrison suddenly he kicked into a higher gear. The pace in juniors was excellent, but he was somewhat wild. And when I say somewhat wild, I mean like Gorilla in the Mist type wild. He's calmed down an awful lot. Now, look at that. He didn't defend. He just had faith that I've got the pace. So he's now beginning to close back in on Joshua Graham, who in turn is trying to... Oh, no! Oh, no! That was a Coles kart that broke. Oh, the wait will continue for Coles Racing. Harrison Crowther. Something broke, clipping a curb, it looked like, coming out of the dog leg, hand in the air, and he was lucky. I mean, all credit to Harrison Crowther. He got out of the split second that kart stopped.
he moved out of the way because he had everybody behind him, and that could have been a monstrous struggle. Andrew Mather.
More news you just saw, unless my eyes are deceiving me, yes, plus 5 second penalty for Kart number 8. Joshua Graham is, well, it's not impossible to win. We saw, who was it? It was an Argentine. It was an Argentine that won a few years ago. What's happened there? That is the retirement for Coles, for
be interesting
Harrison
to see
Crowther.
if Jake and Famous Amos down in the pit lane area to see what when Harrison's dad comes, when Jeffrey comes over and has a look, what they look at, because that will tell you what broke. Well, Lewis Gilbert now has a 2.6 second lead over Guy Cunnington. And Harry Bartle, well, he doesn't have a 2.6 second lead over Guy Cunnington. He has a 2.8 second lead over Harry Bartle, last year's junior champion, and moving up into P2, P3 on the road, P2 in all things. Now, Matthew Higgins making his move. He set the fastest lap of the race. 6 minutes to go, the GP plate holder. Another driver with a long winless streak to his name here in the point standings. As Kai Beach runs a bit wide, but he's battling with Kai Hunter. So the Hunter Motorsport team, you're looking back. I know what you're looking for.
Yes.
Who was the Argentine driver that won with a 5 second penalty?
It was Ewan Charman.
It was Ewan Charman. I knew that you were instantly gone to the research because you remembered something, and yes, I know.
And it was here. It was here at Warden Law. That's what Joshua Graham needs to channel right now, but he also needs to overhaul Lewis Gilbert, and that's looking like a bit of a long shot right now. Gilbert's pace is really, really good. Meanwhile, fight for third place on the road, which is now effectively for second in this final. Harry Bartle stepping up to the seniors, of course, for this 2025 season, going wheel to wheel with the British GP winner from last year, Matthew Higgins. And Guy Cunnington's coming back into this, and maybe Guy Cunnington's 3:52 has started to wake up in the last 5 minutes of this race. Out of the final turn, what is the pace like for Gilbert? 50.07, 50.05. That gap is simply not coming down at any sort of rate that will worry Craft Motorsport. Just going to say it again. Which team provided us sustenance today, Mr. Bodette, in a chocolate brownie form?
Craft Motorsport and No Sugar Iron Brew. I'll forgive them for that. Well, it wasn't. It was our Craft Motorsport offshoot. Leon Hasty didn't read the memo. But okay, we'll tell you a little bit now. Obviously, the Potenza racing engines, that is effectively Lewis Gilbert.
Yeah.
So, Mummy Gilbert told me afterwards that Lewis is literally out because the Potenza racing shop is effectively the Lewis Gilbert family garage, and he is out there, and her and Dougie have got to come back and say, look, stop it now, stop working, we're trying to go to bed. The hours that Lewis puts in, and to have Leon Hasty win an Open title, he said that Lewis was quite emotional about that. But he is working so hard on bringing that whole program forward. What was saying about paid drivers, professional drivers? You need somebody. There is the move there as Harry Bartle gets squeezed back. That was
Cian Garrity going through. Bartle quickly learning the ways of the seniors. He's a very, very strong driver, and I've no doubt that we will see Harry Bartle win one of these senior races in the not too distant future. But right now, he's being picked off by drivers with just a little bit more experience than him at this stage of their relative careers. 3 minutes to go. Gilbert's lead is still 1.9 seconds, but if you're just joining us here at Warden Law for the final in senior Rotax, the lead is actually 3.5 seconds. Joshua Graham has an in-race plus 5 second time penalty to be applied, which at the moment would drop Graham, and this is the cruel thing for Joshua Graham. He's running second on the road. He would drop down to P15, just ahead of Mikey Walker. That is a big, big loss of points.
Yes, indeed. So behind the top five with Garrity 5th on the road, this is now Veach 6th, Garrity 7th, Hunter is 8th, West 9th, Lewis Goff rounding out the top 10. Archie Walker runs 11th. Lizzie Mentier 12th. Jack Lilly is 13th. Matty Hingley 14th. Then Mikey Walker. Freddie Ingram, Henry Gregory, Charlie Smith, Pearson Bullock Carter, and biggest mover in the race, William Pemble, now 20th from 34th and last of the grid. Jack Baker, Adam Wooden, William Antrobus, Hugh Moulton, Luke Bates, Super Ted, Teddy Pritchard Williams, Josh Turnbull, Charlie Cox, Josh Withercombe and Deacon Russell, the remaining runners, with less than 2 minutes to go. Now, Josh Graham, he knows he has a 5-second penalty.
Yep.
He's seen it on the digiboard. He will still be pushing as hard as he possibly can to minimise the damage. Now, the good thing is that there's drivers in this group and behind them who are chopping, changing, battling away all the time, whereas Graham is all on his own. He can get his head down. Matty Higgins has separated himself from the chasing group. He is now in a clear 3rd place, 2nd on the road. And Guy Cunnington, well, he has got a good 6/7 tenths of a second in hand over Cian Geraghty for the final podium position. But Geraghty, you can see the first of those 2 green and white strawberry racing carts is closing in.
Oh.
Now Kai Hunter, well, there's local knowledge. You're thinking that's not going to work, that's not going to work. Oh, he made it work.
Yeah, good stuff there from Kai Hunter down the inside of his namesake for P7 on the road. 50 seconds of this one remaining. Lewis Gilbert looking good, just needs to bring this one home. Don't get tight. Don't start to drive any different than the previous 17 laps if you're Lewis Gilbert to add another win in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. He's had 7 podiums before this weekend, 4 of them on the top step. He's been knocking on the door for the last 15 months or so in this senior category, and for Craft Motorsport, what a story this would be. The battle for the last place on the podium's not done. Cian Geraghty is all over the rear axle of Guy Cunnington. Yes, this is for 4th place on the road, but they're within 5 seconds of Joshua Graham. There is Joshua Graham flying through your screens, being caught by Matthew Higgins. Last question before you head down, Henry. Is there going to be a little bit of frustration for Matty Higgins that he had that problem in Heat 1, that retirement, it set him back? Do you think he had the pace to win this race this weekend?
I mean, there's ifs and buts, but, you know, like you said, karting for him is just a bit of fun. His main career is sports cars. So you're thinking, yeah, I'm happy with the podium. What could have been? It was one issue, but there we go. I am going to go and speak to a very, very happy Scotsman. I hope. See you in a minute.
Lewis Gilbert on his final lap then. Higgins down the inside for P2 on the road. Won't need the plus 5 second penalty to come into effect now. But there is the darling of Dalry. The pipes are going to be sounding in Scotland tonight. Lewis Gilbert has taken this race meeting by the scruff of the neck, has got the tactics absolutely spot on, the engine tuning, the Potenza tuning absolutely spot on. Lewis Gilbert wins at Warden Law. It's his 5th career win in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and he will lead Senior Rotax in those championship standings, leaving Sunderland here today. What a victory by 3 seconds. Lewis Gilbert, Craft Motorsport, head to Parc Fermé, P1, job done. Congratulations there from Matthew Higgins, who's on the podium for Dan Holland Racing. Again, a sterling effort from Matthew Higgins. Gained 10 places in that race to finish P2. Joshua Graham 3rd on the road, but once that 5 second penalty is applied, that will drop Graham down to P14. Guy Cunnington is on the podium again, 3rd. Of course, running in his own team. There is Guy Cunnington, and that is great to see. Lewis Gilbert, there's a lot of respect for this young man in the paddock, not just as a driver, but as what he does for this team. He has put Craft Motorsport on his shoulders. We saw a win in juniors at the O-Plate, of course, for Leon Hasty, but it'll be Lewis Gilbert's turn to taste victory here today after an absolutely brilliant drive. Was it the most dramatic one? Was it one of those which went right down to the wire, needed overtakes and all the rest of it? No. But the clinical nature for me, in which Lewis Gilbert, I go back to that heat earlier on in the weekend where we got the tactics, how to deal with the defensive driving with the guidelines. He got it absolutely spot on, and then he just went with it for the rest of the weekend. P1 for Lewis Gilbert. Matthew Higgins second, Joshua Graham third on the road. Will drop down once penalties are applied. Guy Cunnington on the podium again. Harry Bartle, fair play. I thought he was going to start dropping back in that one, but Bartle gets back to P5 on the road, which will convert through to fourth. Cian Geraghty, strong points as well, P6. Kai Hunter in the top 10 as well was Jack West, Kai Veach and Lewis Goff. Archie Walker, P11 on the road. Lizzie Mentia, good effort this weekend, P12 for her. Jack Lilly and Matty Hingley in a top 15 completed by Freddie, by Mikey Walker. Freddie Ingram just outside that top 15, P16. Charlie Smith gained 12 places in that race up to 17th. Henry Gregory, Pearson Bullock Carter and William Pemble inside the top 20. Pemble, your biggest mover, up 14. Jack Baker, Adam Wooden, William Antrobus, Hugh Moulton and Luke Bate all in the top 25. Difficult race there for Joshua Turnbull, fell down the order to P26. Charlie Cox, Teddy Pritchard Williams, Joshua Withcombe and Deacon Russell, the last of the 30 finishers. Retirements for Crowther, Truman, Charman and Haywood, who didn't take the start. We're going to head down to Parc Fermé to our winner, who's with Henry Baudet.
Well, we've talked a lot about the mainstays of the championships, the drivers that make this championship the best in the world, that come back year on year. The top four examples of that: Graham, Cunnington, Higgins, and our winner. Step forward, Lewis Gilbert. Lewis, that's 3 wins here at Warden Law. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Henry. It was, I didn't expect the final to go that way. I thought it was a bit closer, but I think we just had the edge pace-wise. Just got my head down, and yeah, job was done really.
And now, of course, I saw you celebrating with Luke Hughes, you know, your mechanic who's been with you a long time. The plan for this weekend, you know, did you look at the tyre, the format, and sort of plan out each race one by one before the weekend?
Well, the last time we were out on track, we didn't have a great showing, so this was our first real test, really, to see if we'd sorted things out, and I think it shows that we've really put the hard work in, and just shows what happens.
Now, I was telling people on the commentary during the race that you're powered by Potenza engines. Well, this is Potenza racing engines. Your mum told me how many times they've got to literally come out and say, Lewis, stop working on the engines, we've got to go to bed, because you put in so many hours. How much work as a builder goes in to getting to this point?
Obviously, it's not just myself. Every team goes through the same thing, but I think because we are slightly smaller scale, let's say, it's a sort of a one-man show, and it's just the amount of hours we have to put in is crazy, like midnight shifts and all sorts to try and get to where we were. But we put all this hard work in to try and win, and you know it makes it worthwhile when we do win. So yeah, but yeah, if you want good power, just phone me, I'll sort you out.
Yeah, with brownies, iron brew, and some mega Scottish waft. Well, Lewis, for a one-man show, in just your second full season, really, as a craft team, your one-man engine building show has started off with a British Open title in juniors and now leading the British Senior Championship. Anyone to thank? Congratulations.
I'm supposed to say a big thanks to Killian Craft. I know he's not here, but he'd really want to be here. He's the one that got us in the first place, sorted us out with the team, and yeah, massive thanks to him. The amount of effort he puts in for his mum and dad, Robin back at home, Andrew, Grandma and Grandpa, everyone really. It's a kind of family effort, let's say. Obviously Luke Hughes, he's just hacks away in the workshop getting the karts ready, so yeah, it's just a family really.
Good, so there we go. We got one race to go. We'll throw some highlights of senior Rotax, but in this race, the Diamond of Dalry is the one shining brightest of all.
He is indeed, Henry. Let's have a look at how Lewis Gilbert did it to take the first round of the season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in senior Rotax. These early stages, my goodness me, that was a close one for Matthew Higgins. That was near disaster for the GP plate holder on his way to second place. Henry Gregory had to take avoiding action there. Plenty of overtaking and incidents through gasworks. That's how we saw a couple of our drivers go out of this one. Joshua Graham was a big part of that race, but that plus 5 second penalty, the key moment for his story. You've got to feel for Harrison Crowther. He would have backed himself to be on the podium today. The wait goes on for Coles Racing. Mechanical issues there for the 317 taking him out of the race. Cian Geraghty strong today, down the inside on his way to 6th place. And for Matthew Higgins as well, showing that tenacity that took him to the Kart Masters title last year, to 3rd place in the World Championships as well. A well-driven race to 2nd place. Got past Harry Bartle on that occasion. Bartle fought back as well. This was good to see. Bartle lost a couple of positions in the last quarter, but didn't give up. Got P5 in the end. But there was no touching Lewis Gilbert today. It's round 1 of a very long season, 6 rounds. Dunkeswell, of course, in early May, early to mid-May is the next round, but I think even at this early stage, eyes for Craft Motorsport will be on Lark Hall when we go there in July. Will there still be good form for Craft Motorsport by the time we get to the middle of the season? We'll find out when we do go to Dunkeswell in the weekend, or on the weekend of the 9th to the 11th of May. One more race to go then here today at Warden Law. It is, of course, Honda Cadet GX200. Let's head down to Henry Baudet.
So the Rotax part of the event is over. One main event to go. It's Honda Cadet. And just for you, Andrew, there it is. Bish, bash, barbers. Well, hopefully we won't have any bish bash, just some nice shaved moves across the top here from Kyle Kerr. Kyle, how are you looking forward to this event?
I'm looking really forward to it, and I'm hoping for top 6.
Top 6, okay. Do you think you've got the pace to do it? You've got the Venom engines, you've got the nice red wheels?
I think I've definitely got the pace to do it, and I think I've got the pace to be near the front.
Excellent. And again, in addition, I know they're getting bish bash barbers, plenty of things, but as a privateer, you've got sponsors all across. So that's one of the advantages of running as a privateer. So NISA, Hayes Travel, and Life Science Technology all getting some coverage. Now, Kyle wants to get to the front. Well, he's got a little way to go. Now, we've got lots of people making their debut in this class this weekend, including young Mr. Rye here, only driver on an MS car. And I've got to say, the blue chrome livery looking really smart. The Garage 29 graphics doing a great job. Mr. Rye, sir, how have you enjoyed your first weekend in the Wera Tools British Championship?
It's been really good. Just hoping to be fast in this race and hopefully get in top 3 and take a trophy home.
Hopefully take a trophy home. Well, starting in, we're going to get going soon, so he's starting on the 3rd row. Kyle Kerr wants to go from there to here. Can he do it? Let's find out. Back to you up in the commentary box for the last main event of the day.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, the final of the day, Honda Cadet GX200. 17 drivers at the start of the weekend hoped to emerge from this race as the round 1 winner for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in 2025. And near silence falls over the circuit, just the rumble of the Honda Cadet GX200 4-stroke engines before the instruction is given. 30-second board in the air for the drivers to head out on track to get the formation laps underway for this 15 minutes plus 1 lap final. I really can't call this one. This has got 2 drivers at the very front who have traded the wins through the heats, but this being a final, different things can happen. Don't count out the likes of Ronnie Jones there in the background. The O-plate holder won that plate 2 weeks ago at Whilton Mill. Luke McGall's looked quick this weekend so far also. Let's take you through the grid then for the runners in this one. Archie Loveridge has pole position. As I say, he's been sharing the heat wins so far this weekend with Riley Blakemore. That is your front row. Ronnie Jones, winner 14 days ago, has got Luke McGall for company on row number 2. Edward Rye, privateer, on the MS Kart there on the inside of row 3 is joined by Archie Cannon for Zip Factory team. Row 4, Shaylin Shrikatan had a good run at O-Plate 2 weeks ago. He's on row 4 for this one and is joined by Elliot Borg, who had a spin during the superheat. Harry Grant looking for another good result. Starts from the 5th row of the grid in this one. Is joined by the ever-improving Jerry Dufficy. Just across the awning in Ambition Motorsport is James Prakash, and James Prakash starts on row 6 for this one. Vastly improved from the end of the 2024 season. He's got Carl Kerr for company on row number 6. Luca Picocchi, first final we've seen for Luca since Larkhall last year, starts on row 7. It's an all-Ambition Motorsport row 7 completed by Luke Jardine. Reggie Dufficy and Oliver Ratton complete the 16 runners in this one on row 8. Unfortunately, we will not see Aidan Donnelly in this final. It'll be a standing start, of course, for Honda Cadet's GX200. And this one, again, it's been so good to see what I call proper Honda Cadet racing back. I have thoroughly missed it, and it comes when you have a bigger grid. More on the grid, more drivers who can take the victory, a closer pack throughout all of these races. Drivers will try and break away, but so far this weekend we haven't really been able to see anyone break up to 2.5 seconds away. As long as the gap at the front in those packs is less than 2 seconds, we will have a race that goes all the way to the end. 3 lights, 4 lights. The final in Honda Cadet Cup is go. GX200s fill the air with sound, and away we go towards turn 1. It's a good start for Archie Loveridge, and Loveridge will lead for Ambition Motorsport through the first couple of corners. Blakemore immediately slots into P2 on that prize Project 1 chassis that he won at the back end of the 2024 season. Ronnie Jones has had a good start as well for MJR Racing. P3 at the moment for the O-Plate holder. Edward Rye up to P4 in the red, white and blue of MS Kart. So a good start there for Edward Rye. They are all through the first sector, through the second sector now, as well as they head towards Gasworks for the first time. It's Loveridge leading, Blakemore second, Jones in third. A few moves being done in the second half of the field. There is Kyle Kerr in the number 14, looking for that top 6 finish, Henry, and he's already on his way to achieving it.
Yes, he was. He had his eyes on the MS Kart of Edward Kerr on the dummy grid, because Edward was sitting there P5 on the 3rd row, and he's certainly locked. He's got his eyes locked in, and he's got a very good view of Edward Haynes' car. Oh, and there is a little bit of sticker swapping as Riley Blakemore takes the lead of this race. Arm extended from Archie Loveridge, although in 13.5 minutes to go, then there's plenty of time for Loveridge to regain that lead. And Ronnie Jones making it strong where it matters the most. He has put himself into a winning position in the biggest main event. So that is key for the Martin Jackson Racing team. A little wave of apology there from the Ambition Kart. Let's not forget, Ambition going for their 10th Honda win.
Out of the final call then to complete lap number 2. 13 minutes of this one to go. Blakemore leads from Jones, Loveridge. Top 3 covered by 0.2 of a second, but it's now Jones down the inside who takes the race lead. Loveridge through into second place in the blue and white there of Ambition Motorsport, and this is what we mean. Is we've often seen a pack of 3 at the front of the Honda Cadet field throughout the whole weekend. It's been Luke McGall, though, who's been the third part of the trio. Ronnie Jones is really impressive to see. See, we know his winning pedigree from 2 weeks ago, Henry.
Yep.
But up to this point, we haven't really seen him right at the sharp end and looking like he's got the pace to win so far here at Warden Law.
And Luke McGall is going to get some bad news when he crosses the start-finish line, because I'm looking at the digiboard and it says driver number 15 plus 5 seconds. So that factors McGall out of the battle. There he is, that JMR driver. He will now see the digiboard. No, there we go, Archie Loveridge saying, no, don't defend, go, go, go. I will push you, I promise. And I did notice that when Ronnie Jones went for the move for the lead, Loveridge was sure that he gave Riley Blakemore no option to sort of slot back into second. I think that Blakemore used up all his goodwill with Archie Loveridge up there at the dogleg lap or two ago.
Indeed. Keep an eye on the pack behind. Archie Cannon doing a really good job at the moment at the head of that pack. The black suit, the green helmet, and the Zip Factory team number, well, the S-plate holder at the moment, trying to drag this quartet along. It's got Luke McGall in it, Edward Rye, and Elliot Bourke. Still 11 minutes of this one to go. Plenty of time for them to get into a rhythm. We'll have a look at what the lap times are like this time around. For Jones, 58.5, 58.5, 58.6. They're all in the 58.5s or the 58.6s, down to Bourke in 7th place. So the pace is even, as we come to expect in Honda Cadet GX200. Henry, what would you think be going through the minds of the drivers right now? How will they look to play this next few laps?
Well, I mean, they're just all focusing on each place as it comes. You know, obviously the leaders have got tactics in mind, but right back here, you know, the drivers, there's going to be, oh dear, Riley Blakemore. Well, what's going through his mind at the moment is, oops, I maybe shouldn't have been quite so aggressive on Archie Loveridge back then, because Riley Blakemore, 5-second penalty. And he will see that on the digiboard when he comes around. So that is 2 of the top 5 on the road currently with a 5-second penalty. That will promote, well, Archie Cannon up into 3rd place. It'll promote Edward Rye, who said he was thinking about a podium, to P4. It'll promote, and Kyle Kerr has just dropped back a little bit because he was making his way forward. Aidan Donnelly hasn't gone out, so we've only got 16 karts in the race. It is the MJR Racing O-plate kart of Rocket Ronnie Jones and Archie Loveridge sitting in 2nd. Loveridge, who would definitely, he's had a 3rd, that was at Lark Hall last year. He had a 2nd, that was at PFI. He would dearly love to have the hat-trick, a 1, a 2 and a 3.
Indeed, a driver who had those good results last year on his way to 5th place in the final championship standings, and doing the sensible thing right now. This is proper Honda Cadet. This is classic Honda Cadet. 2 drivers out front. Now they've got a bit of a gap over a sole driver behind. No need to battle right now. Just work together, ease that gap in the upwards direction. It's at 8/10 at the moment, back to Blakemore. The trouble for Blakemore being on his own right now is that it is likely that you'll see Luke McGall, Archie Cannon, Edward Rye, if they can get themselves organised and get a bit of a momentum train going, that Blakemore will be swallowed up by that pack. But Riley Blakemore pushing on, knowing now that he similar to what we've seen in earlier finals, he's got to kind of run this one like a time trial now to get as far up the road as possible. 5 seconds right now would drop Riley down to P11, just ahead of Oliver Ratton, who's had a really good race so far. Just to mention, for Oliver Ratton, has gained 4 places. His biggest mover is up to P12.
Considering that we retired from his second heat this morning, as Ratton, that affected his good position. Now, so here is Edward Rye with Archie Cannon. They are effectively battling for the 3rd and final podium position. However, 7.5 minutes to go. Blakemore and McGall have got the 2 5-second penalties. So Cannon, where is Riley Blakemore? He is a little bit up the road. I gotta say, they're working together. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that Blakemore can continue and pull a 5-second gap on these 3, but there goes Blakemore just through your screens there. He is got to get his foot down, and these 3 are going to have an almighty scrap. And of course, it's not in McGall's interests to battle.
No.
Because you know, the more, the more he battles, the slower he goes, the more drivers get within 5 seconds, and the worse his result eventually becomes.
And also the point that with Blakemore and McGall both having the same penalty, they're almost in their own little race. McGall can catch up to Blakemore, and that will be a net position gain.
Yep.
If he can get past Riley Blakemore. But right now the pace, well, actually no, it's just swung back. 58.6 last time around for Blakemore, 58.2s for McGall and Cannon. So if they can keep that pace going at that rate, give it 3 or 4 laps, they're going to be catching that number 68.
And that is classic Honda racing. You can see Blakemore in 3rd place is all out on his own. There he is, 4 wheels working on their own. These 2 drivers, 8 wheels, maybe 12 wheels working together. Here, that's worth 0.4 of a second a lap. But we've got a new leader, Andrew Mather.
We have indeed. Archie Loveridge has got past Ronnie Jones on this lap, and he points forward to say, let's keep this going. They've got nearly 2 seconds over Riley Blakemore now, and they'll just keep going on. This may look like, in terms of some of the other classes that we've seen here today, to be a mammoth gap. If you're new to Honda Cadet racing, 2 seconds, we've watched enough of these races over the years, mate.
Oh, yes.
Is not enough. You need to be at least 2.5, 3, maybe sometimes even 4 seconds to give yourself that battle buffer for the last 2, maybe 3 laps of the race to properly decide who's going to win this one.
The in-race penalties keep coming in thick and fast. Jerry Dufficy, 5-second penalty. He's currently running 12th. That will push him down to 15th position in front of his brother Reggie Dufficy. Well, Ambition Motorsport, Paul James's squad, are now 5 minutes away from win number 10. Again, apart from that 1 win last year at Larcourt, been pretty slim pickings in terms of wins since 2020, when Ambition had the likes of Joshua Graham, Jensen Graham, and Ewan Charman driving for them. And again, the Ambition Motorsport team goes back a long, long way. Remember them back in 2012 in the old Formula Kart Stars days, where they had always had a number of very, very good drivers based down in the south of England. Now here is Cannon. He's got to try and make a move. He may not be fully aware that he's currently 3rd on the podium, but he does need to try and make a move, because that would give him a buffer over between him and his nearest podium rival, Edward Rye, who's doing a fantastic job on his British Championship debut. Obviously, so is Ronnie Jones, but Ronnie Jones, he had a taste of what the atmosphere in the British Championship is like when he won the Vera Tools O plates at Whilton Mill. But of course, but Edward Rye didn't. Edward Rye wasn't even at the O plate. So this is Edward's introduction
straight into the paddock
to the Vera Tools paddock. And he, sometimes when you've got to chuck them in and see if they sink or swim. Well, he is paddling, and paddling very effectively.
Back at the front of the order, 3.5 minutes to go. Archie Loveridge has just got a gap of about 0.3 over Ronnie Jones now. It's going to be interesting to see, has Ronnie Jones got anything more in the locker? They're very evenly matched in terms of last lap, but a 57.93 a couple of laps ago for Loveridge just indicates that he's got a bit more pace. Until then, Jones is into the 57s now, 57.98. That was a touch quicker than Loveridge last time around. We talked about the McGall Cannon ride group closing in on Riley Blakemore. They've been chipping away. Blakemore's doing a great job on his own. It's so hard to do this in Honda Cadet. 58.3 last time around, so he's only 1/10 of a second off, as down the inside goes Archie Cannon for 4th place on the road. Doesn't change his net position once the penalties are applied, and it's not going to change the scenario that Edward Rye is going to be right behind him, because Edward Rye, out of the ZRS, has managed to get past Luke McGall.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes to go. And here's the battle for what is effectively 5th and 6th positions. On the road, it is 7th and 8th. Elliot Bork and Harry Grant having a good tussle. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Shailen Shakantan and JM Prakash, who are rounding out the top 10. Kyle Kerr in 11th. Now, here goes Edward Rye, the MS Kart privateer driver, into what will effectively become 3rd position, 4th on the road. Can he take 3rd of the road? He's got his head down. That's an aggressive driving stance. My old teammate Craig Camilleri had that stance. It was just like hunched down, eyes focused, yeah, looking forward, shoulders up. You know, that looks like an aggressive stance. It is different to a lot of other drivers now. Yep. A lot of the mechanics and teams, they preach just laid back, arms out. No, not so Edward Rye. That is shoulders hunched, head down, eyes glued forward.
Taking control of the situation now is Edward Rye, who now becomes the leader of this train, trying to reel Riley Blakemore in for the position on the road. Remember, again, if you're just joining us, Blakemore has got a +5 second penalty in race. Back to our front two. And look at this, Ronnie Jones. We asked the question a couple of laps ago. Did he have anything in response to Archie Loveridge's pace? They've been going 100th for 100th the last few laps, and Ronnie Jones is now starting to put the pressure on. Less than 60 seconds on the clock. There'll be this lap plus another one on time, I think. So effectively 2.5 laps of this one to go. They have the battle buffer. 3.5 seconds back to Riley Blakemore. So for Ronnie Jones, he can afford to go a little bit early if you want to try and take this track position on the penultimate lap. That might not be a bad tactical call today. Meanwhile, Archie Cannon has got back through to the head of the chasing pack, back to 4th place on the road, which it will effectively become a podium spot once the penalties for Blakemore and McGall have been applied. 2 laps to go. New fastest lap of the race from Archie Loveridge, 57.78, but Ronnie Jones is still right there, almost glued to the rear bar of that Ambition Motorsport number 73, Henry. We're up for a grandstand finish here at Warden Law.
Well, yes, indeed. The Project One racing team, Ambition Motorsport, SFR Racing, and the Zip Factory team have long been associated with success here in Honda Cadet. One of the main names, Ambition Motorsport, lead the way with Archie Loveridge. How many times, though, have we had a new driver with a new team turn up at the British Championship and been on the pace? Ronnie Jones, he may not win, but he's come darn close. And what a start to the Wera Tools Motorsport UK Championship career for Ronnie Jones and Martin Jackson Racing. And do you know what? We start the last lap. It ain't over yet.
It's not over at all. On to the final lap we go then. Has Ronnie Jones got the pace through the windy bits to try and get a move done on Archie Loveridge here? Not that time through the dogleg. Archie Loveridge checks over his shoulder very quickly before they run through St. John's. That's good mid-corner speed for Archie Loveridge, and this has been the part of the circuit where Loveridge has been strong in this final. Through Senna 1, through Senna 2, that's the Senna S completed, and look at him pulling away. It's the mid-corner speed, the setup work from Ambition Motorsport that is giving Archie Loveridge, with his talent, the edge over Ronnie Jones in this one. Down the little drop there through Gasworks Bend. Archie Loveridge is going to come round. We've not seen an Ambition Motorsport driver taking the top step in Honda Cadet since Lock Hall last year. Out of the final corner, Archie Loveridge wins at Warden Law. A brilliant race, a brilliant weekend for all in Honda Cadet, but none better than Archie Loveridge, who will leave Warden Law this evening as the championship leader. Ronnie Jones, P2 today. Another great result for Ronnie Jones in the month of April, in the spring, for MJR Racing. Riley Blakemore, P3 on the road, will drop down a few positions, unfortunately, with that +5 second penalty, and that means that Archie Cannon will be on the podium. Zip Factory team with another podium in Honda Cadet. A great result there for the S-plate holder, who on the road as well held 4th place on the road by 0.04 of a second over Luke McGall. And Harry Grant, P6, talked about at O-plate how he wanted a P5, achieved that feat, and has had another great result here today with the penalties for Blakemore and McGall. Grant will go up to P4, and I think, yes, will be top privateer home here today in Honda Cadet GX200. A fantastic run there for Harry
and his dad. Elliot Bork, P7 on the road. Edward Rye, P8, has impressed a lot of people here this weekend on his debut in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. P9 for Kyle Kerr, up into the top 10. Shailen Srikantan, the second of the MJR Racing drivers, completes the top 10. Jayan Prakash, P11. And another driver who has improved so much, and I think, yes, that will transfer into a top 10, in fact, once Luke McGall's penalty has been applied. Jerry Dufficy, P12 on the road, but unfortunately he has a plus 5 second penalty to be given as well. Bukoki, Jardine, Reggie Dufficy, the last of the 15 finishers, 2 retirements in that race. Oliver Ratton didn't make it to the end, unfortunately, but was going well earlier on, and Aidan Donnelly didn't take the start. Let's head down to Parc Fermé once again with Henry Baudet.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, Archie, we've got a third, we've got a second, now you've got a win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, it's been a really strong weekend for you, the biggest Honda Cadet grid we've had since the end of 2022, so you had to earn this one, but, you know, a name that not many people in the British Championship are familiar with, the O-Plate champion, Ronnie Jones, he pushed you all the way. How did you go? Because you didn't lead the whole way, you dropped back a little bit, then you had to make your moves. Tell us through it.
So basically at the start, I was leading for a little bit, then he got in front, so then I pushed him, and I felt like I was a little bit quicker, so we both swapped over. Then he pushed me. Then I got a little gap at the last lap.
Now, the fact that this is Ambition's 10th win in Honda, they're the most successful team in the Honda paddock. What's life like as an Ambition Motorsport driver? Because one thing I know about Paul is that he makes sure that all his drivers stay smiling.
100%.
100%, yeah. Who would you like to thank for this?
Ambition, Project 1, my mum, my dad, and Hereford Kickboxing.
And for the kickboxing, well, luckily, you didn't need any of the kickboxing out there. Looking at your rivals' final words, you know, you've got a busy season. If you were to pick out a couple of drivers that you think are going to be your strongest competition, who would they be?
Ronnie, Riley, and Archie are fast, and all of them.
All of them. Okay, well, there we go. So that is the opening Honda Cadet final of the season. Let's have a quick look back at the highlights. Well, welcome back here to the Parc Fermé area, joined by Andrew Mather. Just off camera there, I say young Harry Grant, he was over there. Now, Riley Blakemore, he had a 5-second penalty and was obviously a little bit upset. And Harry was over there saying, don't worry, you know, it's good for the championship and, you know, geeing up and everything. I'd love to see that. It's been a really good weekend.
It's been a super weekend across all the categories, some great stories, some super racing. I think it's set us up across all 5 of them
we're gonna have some fun with the Rotax classes in it and Honda Cadet in 2025 and all on the next races.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Benedictus Masiokas is the man to beat in MicroMax. He's already set his stall out early. MiniMax is wide open. Emerson McAndrew, you're in finishing 30th. There's a little bit of a thing between Oliver Spencer and Edward Haynes. I think that's still going on in the stewards. But, you know, junior Rotax and senior Rotax, both very, very competitive. Senior Rotax, for me, it wasn't necessarily all out passing and overtaking, but you look at the experience of the people that were at the front. That's good for the championship.
It's good for the championship, and I think it's good for the sport here at a British level. That, you know, someone like Lewis Gilbert today hasn't won that by a fluke. He's won that with sheer determination and hard work. It's now going to be over to all the others in senior Rotax to say, right, that's the level that you're going to have to work at if you're going to be a race winner, if you're going to be a champion in 2025.
And of course, you know, this circuit, it's a bit of an anomaly. A lot of people struggled. Even, you know, Kai Hunter and the Hunter Motorsport team, you know, this track can throw up some strange conditions. But from here, the Rotax crew go to Dunk as well. So from the top of England to the southerly most part of the UK that we'll travel to this year. Dunks is always great fun, but it's a very different challenge.
Very different challenge, bit of an old school circuit as well. So, yeah, don't make any predictions for what we're going to see in early May off what you've seen this weekend. We're going to have to see what happens through testing, what happens through those free practices as well. And, yeah, this format as well that keeps it close as well. I think the super heats have worked fantastically across all the classes this weekend. So, I say, bring on May, bring on Dunks.
Okay, well, that's it from us here at Karting North East Warden Law. The Wera Tools British Championship is back in action here next weekend with the IAME and the KZ2 classes. I'll be elsewhere, somewhere a little bit sunnier, but I'll be back at Dunk as well. Andrew Mather, you'll be joined by Nicole Sutherland and Piers Pryor. Some would say that's a dream team for next weekend. The welcome we received here is second to none. So, on behalf of Wera Tools, Demon Tweaks, Kart Sim, and all the other championship partners, thank you very much for watching. On behalf of Andrew Mather, I'll say good night for now. See you next weekend.